then, okay, so it's still the same. So we're going to check this in maybe a half hour to see if these get altered at all by that, but still a 25% chance for a rate cut. So there goes the market back up to the upside right there on some of those numbers. The historically low unemployment rates, as Sharif was mentioning, they're 4.6 versus 4.5. That's a drop in the bucket right there. I don't think that that's going to really affect anything. That 105 number seems a little puzzling. The thing about all of these jobs are revisions. They come later, and so, you know, that might be something to look at. I'm not even sure how accurate a lot of this data is, how they had to put it all together. I mean, these guys were off for 40-something days, the government, right? So gathering this data, putting it together and trying to figure out what exactly it means is the job of the market, and our job is to trade the market. And right now, it looks like it's a positive bump, right? The S&P 500 and the NASDAQ both growing here as we don't have too much news stock-wise today, like as far as earnings or big monster stories to go. So it looks like we'll just sort of flow a little bit higher here with the NASDAQ and with the SPY as we look to take out some levels. Now, we're not really doing anything. We just sort of, we were going to start basically flat to, you know, to down, and then right here, we've just sort of made back into some levels that we had seen yesterday. So let's see if we can try to hold some of this on the S&P 500. Yeah, okay, there. So there's the odds right there. So 31%. So good. Thanks for putting that up there, Brendo or Sharif. But there it is. So it was 24% earlier, as we saw. There's the new rate. There it is, 22%. So it's on the board. So, you know, giving it a little bit of a bump there from a quarter to a third about, chance, likelihood of a cut. And the market likes that, right? Market looking for cuts. And they got one in December. And then we had a little bit of hawkish talk, I think, only trying to raise it once or twice in 26. But the Fed shouldn't be the be-all, end-all of these markets, right? You saw what happened to Broadcom on earnings. We've seen the concern about the data center build-outs with Meta and with Oracle. And we worry a little bit about the AI trade, but we don't worry about financials. We already showed how much they were rocking. Before we go to Joe, any thoughts about this quickly?
I think you hit the nail on the head there, Sean. I think at the end of the day, our job is to trade what the market is showing us. We'll see how the markets eventually react going off into the open. So.
Good. All right. And we're going to also trade probably some upgrades and downgrades today. So let's go over to Joe. Options, interest, upgrades, downgrades. I think we're doing options first, right, Joe? Yes. All right. Let's go talk to Joe about options.
All right, guys, good morning and happy Tuesday. A lot going on numbers-wise and options activity as well, too. So let's get right into it and let's rage. At the top of the list here, guys, interesting stuff. I found these tickers and I've never really noticed them before. EEM, these are an SMCI emerging market. And I seen the Brazilian one, and there's a couple other countries, and you can see that we have FXI up here as well, too, the China shares ETF. So let's get right into it and see what we got going on. It's looking like we're seeing a rotation in some options activity because the volume was substantial. So EEM, guys, at the top of the list at that $54.50 strike price, open interest sitting around 7,210 with volume at a whopping 133,000. Very interesting stuff there. And then FXI, guys, I mentioned this just a couple of moments ago, open interest sitting around 67,400 with volume around 9,510 as well too. So $39 strike price, keep an eye out. And the way I'm looking at these, if you go into the actual charts of these names, I'm going to be looking at these as supply zones on EEM. We put in a high of around 55, and the exact same thing with around FXI. It was around $40 or so, roughly. And then IRBT filing Chapter 11 here, guys. Open interest, 23.9 thousand at that $3 strike price. I was trying to go lower, but unfortunately, in the world of options, you can't go south of $1, guys. So 13,900 contracts opened and closed on yesterday's session. Now, as for the call of the day, Meta was kind of going opposite of the overall market. We've seen some selling, but Meta held up relatively strong, in my opinion. So at that $650 strike price, open interest around 12,500 with volume around 13,400. Okay, potential supply zone in which I'm thinking, but we might have the ability to absorb it and continue its climb higher. Delta 0.47 there because of out the money call. Gamma exposure relatively cool, and then your at the money IV cool as well too, guys, sitting around 29.7%. We talk about Tesla, and I like to use it as a comparison. Tesla's at the money IV is typically high. Yesterday it was relatively cool, around 66%, and we're going to be looking at Meta around 29.7% here. Now we may as well get right into some of the upgrades and downgrades. We're going to start it off with the downgrades because Neil suggested, and then we're going to end it with a positive note. And yes, you guessed it, Coinbase getting the downgrade there, Sharif. $266 to $230 is lowering that target by compass point. You're down 1% here in the morning. Costco as well too, going from a neutral to sell. Price target also being lowered from $906 to $769 by Roth Capital. And then we have Etsy as well, guys. $73 was the previous target. Now $60 is that price target. AT&T by Wolf Research, guys, going from an outperform to a peer perform, slightly negative here in the morning. Now, as for some of the upgrades at the top of the list, we have Broadcom, yes, going from a $472 price target to a $475. And then we have Alcoa as well, too, guys, looking at an overweight rating with a $52 price target. CrowdStrike as well to outperform here, guys, by Citigroup. And then we have JP Morgan. The banks have been performing absolutely phenomenally. And 370 to 375 is.
Correction. They forgot a K. So negative 105 was not negative 105. Negative 105 was negative 105,000.
Oh.
So what a difference a K makes in this case. So 105 to the downside versus a gain of 55,000 on the October number. And then November again, 64,000 versus 25. So a bit of a wash once you put those 2 months back to back against each other. But again, just quick correction there. Again, October, negative 105,000 versus 55,000 expected, guys.
Thanks for that correction there. I mean, that makes more sense.
Yeah. I
It's
mean,
like,
look at the
I can count the amount of people. Yeah, no, but I don't know. That might have just been an error on that platform. It doesn't mean that it was released incorrectly. But here comes the market, though, right? I mean, just right back in. I don't think it has anything to do with that correction. It's just, you know, upside, and then there's just so many numbers there, so they react on a couple, then they re-react again. I mean, the big thing was the change in the chances of the rate cut, right, from 22 to 31. That's what we have to appreciate. So I think that's bullish for the market. All right. A name on Big Joe's list there. I like CrowdStrike if we're going to talk about getting upgrades at certain points here. I really like the cybersecurity space. I think whether or not you go with Palo Alto, a Zscaler, CrowdStrike, the Hack ETF, things like that. I just, you know, as this world goes on and we get more and more data dependent, we talk about AI. Let's look at some of the beneficiaries of AI, right? How about some of these names? Hopefully they can become smarter, more efficient, and less costly, you know, as AI sort of provides hopefully a better platform for some of these cybersecurity names to build off of and to get going. AI also obviously helps hackers as well get into systems, and you know, the more information that's out there, the more we need to protect it. So I like the CrowdStrike there. I think that just in the space that it's in, and then I own more Palo Alto than I do CrowdStrike, but at the end of the day, I do like both of these names. Now, Palo Alto is kind of a funny one because it was really cooking, man, heading into earnings. Like, this was straight fire in the booth there, just straight up into 220, 25, and then fell right back in. They had bought a company there, so they had gotten hit on some of that spend. And right here, man, I mean, they're underneath the 200 period moving average. So to me, if I'm gonna, you know, if I was Ash and I was looking to catch them all, I think I would rather choose CrowdStrike right now than Palo Alto. Palo Alto getting hit underneath the 200 period moving average. So for me, CRWD is it, and then Zscaler is just simple ZS. So we'll go over here and have a quick little look at that. And I think this is performing a little bit better than Palo Alto. I could be wrong, but no, even worse. So this name getting crushed. So I think now that I see this, I would look to CrowdStrike or even the Hack ETF, I'm sure there's different ones in here as well, but this will encompass, I think it overweights Palo Alto, but this does have, you know, the cybersecurity edge to it. So that's what we're talking about right there if you want to get them all. right there and truly be a Pokemon superstar. You can catch them all right here. This is at the 200 period moving average. This is actually pretty decent looking right here for the space. So I don't know if anything caught your eye in that or what you want to talk about, Obi, but the floor is yours.
I mean, a couple names there. Joe was talking about that $3 strike on iRobot. Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. If you're looking for that, I guess, bankruptcy squeeze, we've already kind of pushed up on that first reaction about 120%. We've been fading off of that. But yeah, under $1. Kind of interesting. I don't know. I'm looking at these prior highs. Maybe we do make a couple legs because you got to know. It takes a while for all of that to kind of go through. It's still going to be trading for a little bit as well. And another name, AVGO, with that upgrade as well. We know it's getting beaten down for the past couple of days off of earnings. Pretty strong reaction, back-to-back days there. And with a lot of those upgrades coming in, I do have eyes on it. I'm gonna continue watching this. Maybe the selling is not over. We'll have to wait. Market dependent as well. Yesterday and the day before, the market sold off pretty aggressively as well. Especially when it comes to the tech sector. So out of those names, those are the few that I'm that I have eyes on here. Another name that perked my interest was Costco with the selling that we had yesterday. Pretty aggressive. You can see it's getting a little toppy. Couldn't really make it through that foul mark over the past couple of months there, and that's coming in post earnings as well, right? It's been 4 days now. Today will be day 4, or actually day 3 of earnings. So day 1 didn't really react that much. Yesterday sold off with the rest of the market. So I do have this on watch a little bit as well. But yeah, out of those names.
No, I was going to say, yeah, it's strange because Costco is one of those retail names. We talked about this yesterday. It's kind of in no man's land. Like, where are we going here on Costco? So let's figure that out. Because, yeah, if you can zoom out very, very far to look at that. I did put something up there, and this is why I think it's so important to get involved in the chat. Like, we check this all the time. So I want to say a big shout out to Fearless Creation 3806. Thanks for cyber. I mean, there it is again. So it does look exactly like this hack ETF right here as well, but it does look like it does better volume. So yeah, only 177 shares today, but you know, at the end of the day, this is part of our group here, man. It's like everybody correcting us, helping us out, giving us different ideas as well every single day. So CIBR, the NASDAQ Cybersecurity look. So there it is. So thanks for all of that as well. Yeah, for me, the retail spot is Target. You know, we're into this. We'll wait to see. And if you really want the big winner, of course, then you're going to want Walmart. I mean, we talked about Amazon being up 1% for the year. For Walmart, man. Walmart has been an absolute monster. These are all-time highs for Walmart. This is what a daily chart looks like for them, Obi, and it's just been, straight to the upside. So you want to talk about Amazon being flat on the year? Walmart started the year at $90 up to $116. So you're adding 25% right now to Walmart this year. It doesn't take a lot to understand what Walmart's model is, right? I mean, get as many products in as many customers' hands as possible, use that brick and mortar, and then backstop it with what they have now is a great online shopping experience apparently as well. I think it's like $10 a month, so it's something similar to Amazon Prime. They have full grocery, you know, and anything basically. Well, I don't need to tell everybody about Walmart, but anyways, that's a good spot, I think, to substitute any retail exposure that you don't have. Grab some Walmart even at these highs. I think especially with everything getting more efficient, you know, deliveries becoming more efficient, logistics becoming more efficient. I drove by the way, like Brampton has lost its damn mind right now. When I went to when I was in, Neil, myself, Brendan, all from Brampton, when I drove by, I was going to a hockey game there. We were playing Brampton, and I must have drove by 4 or 5 massive, the largest buildings I've seen in my life, like a huge Walmart. It must have been like, honestly, I should actually look it up, like millions of square feet, I feel like. Like it was blocks and blocks. It was an Amazon warehouse distribution center. There was a Walmart distribution center, and there was another major logistics company. I'm losing my mind, but it wasn't a big retailer. But anyways, it was like massive, and it's great for the city. I mean, the tax revenue and all that kind of stuff. And it's like no wonder why when you order from Amazon, you literally can get things in this area same day.
Same day, yeah.
Like if I say, oh, I need aftershave or something, I could order it right now. It's probably there at 4 o'clock tonight.
Even Walmart is same day. I mean,
that's what I'm saying.
Driving around, I think I've honestly been seeing a lot more of those Walmart bags in front of people's doors as well. So yeah, you're right. A lot of people
What are you, a porch pirate over
I
there?
don't know. I'm just saying, driving around my neighborhood, I'm just like, okay, well, everybody's kind of, ordering from Walmart. But yeah.
Thing is, that's why, I mean,
Confluence.
you never really know what I'm going to say at any time. That's a thing. But no, you are 100% right.
Different kind of pirate.
And I think that's what yeah, exactly. We're sniping stock pirates. No, but yeah, that's the point, right? Is that with all of this logistical just sort of tailwinds, I think both these retail names can continue to work out. We are to have Mitch today, but maybe not. I don't see him coming through. He has not showed up. You know why? Because yesterday the Raptors played the Miami Heat.
Okay.
In Miami.
How did that go?
How did it go? The Raptors dusted those guys. So I was gonna see if this man was gonna come in his jersey again and that hat again, but now nowhere to be found. Kind of like Neil when the Bills lose, you know what I mean? But the Bills actually had a great. Sharif never ducks the Cowboys. He takes it there. And now we're just playing around with Neil. Neil on the day off there, and the Bills had a great win this last weekend, and unfortunately my Packers not so much. Right there, yay sports, Obi. All right, let's go back over to the desk. I was just sort of waiting there. We don't have Mitch, but if he does hop on, we'll go to him immediately. So Brendan, the floor is yours.
Makes so much more sense now. He just emailed me and said his camera is not working. So he may have issues coming today. So.
But when you come in with a cutoff and the jersey and
Yeah.
you do a front double bicep, Brendo, with Miami, your team better win.
I'll reply to his email with the score from last night, and that's it. So, sorry, Miss.
Sorry, guys.
Mitch, we miss you, obviously. Couple other things moving around here right now. I was just keeping an eye on the overall market. Still leaking back to the downside. I mean, overall, that range off those numbers, tiny. $2 to the upside, $2 right back down again for the Qs. We're sitting around this 610 area. Crypto overall, not doing a heck of a lot either, but was definitely a huge mover yesterday to the downside. We saw both Bitcoin and Ethereum just off a cliff as soon as equities opened anyways. If you're looking at the ETFs, we are seeing a little bit of stability here today, but overall, the sentiment here is still definitely downside.
It doesn't feel good. Joseph and I were going through the chart yesterday on the midday show. Brendo, really the last thing I think that we have going here for the bulls is the current higher low that we're holding on the daily, and who knows how long that's going to hold for. We can show it there on the chart, but it's been a tough look here for crypto. Let's just pull up BTC real quick and look at the levels that Joseph and I were talking about yesterday. This is the level that we got back into on the tariff tantrum. That's early April, and we defended 75,000 almost like a glove. We put in an $81,250 low, which is about $5,000-$6,000 higher, but it's going to have to hold that level, because if we drop back into that 75, the bears are going to be salivating there, and we could see a bigger drop. So as long as that higher low holds, at least for me, that's kind of what I'm looking at. Strictly from a technical sense, higher low holds, I'm feeling good. If it doesn't, I'm feeling really bad.
Gets a little sketchy down around that second pivot point. That's where Michael Saylor is sitting with a gigantic position, even after he loaded up with, I think it was 10,000 or something last week. They bought, in addition, their average price was still in the 74,000 area. So that is that level on that chart that you were pointing out exactly. So anywhere below that, I think Michael Saylor, speaking of, there was a ton of memes this morning of Michael Saylor floating around dancing with bears.
Why?
Trying to stop this sell-off, I guess. But yeah, I mean, 74 is going to be super key here for BTC, guys.
Yeah, man, I think, let me just pull up the chart here. I was looking at some of these stocks, again, crypto-related stocks for sure, with Bitcoin having the pullbacks as well. We talked about that, about the CoreWeave, about the Coinbase. So we're seeing the hits happening all around here. So let's take a look at some of those stocks with Bitcoin coming in. So Coinbase, definitely one of the vehicles I like to use sometimes when Bitcoin is moving around pretty decently. You can see here pretty aggressive sell-off yesterday as well, down into 250, so that could definitely be interesting. But MSTR, of course, we've got to figure out some sort of strategy on this one, because if Bitcoin starts to drop even more, I think, definitely going to be a little bit underwater here. But I think, what was it there? I think their margin call is around like 20, 30K or something like that for that. But so they got a little bit of room. They definitely have a little bit of room. You know what? Honestly, I'll be happy if we drop down to like 15, 20K, because that's where I tried to pick it up last time. and that order never got hit. So
Last time, when was that? That was a while ago.
it was a while back. Yeah.
Okay.
No, I definitely missed
You're
that.
sitting there with a
missed
couple
that order.
paychecks down there. Yeah, I mean, I think if it gets down to that point, I think that's definitely a place to
We've
look.
seen those kind of pullbacks on BTC in the past before, right? 50%, 60%, 70% pullbacks, pretty aggressive pullbacks, and then the cycle kind
So
of.
my only thing
right
is that the pullback is already 40%.
Yeah, so we got.
So yeah, I mean, can you go from 125 down to 25? No. I mean, I'm asking you. Like, I think it's possible. I don't think it's impossible.
I think it's a non-zero chance.
Right. Okay.
I think it's a non-zero chance. Let's say that.
Yeah. Thank you, Fluffy Hippo. We really appreciate that. Yeah, I think we're having a great show. And what I meant by that is we've had all those releases. We've had some great talk here today. We've gone over a bunch of different things. And it's just been, I think it's been an excellent opening so far. And we're going to continue to do that. Yeah, so my big thing there, we looked at yesterday, BMNR and some of these. As we look a little bit at crypto, I mean, that's sort of what Brendan was leaning towards here. You know, yesterday we had an 11%, I think it was even more than that, downside play there in BMNR, and we did not have a similar reaction to Ethereum, right? So you have to watch out for some of these names getting a little bit lower. We'll wait to see what Tom Lee has to say about this trust. But again, upside when it was all pumped and it was all great, and then downside, and Ethereum was ticking up to $5,000 right now, back into $3,000. So you just got to be careful with some of these holdings. And then I think, like, talking about a house of cards, like, it's just a leverage thing. So you mentioned, like, where will Saylor have to get liquidated? I don't know if there is a spot for that. And I don't know enough about the company. Neil and I both talked about this yesterday. Like, the average price, he looked it up on Gemini or something, it was 74 and change, was around the average price of all of the holdings. So what exactly does that mean? Bitcoin doesn't yield anything, right? And so if you're holding position in this stock, then you're basically just up and down with whatever's happening with Bitcoin. So just understand sort of, I think, what you're holding and the danger of holding some of these basic trusts here in MSTR. The only thing that they're doing right now is holding crypto. You know, not like a name like GameStop or some other names like that that just have it on their balance sheet. You have to understand that some of these other companies, Mara would be another example there, where this is back down to $10. Sure, they're mining crypto now, but with the halvening and all this kind of stuff, it's just become so much harder to mine right now. And then what about that ABTC? This is American Bitcoin Corporation. This is the one that's backed by all the Trumps. This is Eric Trump.
Okay.
Yeah. This is. They actually showed. All they're doing is Bitcoin. So they came out. Yeah. I don't know if they were a SPAC or what, but they came out at $8, $9. This is Trump backed.
What a beautiful swing.
Yeah, what a beautiful move. This is just straight to the downside right there. And there was actually a picture. If I can go find it, maybe I'll look for it. There was a picture. They're using HUD 8 technology there to mine, but Eric showed, and it came across on Instagram a couple of days ago, I guess, showed basically a walking sort of video of him going up and down their facility, and it was, I don't even know how many rigs they had set up there. It was thousands and thousands of these mines going. So they are all in. So ABTC, potentially something else that you want to look at as well. So, but yeah, NASDAQ bouncing off VWAP right now.
Yeah, so, okay, so this is what I want to point out, right? So let's just go back. This is why I say non-zero chance. Like, a lot of people have a lot of different opinions when it comes to BTC, but guess what? I'm gonna go off of what the chart has told me. I really don't care about anything else. You can see here, 10K, look at this. We can just measure the pullback.
Right.
82% pullback from 17 to 19. Here, 60K push, right? Let's measure that. All the way to the bottom, 76% pullback, right? Over the course of a couple of years. Right here, where are we at right now off of these highs? We're at about a 30% pullback. So if we were just to measure all the way 70 to 80%.
You didn't use the very highs, but I get what you're saying. Yeah.
You see what I mean, right? Within, so that's why I'm saying within range. Well within range.
For me, the major difference is that back in the day there just wasn't as many huge players in it. Now you have all these ETFs. Yeah. You know, at some point, and I don't know if it's going to happen. It might happen the other way around. Maybe all the leverage forces it to even go even more, and we could get. I just think that now that you have, you know, JP Morgan, like some of these some funds, there's many more ways of investing in Bitcoin. Back in 2019 and everything like that, you basically had to hold the coin or get early GBTC, which was on the pink sheets. So you couldn't hold that in registered accounts and things like that. Nowadays, you have a whole bunch of people hodling Bitcoin that have never even thought about holding it before because they can get exposure through IBIT or through any of these other ETFs. So yeah, I mean.
You're talking about some defense. You're saying some big players might play some defense.
Yeah, or it could go, or it could go the other way too, where they're just saying, I've had enough of this, and then big players start to liquidate, which forces the move even more to the downside. So I think that that's the interesting thing about BTC, is that Bitcoin does have very many paths to which it can take, right? And so, yeah, it might not be for the weak at heart. And I don't know if you've been here when we've done this before, but what percent do you think of our audience holds Bitcoin?
Well, I remember. I think it was less than 50%.
Yeah, less than 50%. And we actually we did it about, let's just say 6 or 8 months ago, and it was like 30%. And then we did it again about a month ago, and it was about 50%. So I think, so to the point, there's more and more people holding Bitcoin now than there even was 6 months ago. So I don't know. We'll have to see what happens here with BTC, as I know Sharif and Brendan also have opinions, but we'll have to wait to see where it goes from here. So, all right, guys, it's 9 o'clock. It looks like Mitch has to go to Walmart or Amazon or something, get himself a new camera to get that all figured out, because he will not be joining us today. Maybe we can hook him up later on this week, but let's go back over the desk. We have a good watch list. And Brendan, many stocks on watch today, so let's go through this right now. It is our watch list. Thanks, Brendan. Thanks, Sharif. Thanks, Obi. It's been a great morning. Let's keep the good times rolling.
Oh, Mr. Sharif has the market for us, guys.
All right, guys, we're going to go to the new contract, guys. We are on the new contract. The new contract, the March contract, is doing more volume than December 1, so we got to roll. And here's what we're looking at. The closing print from yesterday, guys, 68.80. So we're below 6,900. Again, new point levels, guys. So we're below 6,900. The overnight high is 68.92. So we're going to say 6,900 as that first level of resistance. The overnight low breached the 50-point area. We got into 68.32, but we're well above that now. So we'll say first support area 68.50. If we continue selling off at 68.25, if we catch a bid, Brendo, above 6,900, we're looking at that top that we put in a few days ago, 68.25 as resistance level 2.
All right, let's do this first. If you haven't done so, there's a free resource below, top link in the chat, or in the description. We'll get you to the sign up page for the watch list. All you need is an email address, comes right to your inbox every single day for absolutely nothing, packed with lots of stocks to watch today. Tesla.
Do that on purpose.
No. GLJ Research, Gordon Johnson, saying Tesla's Optimus is quote unquote Chuck E. Cheese level tech.
Oh, that's mean.
And they will not sell one of these things in 2026. And back that up with a Bloomberg chart on his X account.
Huh, that's interesting. I didn't get a chance to read that. Look, I have no comment about the Optimus until I see more. Obviously, we saw a couple of scammy things at that launch event where it was widely believed that, you know, people were speaking behind the robot. We'll need to see more of that. But here's the deal, guys. Tesla was a big mover yesterday because of the driverless robotaxi testing in Austin. And Tesla did confirm it's begun testing these fully driverless vehicles in Austin, removing the human occupants. Testing is underway with no one inside, and it comes roughly 6 months after the launch of the service in Austin. Musk has spent more than a decade, as we know, promising autonomous Teslas, and they're currently operating in Austin and San Francisco Bay Area, with Tesla executives hinting that the broader fleet activation could take place via over-the-air software updates. That's for anybody who owns a Tesla, could have it as a robotaxi maybe when they're at work. Texas also currently allows autonomous vehicle testing and operation on public roads, and there's really no direct oversight from the DMV, but that's going to change in May of 26. And we know that they're operating in San Francisco Bay Area as well, Brendo, but the California regulator has confirmed to date and this has been a few months of them operating. They still haven't actually obtained a permit, and they're sort of using this gray market rule, this in-between area loophole to operate.
Regardless, it was enough to get within, I mean, it was about 1%-ish of all-time highs yesterday. We did get above that last pivot. If you go out to a weekly chart, got to go all the way back to, what is this? December of 2024 was the high, 488.51, according to this chart, guys. But I mean, Tesla, all kinds of strong here the past couple of weeks anyway.
Yeah, definitely kind of distinctly different from the rest of the market here, especially over the past couple of days there. I already have an alert in and around prior days highs right there. Prior days highs coming in at 481.76 there. Bit of a sell-off, strong flip on that buy imbalance that came in again at the end of the day yesterday. We seem like we're getting a bit of continuation back down, but yeah, almost at those prior highs. So yeah, if we can get a little bit of tailwind even from the market, 480s push today, that's what I'm watching for sure. Let's go up to a higher time frame and see where that prior high was specifically. You can see we already kind of clipped it a little bit here on this one. Where was that specifically? That coming in at 479, but all-time highs coming in at 488.50 I have here. So almost there. Got a few more dollars to go, but as of yesterday, we did sell off a little bit here in an area where sellers were kind of dominant over the past couple of months. You can see this wick right here in October, this selling coming in November, now coming into the end of the year, some sellers coming right back in this area. So unless and until we can kind of lift, that selling can kind of lift off of this area, we'll see. But it does look like that relative strength, it's definitely in Tesla's favor. So.
Yeah, I like, I was just writing this down. Bitcoin is cracking right now. So I just added Bitcoin to the sticky note right now. IBIT, you know, we were just at 86, 87. You're starting to get a little lower here. Watch out for this break potentially there of IBIT. And not anytime soon, but when this market opens up, we'll see if there's any pressure continuing on this NASDAQ as we make a high there and then we get back down. And it's funny because I'm going to have written on here long Nvidia, but short the market. I'll explain that as we go. Yeah, look, there's a lot of Tesla haters, that's for sure. There's a lot of Tesla sort of fans, obviously. As I've already called this the biggest cult stock that's out there. And yesterday, once it got going, we nailed this early, Obi. We bought a 470 break yesterday, ran this thing, and we actually got it. It came back in. We got it twice, man. We got 470 to 472 by accident, bought 472s again, and ripped it all the way into 480. But that 480 was the high, and I don't think we see it today again. And if we do, I think it's probably a fade up and around this area. Generally speaking, when we make new all-time highs, and I know that the all-time high was 488 or something like that, but you know, that was a nice little run there yesterday before we had that imbalance, which I thought falsely knocked it down. I was actually hoping that it would kind of be near flat yesterday because then I think that there's an instant run back up to 481. But now you got to make up that whole $10. And we made that real quick yesterday, like in the first 10 minutes, we made this all back. So I think Tesla has an opportunity to do it. We don't necessarily have great stories today. Obviously, I don't know anything about Chuck E. Cheese quality and all this. I saw Five Nights at Freddy's. That's the kind of Chuck E. Cheese animation that I'm all about, those animatronics. But I don't think Tesla robots or anything like that. We showed it last week. It's pretty incredible the way these things move and what the possibility is. Thank you, Randy, for that. And if this wasn't a fake mic, I'd ask you about Optimus and what you think about Tesla. But yeah, I like it. Oh, man, you guys don't need to... The handoff for the coffee. Thanks for that, Randy. But yeah, I think it's no surprise there. Day one, after making these moves, I could see a little bit of a pullback there today. It's happening right now. It's down 0.7%. Let me just see what happens if we get back to 480. So I don't necessarily want to buy this thing right off the jump. And this pre-market is a little too choppy with all those numbers coming out. So I think if you're going to go long, it's just going to be this break of the 200 period, which is 474. So I think you could probably get that early. I just don't know if there's enough to get to the upside on that play. So we'll wait on Tesla. It's not on my list today, but it was the #1 stock on my list yesterday, and we hit it early. So we'll wait to see where it goes from here. But yeah, I think if it gets real nasty on Tesla, that 460 area is a good buy zone. So we'll play it soon.
Go to Nvidia here. If you zoom out a little bit on the daily chart, we're sitting right at this support level around 170, 173. Been there for the past couple of days, continues to bounce off of that. There's a small acquisition to talk about today as far as Nvidia specifically is concerned. As we were saying, though, early on this morning. It tried to lead yesterday right out of the gate. We gave it all back at the end of the session. We'll see what happens today.
Look, Brendo, I mean, it's not a bad look, this acquisition, as they look to strengthen their hand in the software space. We know they're dominating with CUDA, and this is more of the same. So they announced the acquisition of AI software firm ShedMD, which is critical to the AI infrastructure software push. It strengthens their position across the full AI stack. We're talking about, you know, from chips to orchestration software. The financial terms of the deal were not disclosed, keeping focus here on the strategic value, but one has to wonder, you know, given the amount of money that Nvidia has been deploying lately in the scrutiny under which they've been put for the deployment of such capital, why they've chosen to keep the financial terms secret this time. A little bit here about ShedMD. They developed Slurm, which is a widely used open source workload scheduler. It manages massive computing jobs across data centers. It's essential for infrastructure, for training and running large AI models, and it's good for both training and inference, so and not just in one regard. And they confirmed, Nvidia confirmed Slurm will remain open source as they continue to push into that realm. Nvidia's CUDA platform does remain the core lock-in tool for developers, and the acquisition of ShedMD, it deepens their control, Brendo, of how AI workloads are scheduled and processed, et cetera. Not a bad look.
Yeah, not a lot to look at so far this morning, but positive price action so far, guys, for Nvidia right now.
Yeah, so I have Nvidia. I'm just putting out the sticky note right now. I was in the middle of writing it there. I have Nvidia written as a long, and I was going to. I have a broader market short idea I'm thinking about. But with Nvidia being up right now, I written down here 174 to 175, so I am expecting it to dip down there off the open a little bit as the market continues to push lower. I mean, we just bounced off VWAP right there. And what I wrote down here is, you know, need to be patient. There's a possible, I'm just reading what's on my note, going to be a possible dip in this space. Also, this new acquisition there of the ShedMD should help their AI stack, right? And I got a lot of that information from Sharif's morning notes, so thanks, Sharif, again for that. But back into here, this was bought up, right? Like this is the close 2 days ago. So you're talking about Friday's close is this 175 area. Yesterday, you know, again, at 10 o'clock, the market really took a dump there, and Nvidia stopped again at 175. You know, then it continued to make, you know, lows there all afternoon, but not after giving you a great $3 trade back to the upside. I don't think this is going to run any which way today. So with that being said, I think if we can come back in here. Now, I wrote down 174 to 175 because I want to take the trade here, but then be able to hold it if we do get a little lower, right? So if you sort of zoom back out here, that's 174, that's 175. We don't have any 174s here. So let's go back in, test this, hold it to see. That's a dark pool dump at 8 a.m. I'm not playing off that wick at all. But let's just give it a little bit of room is what I'm trying to get at. So if we do come down here and we're patient enough, and you could take a couple hundred shares there, and then see if you can get a couple $100 back to the upside. If not, you drop it on a bad decision through 174. So I want to give this a little bit of room. I think, you know, we talked about the acquiring companies tend to go to the downside. It doesn't look like this is going to cost them that much, and it does help their AI stack. So that's a big push for Nvidia. As you know, Obi, you're kind of a software guy. As most of this GPU race goes on, Nvidia does have the advantage of the software. And when you're building on top of GPUs, and you know you're going to need to get that software controlled. So this Slurm or whatever this is seems to be a help, and you know the analysts like it, and it makes a little bit of sense there. So I'm going to be dip buying Nvidia if it is available, and shorting. If I'm going to choose a weapon to short, it would be AMD, the same one that we were choosing yesterday. So. In the space. And then I know you hit Broadcom yesterday.
Yeah.
So there's lots of opportunities in the semi space, and we haven't even talked about Broadcom. There's lots of space on Broadcom also to the downside if you're looking for shorts somewhere else as well.
Yeah, definitely. I think I did point out SMH earlier here. You can see Nvidia, yeah, 212.18 highs here on the daily chart, kind of pulling back in. We've seen some selling over the past. Let's just measure this. That was an aggressive push all the way to all-time highs right there. So for about, I guess, October, November, December, 44 days I have here, 44, 45 days. We've been having some seller dominance, so some weakness coming into the end of the year here. I'm just looking at this as a bit of a range. We can see that this day, post earnings, we bounce off of 170 with some distinction there, attempt to push a little bit higher, but it seems like we're making a little bit of a crawl back towards some of these lows, the low of the range here. So yeah, 170 is going to be interesting for me, 190 as well to the upside if we do continue to hold this uptrend. I do want to point out SMH, like we were saying before, a little bit of a pullback as well. Hasn't really reached as far down to the lower end of this range, this leg right here, as Nvidia has, but it should be interesting to see. And some of the other chip makers that Sean just mentioned as well, definitely going to be on watch. But yeah, Nvidia with the dip buy, I don't necessarily mind that idea because it is a very, very strong stock, and we've been in a very strong market. And coming into the end of the day, maybe we're getting some discounts. Who knows?
Yeah, okay. I think so. Yeah, there you go. So we're a little aligned on this one. Let's wait to see what happens as this market opens up. And then here we go. We got another one. Yesterday, we did have a big story on MSOS. Let's go find the news today.
Yeah, same story. Unfortunately, not a lot to look at as far as cannabis is concerned right now in the pre-market. Anyways, we're heading downside a little bit for MSOS. Yeah, Trump yesterday, if you missed it, saying a lot of people want to see it. ... Yeah. Whether or not that'll actually amount to anything remains to be seen.
To be honest with you, Brendo, and this is kind of ironic, the industry experts now are actually thinking that there's a better shot reclassification happens under this administration than the previous one, despite the fact that it was the previous one who initiated this. It didn't go through as the DEA got involved there and put the kibosh on things. So President Donald Trump confirmed he is considering an EO, an executive order to loosen federal marijuana regulations. Specifically, the administration is looking, quote, very strongly at reclassifying marijuana, citing the benefits and medical research. The shift, this would shift cannabis from Schedule 1 to Schedule 3, and moving it so would remove some of the same, would remove it from the same category as heroin. Reclassification could unlock many different things: banking access, institutional capital, expanded research, long seen as structural tailwinds for the sector. Industry executives believe momentum is stronger than in past attempts, as I kind of prefaced there. So we'll have to wait and see, but it was been a strong few days here for weed.
It's going to be one of those trades, I fear. However, if it does happen, you're going to have had to have been involved 2-3 days prior, because it'll be instantaneous. It'll be up 10% plus. So as far as the intraday move goes, guys, not much to look at right now. It'll be a trade the news kind of approach.
Yeah, so I think this one was interesting on the first couple of days here, and we've given back a decent, I guess, a decent chunk of the move from prior day or day one of the move. We got about a 50% pullback, roughly, just eyeballing it right there, but still holding some of these reference lows, right? So still technically in a bit of an uptrend here. So I'll let it digest. I think $5 is a little bit of an interesting area on stocks as well. So definitely on watch coming into or coming off of this this news here. I like the fact that it's holding some of these prior levels, but if we do pull back below some of these references, then I think we can definitely come back into that $4 area here as well. So do have it on watch. I'm just going to keep it technical here. I think unless and until everything is finalized, it's all speculation to me.
Yeah, no, I mean, we talked about that yesterday. If you looked at the chart there, as you just did there, you've already come up to this top, and looks like once it loads there, this may, be something to fade off of. So I would say if we do pump anywhere near the 6 to 620, until we get that executive order, it's gonna have to pass through all these votes and everything like that. So I think this is a very far away from having anything happen unless it gets pushed by the current administration like hard, and it can happen, right? If you do get that executive order there, the EO, then maybe that that will absolutely run this. So I think it's interesting to look at there. And I think you want to buy dips now in MSOS. I mean, you do have a good little level there, 370 to 380, where it looks like it's going to be a buy zone right there. So I would just say, ears to the ground. And if it ever halts again, like it did yesterday, then I think it halted in here, I think right at the end there. Yeah, there, yeah, right into here, so 345 or so. That's what you're waiting for. You're just waiting for more action like that, and then we can play off of it. So it halts, gets to that high, and then fades the rest of the day. So I think who's in control here is still the sellers of the marijuana space. So we'll wait on MSOS. But again, a good little look there. TCNNF. Trulieve. This is the one that I own in this space, and this is a multi-state operator. So you can see how this got reaction the last couple of days as well, and now pulling back, and very similarly right into these highs again. So I think if you're long down here, definitely look to take some kind of profit. Why not take half out and let the rest run? You know, I think has to be some sort of profit taking on this, because they can literally go up in smoke. So we'll have to wait to see what winds up happening with many of these cannabis names. Tilray's been an absolute disaster, so is CGC. So, you know, play it for what it's worth and definitely take profits when they're there, but down another 4% today. So sometimes greediness in this space never pays, man. Take the profits when the profits are there. That is a cannabis space. Roku, a name that we don't trade enough, but always seems to be aggressive with its moves. Let's go get the story on Roku.
A 2x upgrade, going from, what was it, neutral to overweight from Morgan Stanley on Roku. It's rare on the upgrade scale to go just bypass an entire level and go right to the max for them. It's especially on a stock like Roku. They talked a little bit about advertising and the connected TV angle and whether that is going to be the next step as far as online ads. But I mean, everyone's shifting to streaming, so unless you're streaming via Roku,
That's exactly it.
I don't connect the dots here, but we'll see.
You hit on the nail right on the head there. So yeah, double upgrade, which is rare for Morgan and even rarer for Roku. They're boosting that price target quite healthy here. Nice move, 85 to 135, implying about a 24% upside from the close yesterday. So a nice possible move here for Roku. Morgan saying, look, 2026 is going to be a strong year for advertising spend, and it's going to continue in the digital ad growth. Connected TVs, as Brendo mentioned, CTVs seen as the fastest growing segment within an already very healthy ad market, and Roku specifically, get it, Joey, is viewed as a key beneficiary given its scale, its platform reach, and the leverage it has to ad dollars rather than, you know, hardware sales. That's not what they're focusing on here, the TVs. It's about the ad sales. Roku launched also its CTV advertising platform in Brazil, expanding its international monetization. They also added 30 fast channels to its live TV guide, which are free, and it's broadening its free push there. It was a good earnings report for it last time, Brendo. I don't want to go too much into it, but they beat on EPS, in line on revenue, and the shares are up 47% year to date.
Just a heads up on, I mean, on the tweet it says GME, but he's actually talking about Gemini, I think. Michael Burry just tweeted a free article on his Substack. I'm pretty sure he's talking about Gemini, not GME, but he actually put GME, the ticker, in the actual tweet. So just a heads up, Michael Burry's tweeting right now. I'll figure it out.
Yeah, we'll get that all going there as well. So you have a longer frame there on Roku. Yeah. I mean, I'm not sure what, that's a 1 week chart?
It's a weekly chart.
Yeah, go talk about that, because that looks...
Yeah, okay, so right there, I see a little bit of a push in the pre-market right here. So I pulled up the weekly chart here on Roku. Look at that nice, beautiful curl. A little bit of a multi-year breakout potentially happening here. We haven't seen some of these prices, if we do get it a little bit higher, since about April of 22. So yeah, back all the way down from its former glory here, from 490s. Nice little lick grab there of those all-time highs there. That was actually really nice. But yeah, kind of curling right back in. So this could definitely give us some decent opportunity on the day today if it is to continue. So I am watching some of those highs. 115s, I like that level as well. You can see earnings reaction high, 116.54, and that's from the end of October. So should be interesting if we can make it pass through that. I think maybe we do have a little bit room for the upside, maybe 120s as well. You can see it's been trending up into this breakout as well. Let's go to a little bit of a higher time frame, see how the volume is doing there. Are we increasing in volume? Not too crazy, but it's been kind of interesting, just a slow, steady grind up back into these earnings reaction highs at that 116.5. here on Roku. But that higher time frame, when it comes to daily breakouts, when it comes to weekly breakouts, those are strong. When it comes to monthly breakouts, those are strong. We're talking about a multi-year breakout here on Roku if it does get going, but got to be volume dependent on this one. I want to see that demand really come in for it to go.
Yeah, no, 100%. That's why I want to go over to you, because it does look, I mean, you had a great look on the weekly, but there it is right there, just breaking on, like on the daily as well, breaking through that 110 and now finally starting to get to the upside. So, you know, on a double upgrade, I like to think that these guys might know what they're doing. So there it is. That's what I was waiting to load up right there. So you actually break through this 2013 level. And OB already, you know, the longer time frame shows everything you need to know. This seems like a very, very key level. So, you know, this 110, I don't think we're going to get faded back into that today, being up 4%, but we were just there yesterday. So if there is a possibility, like, look, we couldn't get through 110 at all. Now it gets double upgraded. So I always think that, you know, tinfoil hat and all this kind of stuff, it's not even that tinfoil-y, but like they couldn't get it broken. So whoever upgraded it today, they're probably long Roku. And it just, they noticed that it wasn't breaking the level. So then today they come out and upgrade it to get that bump through. So now let's see. I would just be nervous on a 110 fail. So we'll see if it can hold that, but if it comes back in, then I think that everybody, you know, that's been long down here and enjoying this run up, potentially they're just going to use your liquidity as exit liquidity on some of these upgrades today. So, you know, from 90 up to 115, that's a great movement. It was just $90 back on December 8th. So get your Rokus on sale right now as we get into Cyber, you know, Monday sales and Black Friday sales and all that. But it's kicking to the upside, man. Pay yourself first. I think just for me, it looks like a little suspicious, but get out of a little bit of Roku right here. And then honestly, if you want to buy a little bit more, maybe you buy some if it does come back into that 110. But don't let it fade back against you. So watch out for that 110 back on the underside of that trade. So yeah, market trying to figure itself out right now. We have Ford. I almost said that said FEVs, which it does say, but it's Ford with the EV talk there. So they yesterday got rid of $19.5 billion. We'll see you later. That's going to be accrued over the next couple quarters. And it's the story of them basically scrapping their F-150, looking to make smaller EVs. Moving forward, going into the sort of the compact, the urban look instead of the industrial there. So let's go get the story from the guys at the desk. It's Ford Day today as they take a couple write-downs.
To confirm, it is actually GME that Michael Burry was tweeting about, but that is the stock. It's doing absolutely nothing right now, so I didn't even read it. Who cares? Let's talk about Ford. Back to the upside a little bit here right now. I mean, we gave back most of what was happening in the pre-market. But trying to hold 1370, 1375. This is, I think, a long time coming for them and much, much needed, as we said right off the top. Remember, 8 o'clock start, guys. Join us for the first half an hour. We touched on this a little bit, but it's a mandatory shift, but it's going to cost them better part of $20 billion.
It is, Brendo. I mean, mandatory in the sense that they have to get their ducks in a row. I mean, it was a running gag on the floor here that the Mach-E, they lost $35,000 a pop on every car. That's a ridiculous amount to be losing. This is a for-profit company, guys. And they expect to record $19.5 billion in special items tied to restructuring the business priorities and, of course, pulling back on pure EV investments. Most charges are going to hit in Q4, followed by $5.5 billion in cash charges. That's going to be through 2027, but the bulk of that $19.5 billion is going to be paid next year in 26. Charges will impact net income, but ironically enough, not going to affect adjusted net earnings. Make of that what you will, but the adjusted part of the net earnings. They did raise their 2025 adjusted EBIT guidance about $7 billion. That's up from 6 to 6.5. Good look there. The company's going to also take an $8.5 billion EV-related asset write-downs, reflecting, of course, a slowing demand for EVs. And they're pivoting, as Sean mentioned, towards hybrids as well as plug-in hybrids. And they're shifting from their electric vehicle lineup from the large, F-150s in favor of the smaller, more affordable EVs. The F-150 Lightning in specific, though, Brendo, that's going to change. It's going to transition from a pure EV into an extended range EV, much like the Li Auto kind of format where they have a gas engine that powers the batteries or recharges the batteries, and the batteries power the car. Jim Farley, the CEO, he basically said, look, demand is weak for that $50,000 to $80,000 EV. We got to put out what customers want. They don't want these cars. We're shifting.
As Randy made a good point earlier, before we came on at 8 o'clock this morning, talking about that show Landman. Have you seen Landman?
Love it.
Great show.
Billy Bob.
It's essentially a Ford commercial, and everybody drives an F-350, let alone 250 or 150. It's like
They got to have the dualies.
the giant ones, yeah. Right back down though here, guys. We were giving it all back for Ford.
Yeah, yeah, it was. I mean, yeah, nice move up there early yesterday as it was released, right there at basically right at 4 p.m. So, yeah, I like I said, I think it takes a lot to sort of go ahead and pivot from one space to the next, but. You know, I think this is a multi-year sort of idea and a plan there as they look to have, I think it was 50% of their fleet by 2029 should be EV, but a spin over to hybrid. I think that's the right move, right? I mean, Ford's been really hot. It's up 40% on the year. We sort of talked about that a couple times from top to bottom there on the year. Well, here's January into here. So $10 to $14. You are running into some space, though, right now where we've seen a lot of overhead supply. We're unable to get through it. I remember when they reported here, got to 15 and stopped completely. Then we had that run again to 15 and stopped completely. Now we're at 14. So I think if you're into Ford, I don't really like the car business. We've talked about this over and over again. So I own some Ford, probably get rid of it here as we continue to climb. It's not really on my watch list today. Let's see the action here on Ford. I would say, I don't know, like if we're trying to buy it, yesterday's low is $13.50. I don't mind that as a look, but I'm not in love with this right now by any stretch on Ford. The imbalances are now out. Let's have a quick little look on them, and then we'll go over to Obi, see if he has any ideas. But oh wow, we were just talking about this before. There's ABTC, so American Bitcoin downside there as well. Nvidia, I just saw. SMR can't get it. Wow, SMR can't get out of its own way, man. That is now down another 2%, trying to break through. Does break through 17. I thought I saw some Nvidia on here, but I don't anymore. So, all right, BMNR also with a sell. Looks like we could get a sell side early. My sticky note's out. It's all about the sell side. We talked about being very, very cautious. We'll watch out for a break of the NASDAQ early. The TQs looking to get lower here to start with. Any thoughts on Ford quickly? Minute and a half.
Yeah, so I'm kind of looking at the hourly, the daily, kind of choppy for me. So I just moved all the way up to the monthly to see some to get some perspective here. You can see a slow, steady grind up on increasing volume that's breaking out of some of these consolidation highs here, kind of pushing back up towards some of these levels where we did get slammed down pretty aggressively. When was that? This was in January of 2022. So 1973 is that monthly high. So slow and steady, I guess, wins the race maybe when it comes to Ford. We'll have to wait and see. But today, intraday, it seems like again a little bit of a chop, even though it's been trading up pretty nicely on the weekly, daily, monthly. You can see here giving back that bit of a shake and bake. So I guess that news kind of coming out after hours, a bit of a pop and a push, and coming right back into some of those lows here as well. So I'll be watching it, maybe stuck in a range. So maybe we'll take out the range playbook here if we do come into some of prior days lows, or maybe even this ping. I like when strong volume comes in the market and we kind of ping both sides. Gives it a little bit of a perspective of where liquidity might be sitting. But yeah, we'll have to wait and watch and see if anything happens at those specific levels. So what are those levels for me today? On Ford, 1407 is the high there. 1340 is the low.
Yeah, this is brought to you by AIM Health. So I want to thank them for helping us ring this opening bell right now. And there it goes. We are now open. AIM Health. Thank you so much. Go check them out. AIML. All right, so right now, market's starting to get hit a little bit to the downside. This is what we were thinking about. We were thinking about the shorts. So let's just sit here, watch to see what winds up happening. Here's a nice little move up, as you can see, in the NASDAQ to start with. So here's a nice little bounce area for the TQQs. I'm going to try 52s. We wrote down here on the note 52.50 as the top. So if this does get running, we'll check on that. Yesterday, we had Tesla making a huge run to the upside right away yesterday. And right now, just kind of dancing. I said maybe 474 if we take that out. That could be the push a little bit higher. So that's coming in potentially real quick right now. That's Tesla. And then just to have a quick look at see what Nvidia is doing, that's making a move down, sort of as we had thought, be patient, waiting for that 175 to possibly come in there as well. So for me, if we can get into these TQs, I think that would be a decent area to start with as we just get back up into the 200 period moving average. I'm going to start it now, and we'll just get a little bit of a short. Oops, there it is. Okay, we get that short going. So now we're into this. We're going to watch out for 52s, but we're starting to go short right now this market. So let's go short the NASDAQ as we speak.
Yeah, a bit of a pop and drop. It's kind of chopping in the range here, so I'm going to be a little bit patient. I'm watching that Roku. Roku's pulling back a little bit aggressively. 110s. We talked about that 110 being a little bit interesting here, so we'll take a quick look at that. Pulling back pretty nicely into that 110 level here. I'm also watching AVGO here. You can see a bit of a bid, so distinctly different from the past couple of days. Maybe we're getting that reversion, perhaps, maybe. I'm going to be watching. Sellers have been very, very dominant, so if they do step back in, we're already above VWAP. We're above some of these prior day levels as well. And yeah, some aggressive selling on a multi-day. Maybe it's too far too fast, but the bid coming in off of 335s, right off of the open here on AVGO. Softy catching a little bit of a bid here as well. Let's take a quick look at the mags. Yeah, it seems like that short might be working out here because Tesla's definitely coming down. 470s just broke on Tesla. So
what is strong then? Because the market's going a little higher right here. I think it's Nvidia just bounced off 175.50, so we're close to that. But here we go, man. We're short right now, as you just mentioned, right here, right now, at these prices, and just trying to give it to 52.50. I couldn't really find too much of an area. That right there is actually, maybe we could go even a little bit higher. That's 52.70 or so. Yesterday's sort of afternoon high. Yeah, let's change our stop into and around there. See if we can get any love for that trade. 52. Let's just put it in right now, just in case it goes. What did I say? 52.76 is. All right, let's do that. So we'll give this about $1 of room right now, back up to the upside, which we are trying to average in again. If we can get anything at 52.20, that's sort of where we're waiting. My next order is at 52.25. All right, it just dropped into VWAP. We could have taken that. I'm actually here at 50s. See if we get a little bit lower. But now, you know what? Let's take out 5% in the low 60s. That's where VWAP is and where the 200 period moving average is. So we're short the market right now, and we're going to go 1 for 1 if it works. But so far, so good. Early days, man. It's 9:33. All right, let's go over to Ford right now and have a quick look. Okay, that was easy. Let's move off of Ford. Nothing happening over there. Nvidia moving. You mentioned Tesla. Wow. We talked about Tesla possibly get down TQs. We talked about Tesla possibly, making a day one play basically after, reaching highs yesterday at 480. Key area. I think there's a lot of traders looking for that. So here's the sell and there's the move right there. So so far so good. We get that fill down there in the 60s for the NASDAQ. Doesn't mean that, this trade is over. We're actually just got out of 5%. So that's what we're doing right there. I also indicated that IBIT could be a good short today. Obviously the market has to go as well. So if the NASDAQ doesn't go, then crypto will probably be fine. But if the NASDAQ continues its downside push there, I do watch for a break in Bitcoin. And I wrote down here, IBIT, 49.50 short. So we're right here right now. I chose going with the NASDAQ, but I don't think there's anything wrong with trying to go with these futures and giving it that 30 cents into that pre-market high. Some of these levels that I'm looking at to stop out at are the highs of that number release. So that's sort of where I would stop out, right? So if we go over to the TQs, it's something similar right there. This is where I want to actually get more in and then give it a little bit of love back to the upside on that trade. So, all right, that's what we're doing right now. We're looking at those names. And then if you guys want to get involved, go into the chat, type it right into here. I'm actually going to reset this right now. I'm going to give this a fresh start. Go in there, type in $, because now that the market's moving and we've already gone over a couple names, get into here, type in $TMC. It's going to show up here. It's going to populate down there, and then we're going to get some votes going on. So that's what we're doing right now, looking for more names to trade. Micron earnings in a couple days. That could be an interesting one as well, Obi.
Well, AVGO coming in with a lot of strength here. I hit the short a couple of times there, just keeping it light, just to kind of feel it out. 345 breaking with some distinction here. So breaking past some of prior days' levels. So let's take a quick look at that. I said I did want to wait for and watch for sellers to potentially come in. There's 347 here could be interesting as well, but straight line up, 335s all the way to 345, so a $10 move on AVGO with absolute strength here. So yeah, a bit of an uptrend coming in off of the open, but let's see if those sellers can step back in. Market's still kind of within its opening range here. We're still about we're only about 5 minutes in, so those players taking those 5-minute opening range breaks. Let's see what is moving around and kind of following through here. Tesla's definitely some strong selling. Again, bit of
Nvidia's getting cracked
from yesterday. Nvidia, you say?
Yeah, oh, you just mentioned AVGO going one way. Nvidia's down to our 175 area. I'm going to hold off on buying this. I know I put this down on my note, but we're going to hold off. Let's see if it does bounce there off of 175. So far, wow, if I was just sitting there at 175 like we had wrote down on our note, then you'd have a nice little 30-cent bump there, but that's not going to be enough. Let's wait to see what winds up happening right now. Market going oppo. We should have probably bought that Nvidia. Damn it. That was our number one trade there on the note, and I was not sure of wanting that there. So if we go over here and we go into this, you see our note right there, Nvidia 174 to 175 long. I wanted to see what it did down there, but first take, $1. So it just does pop in there, Obi. It does go, look at that. Look where it goes to. 175 flat right there, and now popped up $1. So darn it, missed opportunity over there. All right, not necessarily as expected, but here goes the TQs again. We'll put back a little bit of what we got out right there, give ourselves a little bit of a better average price, but I'm still waiting up here at 25. I'm going to put that a little bit higher in because it looks like we are going to get that. Let's go to 52.35 or so. All right, we'll put an offer up there. We'll see if that's a good spot to sort of get maybe our last bit of shares on this, and then we're going to get out, yeah, like I said, 52.75. If we take out yesterday's sort of levels there, then we'll get out. And it looks like right now, shorting a little bit more might have been a good call up on that high side. So we'll see what's going on right now. 51.20 right now coming, or 51.90, sorry, coming in. Looking at 52.20 to get a little bit more. Anything going on with Ford there? No, you looked at Broadcom. Tesla also might have found a bottom there. Now, where was that bottom exactly on Tesla? It looks like we bounced pretty clean there off that 466, which is your 200-period moving average on a 5-minute chart. So it does look like Tesla comes in there and gives you everything you need down there for a nice little victory dance. Let's see how long it's held out for on Tesla. If I'm long now, I'm thinking about getting some out, that's for sure. Nice little $5 move higher there in Tesla, back up to the 50-period moving average, taking out VWAP and everything. Tesla looks like it's the one to go right there. You see we're back into that short of Broadcom, eh?
Yeah, I'm trying it a couple of times here. Again, seller's pretty dominant over the past couple of days. Today could not be the day as well. Again, maybe everyone expecting that aggressive selling coming into AVGO right off the bat. But you can see the market kind of trying to catch a bid here once again as well. Here's the NASDAQ. And yeah, new contract today, right? So
right,
we are on the H today. Tesla wiping right back up through 470, so that could be something here as well.
If Joe took Nvidia 175, I'm going to punch him in the face because that was a great call. Now I'm feeling bad about it. Joe, what do you got over there? Oh, not on your mic. Okay. Whenever he hits that, I'm thinking it's throw to Joe, but it is not.
On the Tesla. Yeah.
Joe to the boy. No, we're in Tesla right here. Ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. We could pull up the old chart ski. 10 cents risk right there. Wait for that 2-to-1 risk to reward target. And then now we're just piecing it up with approximately 10% remaining on the position there, ladies and gentlemen.
Nice. Great.
Attaboy, Joe. We like Joe. Nice call there, Joe. All right. Yeah, nice little look there on Tesla, man. I love that. Like, that's exactly the kind of look that I'm looking for all the time is when it bases out and then you give yourselves that stop. Not 10 cents worth of risk. That doesn't make sense, does it, Joe? 10 cents is the spread on Tesla, but...
TSLA.
Oh, TSLL.
Yeah.
10 cents spread, entry at 85, entry at 95, stop at 85, first partial at 21.15s.
Perfect. Okay, perfect. Yeah, so TSLL. I was going to say, Tesla, you don't want to do 10 cent spread.
Yeah.
That's just get in, get out immediately. But there it is. Yeah, so anyways, perfect call. That's exactly the kind of stuff that I'm looking for, whether or not it's TSLL or TSL. You're looking for something to either bottom or top out, play off those levels early, and you can have an absolute banger of a trade if you're right. So I hope that works out. Obviously, I'm short the NASDAQ right here, and so far it's working out. But we just bounced off 81s there. I'm actually at 80, believe it or not. So I'm going to put a bid now. I'm just going to put it at 82, cancel my 80 bid. Don't want to get out of everything here, of course. And we'll just take another 5%. So what I'm trying to do is hold this back down. If I'm thinking it's going to be a short day, let's hold the short. Okay, but there goes Tesla. Wow, what a banger. That was a good look there for Tesla. Good job, Joe. But there it goes, man, straight upside fire right now in the booth for Tesla. And then we had also Nvidia. That called down to 175. Let's see if that continues to hold it. Amazon seems like they're go. Yes, TQQs, go. Right now, Amazon just hit the day high. I was momentarily going to short that, and then I was like, well, I'm still on the futures here, so I didn't do it, but there goes Amazon right back into the pre-market highs. I said I liked the short of anything that came up near where we were at that 830 bump on that data dump, so far so good here. And here we go, man, it's an oh boy moment about to happen. Let's see if we can get to the downside right now. And a lot of people talking about weed. Get off the weed right now, or get on it. I mean, there goes Tilray up 5% right now. Nice move there for Tilray as that continues to go higher. Individual stocks are fine, but MSOS gets my eye right there as it's still ticking a little bit higher. Good volume, good spread here on MSOS. Come on, Obi. Let's get to the downside. I know you're on Broadcom right here. Love trading beside you. Let's see what you're going to do right now. I'm short. You're short. Let's see what this market brings. I put all about the shorts, man. It's all about them shorts. Yeah, no longs. Right now, we're going to see here, I'm going to bid 57, see if we get out some more on TQQ. Let's go.
Yeah, no, I think the ES looking a little distinctly different here as it is pulling a little bit more aggressively. Let's see if the NASDAQ catches up here. So yeah, sellers are coming in a little bit now here. Yeah, AVGO holding a little bit above that 345. So yeah, the 345 a little interesting to me. 347s as well, like I mentioned before. Apple breaking its pre-market low, softy as well. Alphabet though catching a little bit of a bid. I don't know if you've seen the Alphabet on the higher time frame. That thing is just stair-stepping up higher and higher. Google.
Show everybody.
Yeah, so let's take a quick look at that one here while we see if this market pulls back in a little bit more aggressively as of right now. So Google on, I think it was the monthly or the weekly, man. Absolute strength. We talk about stair-step action. This is definitely a little bit of stair-step action. Okay, so monthly, you can't really see it on the monthly because monthly is straight line up. So let's go to, I think it was a weekly that I was looking at right here. Yeah, right here. Look at that. Stair-stepping, 240s, 250s, a little bit of a wash, stair-step up. 280s, a little bit of a wash, 275s maybe, stair-step up. 320s to 300s, a little bit of a wash. Let's see if we kind of follow and continue in on that pattern and stair-step up once again. 350s potentially if we can keep on going on this one. So absolute strength, very, very healthy action in my opinion here, while the rest of tech kind of pulls back a little bit more aggressively as well, right? So taking a look at Nvidia, I saw people in the chat as well. They were talking about, oh, have you seen CM, Canadian Bank, strong? And we were talking about how strong the Canadian market is. If you guys have seen the TSX, that's been absolute strength here. I just want to take a look at TD. You guys know TD, Dominion Bank, right here on the weekly. Take a look at the monthly chart. Some of these banks are up more than some of the tech names this year. By a few percent, yes, but definitely I think it's market.
They're up more than almost every tech name you can name, pretty much, like other big ones.
Like RY, take a look at this big stick right here on Royal Bank of Canada. I was looking at the 12-month, again, 12-month charts. I like them just to see how we've been doing. Look at this expansion of these candles here. Absolute strength when it comes to Canadian banks. So yeah, shout out to anybody who's long and strong, pretty much anything in our market.
Okay, yeah, I'm covering a little bit more now, man. I mean, honestly, goal met. Like this move down just happened, man. We shorted the high of the day. We're getting out now at the lows. And I just want to remind everybody in just 30 seconds, we have another data dump. So I guess I'll just cover this here as we're missing Adara today, but she'll be back here tomorrow. So we'll get it on Benzinga. It's the Chicago Flash PMI. So manufacturing coming out right now. We're looking for the number 52 on the manufacturing PMI. We also have services PMI coming out. We're looking here. We're looking for 54 on that. You can go get this from me right here. I'm just reading my own note here. 52, 54. Thanks, Brendo, for putting out the watch list today. So we're going to get these numbers in just a couple of seconds. 52 and 54. Let's see what we're getting right now. And again, you don't want, see, there it is. So a nice little move higher. So we're getting 51.8 on manufacturing. So 51.8 versus 52. Services getting 52.9 versus 54. So right now, here is the number for you right now. You know, Adair's job not in risk at all. 52.9 versus 54. That's the USA Global Composite. That just came out. And then this is out right now as well. We get both a little lower than expected. There's the global manufacturing. So we get 51.8 versus 52, a little lower, not going to really move the market. And then we get the global PMI as well, 52.9 versus 54. So a nice little move to the downside right now on the NASDAQ. I'm going to assume your Broadcom's working out. I'm going to put another bid right here at 45. I'm just getting out of now 2% every time. I want to be in this, Obi. I want to be in this for the win. So let's get down to the downside right now. We called the short on the NASDAQ. We called this short all day, baby. We're like Adrian Peterson, man. We're all day. And there it is right here. The short on the ES. Or sorry, on the NASDAQ. There it is, man. Short the TQs right there. Let's see what we can do if we can get anything on there. Thank you for Joseph for spinning that, man. A lot of love on the show here today. 51.50 right now. Watch out for that on the TQs. Let's maybe get a little bit more out right now. All right, this will put me out of, if I get this bid at 47, I'm out of 35%. So we're still going to try to hold, there it is. We're going to hold 2/3 of this trade on the short. You got a good one over there. It looks like you're $3 in the money. Let's go, Obi. And let's see what's going on with AVGO.
Yeah, a little bit of a pullback here. Market tailwind definitely kind of on our side. I have VWAP here at 342.20, so we're kind of chopping in and around that VWAP, so I do have to be a little bit careful here for that chop. You know what? I'm going to say that. I'm just going to kind of come out of it right here and see if we can continue a little bit lower. That's what I'm looking for on AVGO. So sellers were definitely a little dominant there with that market turn, but you know, things can wipe right back up like they are right now here on AVGO.
Yep.
So a little bit of a chop here on VWAP. Again, do I expect a little bit of liquidity at VWAP? Absolutely, yes. Are we going to get a little bit of you know, turbulence in and around those areas? If it's there, you do have to kind of respect it as well. What are you holying?
Well, no, it's just sometimes you get caught. Sometimes you get caught thinking one way. Our actual number one trade idea on the list today was Nvidia long 175. It's just come in there 3 times. Now it's $1.50 to the upside. This should really be where I'm laying today. It should. Anyways, the future is nicely cooking right back to the upside. I'm going to take a little bit more short here because we did cover. That's too bad, man. That's too bad. Ugh. All right, well, whatever. You can't get them both, but I've already explained that the reason why I had them both is I liked them both, so I should have probably been in that Nvidia trade as well. I really hope this doesn't get too nasty because we could be long a hell of a lot of shares down there on Nvidia. Whenever it hits your level and it respects it, it's like that is a definite go zone. We talked about that with my boy Joe over there, and it was, you know, he had seen these bottoms on Tesla, and then it went like right into there. You know, if you're going long 175, man, you only need to give yourselves like 20 cents, you know, worth of room there. And then boom, like you getting now that 8 to 1 or so on that move, right? And so, oh man, that's a monster right there. All right, well, I'm still gonna do my own thing here anyways. And I'm gonna just see, I'm trying to play the short off of those 830 numbers. So we get a little bit more here. Actually, I didn't get as much as I wanted to. We'll take a little bit more here at 52, understanding that there is an upside play potentially coming, and that's 52.40. So that's actually where I'm sitting right here, 52.35, to see if we get something. And then I know I put it up to 70. I don't think we really want to hold it that far. If the market's going to run, why not just be disciplined and get out where we said we would? So what about just getting this out at 50 if we break a little bit above here? I think that's reasonable. I'm actually going to switch. I'm going to switch my stop right now. I hope this doesn't wind up burning me, but even if it does, we can always get back in. So 52.51. We'll get stopped out if it does break there. I just don't want to give it that extra little bit. I'm already feeling some kind of ways missing that Nvidia trade. But, you know, just as Joe had mentioned there, TSLL. And I'm so glad that we got Joe trading similarly to you and I, looking for those bigger trades. Like, there it is, man, 20 to 2090. We all, like Neil always says, everybody has different styles, but this is what I really like. 2090 there, nice little base, and look at the move that you can get there on that Tesla trade. And so the same exact thing is happening with Nvidia, where you're getting that bottom wick and then it goes straight there to the upside. We're going to go over to Obi and then we'll come back and talk a little bit more about some of these trades.
All right, guys, so Beta Pro by Global X. Now for some exciting news out of Canada for the sophisticated traders on the stream. Beta Pro by Global X Canada, Canada's largest provider of leveraged inverse and inverse leverage ETFs, has just launched 6 triple leverage ETFs offering 3 times bull and bear exposure to the S&P, TSX 60, semiconductors, and on U.S. Treasuries. Even better, they're offering a special fee rebate, dropping management fees to just 65 basis points until December 31st of 2025. Plus, the U.S.-focused strategies use currency hedging, offering the potential for pure performance and exposure. If you are a tactical, sophisticated trader looking to amplify your performance, check out betapro.ca/3xdaily to learn some more. All right, so AVGO kind of coming back here into its VWAP, catching a little bit of a bounce here once again. So, tried it once, tried it twice. If it's gonna not be nice, I do have to kind of respect that action as well. So if we're gonna do a little bit of a bounce off of that, but I'm watching a couple of different time frames here as well. I like to watch the 3-minute. I know a lot of people like the 1 minute or the 2 minute as well. I like the 3 minute, kind of a little bit cleaner. I like to watch the 5 and the 15 as well, and the higher time frames. You guys know I'm all about the higher time frames. What is it doing on the daily? What is it doing on the weekly? This market is ripping up back through its highs as well. So yeah, AVGO, let's see if it can catch a little bit of a bid here, or does it drop back down and the seller's dominant on top of VWAP? You know what? I'm not going to ask too many questions. I'll take that off. Where's the next trade? That's what I'm asking. If you're going to stall on VWAP like that, do a little bit of a double bottom right there, in and around, what is that, 342s? I'm going to be a little bit more patient, more than willing to get involved underneath VWAP if it can show that sellers are dominant once again. But if buyers are going to show up, it is a little bit distinctly different than it has been acting over the past couple of days. So got to respect that a little bit here. So what else do we got going on? Oh, wow. Okay, so I was looking at some of these sectors here. So healthcare catching a little bit of a sell off of the open, and right away I'm going to go take a look at some of these names that have been running pretty aggressively, maybe all-time highs. I know I don't know what UNH. Let's see what UNH is up to right here. I know that's kind of been a bit of an interesting one here. But I was looking at, I guess PG is not necessarily a big part of it, but yeah, look at PG. I was looking at this as a multi-day bit of an uptrend here, strong selling off of the open. We know that Lilly was also almost at its highs there, almost all-time highs there, pretty aggressive selling coming in off of the open today as well. Some of these stocks, I was like, okay, let's see. If the market trends up today, do we fade some of these names that have been running while the market has been fading? Or do we do the opposite? And it seems like the opposite is happening here on some of these healthcare stocks. Okay, 342 coming right back in here on AVGO. Does it give us an opportunity to reload underneath the VWAP, or do buyers kind of come in here as well? What is that prior low? I see that 341.57. Let's see if we can do anything distinct with that. But 342 was that VWAP a little bit earlier here as well.
Let's go, man. The NASDAQ can put this in its pipe and smoke it. So right now, we are getting to the downside right now on the TQs. So, I mean, this is what I'm talking about. When things actually work out, I want to take a little bit of profit because we are fighting the trend here early as the trend is up. But at the same time, I want to be able to hold on to a little bit. So I actually got out now of almost half of what we had. I put on a much bigger position up here. That's why my average price now is what this is right here. So we almost clear out. I told you we cleared out of about 40% or so. We actually got out a couple more. I was out of 35% there, and then we got a couple more outs as we started to go back to the upside there. I did miss a punch through VWAP, but I wasn't really going to do that anyways, but that could have been an out. And then it comes right in the futures rate. I told you what we were doing. We're shorting this. Yeah, let's go right now, man. Get in that freaking Lambo right now. And let's go, Max. Come back, man. Pick me up, boy. There's a nice move to the downside right now. So we'll get a little bit more here. Come on, 5205s. That's where we're sitting right now. Obi, see if we can get a nice little downside push here on a good size position here on the TQs and the NASDAQ as we go, man. So you've got that Broadcom. We've got this TQQ trade. And we're doing a whole bunch of good times here today. Good vibes all about. Thanks, Obi, for coming through again, and we wish Neil a good day off. Nothing's wrong with him. He's just taking the day off, so we'll see him back here tomorrow. There's always, hey, what's going on with PayPal right there?
What is that?
You don't understand what we can do now on the show, do you?
Whoa.
You don't understand we can do this and highlight these things. You don't understand that we can do this, Obi.
Some aura right there.
Yeah, man, aura. Yeah, that's it. My kid said, my daughter said to me yesterday, I have no aura. I said, I have also no idea what that means. So, all right. But I get that it's a bad thing. I'm supposed to have aura, I think. Right there, no, she's just, my daughter is something else. You have no, everybody loves their kids, but she's definitely unique in many, many ways. What a wild spirit she is. But anyways, this is what people want us to talk about. So obviously Tesla's getting hit right now on the note, not getting hit, going to the upside, but people are hitting it right here. Nvidia, SoFi, nice move higher there today, up 2.7% as we keep on talking about the strength in the financials and how much we like those. So we can have a quick look over there. IonQ as well, man, that's up 5.5%. Rich Tech Robotic. I feel like some of these symbols aren't working right now. So shout out to Fabian. I know he's hard at work somewhere, but Dollar Tree right now, AVGO, you're in AVGO, and then Tilray as well. So we'll double check that visualizer and get that going for you again. But yeah, there goes the TQ. So a couple good outs. We talked about why we wanted to get that out. We did have a bigger position, so we want to take some out, but still try to hold out. Remember, we're short here at 35. My stop is at 50. That's 15 cents. So when it came back in and we're able to take 30 cents on a 2-to-1, we're doing that. We could still get stopped out and not turn out to be very good there today. But there's Tesla, man. What a great look that was off that bottom, man. Shout out to my guy Joe with that move. I don't know if he's still in or not. We'll talk to him when he gets back. But still trying to go upside right now is Joe right there. Yo, what's up, Paul? Thank you so much. There's another $10 for my FSD subscription. Okay, I think you might have super chatted as well last week on that. So just to let you know, we don't as individuals get these super chats. It just kind of goes back into the big pot. So we want to thank everybody for that. But hey, on that note, I think it's about time I try FSD. It's $100 a month. My wife drives my car, not often, but like when she wakes up early, takes sometimes Gia to hockey or whatever, she likes it. And she loves even the autopilot that's on there right now, but that's only lane assist.
Okay.
So for free, you can get the Tesla to take you, it'll just stay in the same lane, basically. Right. At stop and go, but it won't actually.
So highways, it's great for.
It's great on highways, yeah, not great on urban streets. So, okay, thank you so much, Paul. I'm assuming, Paul, that you have FSD and are a fan. Let me know in the chat who has FSD and if you are a fan or not, because I'm only hearing great things about the full self-drive. And obviously the Tesla position, maybe we'll just sell a couple shares and pay for that. But there it goes, man. We're really liking Tesla here so far today. All right, man, we're back to zeros. I'll add a little bit more here, but I'm not in love with re-adding at the exact same spot when we've just bounced clearly off some support right down here. We didn't even get into 51.80 or so, but we'll put on just a little bit more here because I'm only giving this 15 cents. If it rips the top, it rips the top. I hope some of you took advantage of all of this, and let's see where it goes now on our TQQ trade. So I'll bid out again here in the low 20s. Actually, let's put some on the mid 20s. Let's put like 5% on the mid 20s, 5% on the low 20s, take a little bit out, be able to capture some of this profit because it does look like we're fighting the trend here. You got out of Broadcom.
I got out because, like, I thought VWAP was a little bit distinct. So yeah, we can talk about potentially why here. Also, Tesla almost coming up to that 480. So yeah, if we do break out of this prior day consolidation where we did attempt to break it a couple of times, 2, 3, maybe even 4 times here. Again, that imbalance yesterday, man, that tripped me out. I saw that 1 billion imbalance. I was like, okay, if this blasts through high a day on that 1 bill, I definitely got long, but they got paired and then flipped as well for a slam right back down into VWAP. That wasn't very nice, but again, attempted to push that 480. I think it is a bit of a significant level here today, creeping right back up into that level. So I'm going to be patient. I'm going to wait to see if we sustain any sort of action above prior day's high. That's coming into 481.76s as of right now. Nice strong trend. Market tailwind is definitely on our side. But let's talk a little bit about AVGO here. So I saw a little bit of stalling happening. So you can see this is the chart right here. We could still technically just come right back down. You can see it is pretty choppy. These are 3-minute candles. So you can see the range on some of these candles. Pretty aggressive here after a strong bid up all the way into 347. So I talked about 347s being a little bit of an area of interest. Why might that be? Because take a look at this. Yesterday on day 2 of selling, that's where we attempted to bounce, but we failed. Guess what? I like the reversions. I was looking at this to see if it actually followed through, but guess what? No follow through. Sellers still dominant in and around this area, slapping it right back down underneath 347. So comes back into that area. Sure, I get involved a little bit early, right? But when it does come in, I'm getting a little bit more aggressive. And VWAP stalling is distinctly different because take a look at this. This is VWAP yesterday, day 2 earnings. Nowhere near it other than off of the open and maybe in the pre-market. Day 1 earnings, nowhere near it other than the open and in the pre-market. So we had extension away from VWAP. So sellers were very, very dominant. No bounce coming in, but the bounce, I guess, a little bit coming in on the day today, but sellers stepping in at a place where they were yesterday and kind of showed, maybe if you want to call it, showed their hand. So consolidation, I'm going to wait and see, do we come back in? We've already retraced, again, without even measuring it, bit of an eyeball. I would say this is not 50%, but I'd say about a 30% retracement there. So reversion to VWAP kind of working out as of right now here on AVGO while the market blasts up to this high. So it might take a little bit more for AVGO to kind of reclaim. I think that if the market continues to stay strong and the chips stay strong as well, maybe we do see those 347s. Maybe we see a 350. I have no idea. I'm just trying to, dance with the price action here. So if you're going to stall and hold the bid around 342s, 341s, what have you, I do want to be a little bit nimble there. And you can see the execution is definitely very, very telling there. Mac22, thank you for the super chat here, saying Alphabet. Let's take a quick look at Google here. Google, what are you up to? Wow, yeah, that's some strength there as well. So the market bidding up pretty aggressively here. Look at that, 303.09s breaking through pre-market highs. And we just talked about Google, how strong it is on the monthly, on the weekly, in that stair-step fashion. And it's showing some more of that strength. Again, market tailwind, of course, is definitely giving it a helping hand. What are you guys trading? I want to know, but we'll be right back with Happening Now with Sia.
Hi guys, good morning. So let's quickly talk about the economic releases. The business inventories number came out just right now at 10 a.m. today with they have remained unchanged month over month as of August this year, but the forecasted number stand at 0.3% compared to its previous release, which was flat at 0%. And today the number came out at 0.2%, which is a little bit of an increase, 0.1% more than its forecasted number. Also, the non-farm payrolls came out for October and November. October was a negative 105,000 and November stands at 64,000. The unemployment rate also came out at 8:30 a.m. this morning. The number came out at 0.2% higher than last time, which was at 4.4% and now stands at 4.6%. Let's also quickly take a look at some news this morning. Elon Musk's net worth hit $600 billion. And Musk had already surpassed $500 billion in net worth this October, making it, which by the way has now risen by $168 billion, making it $677 billion as of yesterday, according to Forbes. He'll be the first person to have a net worth of $600 billion in the world. And additionally, SpaceX has also reported that it will be very likely be going public at an $800 billion valuation. Pfizer also has announced its revised revenue guidance as of this morning and now expects $62 billion in revenue this year. The company announced that the stock was not doing the greatest, was flat since January. However, it was up in the pre-market by 1% today. And the revenue should come at a lower guidance than what it expected as of this year. But next year would be a lesser revenue expectation than compared to this year. And that's all for today. Thank you.
Hey, thanks, Sia. Good little update right there. Shout out to Sia. Glad she's feeling better and back in the building. Okay, man. It's glizzy time. Right there, not the most healthiest food, of course, but there you go. We fire off the hot dog cannons.
My favorite foods.
It's one of your favorite foods?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but burgers, though, burgers. We're still got to go to Cabanos.
Cabanos? Dude.
One point, man. I mean, it's
Yo,
like,
that place
I feel
is
really ridiculous.
absolutely
You keep
solid.
on recommending it, and we keep on saying like how solid it is.
Yeah.
So we're gonna have to go there. But yeah, okay. So just real quickly, man, you can fire off the hot dog can as much as you want, but you got to take profits where they lie. So we almost did get stopped out there trying to break through 52.50. We only get to 52.51, which was almost our stop out zone there. We're at 56s, just a little bit of a break higher on that one. So we average it in, took the money back in right there, and have made a little bit of money on this trade, needless to say, but we'll try to keep everything in the pocket and just act like we've done this before.
Look at this thing go.
Yeah, man. Have I seen Tilray? Right there. You know, your mind may be a little foggy if you're on the product, but Tilray right here is providing very much clarity to the upside as this one just keeps on going right there. Yeah, it's gone. So there goes Tilray, man, up 16%. Those of you that were like, yo, look at the weed names. Congratulations, you are. Awesome. Because it's a monster play right there, right back upside. But the reason why we want to talk about this just real quick, A, it's moving, so it's always good to talk about stocks that are moving. And B, look what level we're at, man. We're right back to where we were just a couple days ago on Tilray. So we are looking for some excitement in the name. It got it. But also potentially, Obi, I know you like the reversions.
Yeah,
this
I'm already queued up.
Yeah, okay, so I'm already like, I know what Obi's thinking right
Is
now.
this a little too far, too fast? I don't know.
Yeah, so there it goes. And let's check out MSOS as well here on the marijuana stack. Yeah, that's also up there as well. So cannabis names, they're starting to go back up there to the upside as we be very, very careful here. As we say, like with all of these positions, right? You never know where the market's going to take you. And it looks like for right now,
You need borrows?
some of these marijuana names just continue to go there to the upside. So yeah, what's up, man? You guys let us know what you want to talk about right here. Palantir, okay. It doesn't get much easier than that one when they just ask for PLTR, and we'll try to oblige with that one. So let's go over here, PLTR, have a quick little look. Oops, NQ. Of course, Palantir was once a NASDAQ name. No longer, of course, or once a New York name, now a NASDAQ name. Wow. Yeah, Palantir going as well. I sold some of my PLTR, of course, at 175 like a fool, but nice move there for Palantir. And very similar, man. My guy Joe is back in the building, man. That was a great call there on Tesla. We had a great call on Nvidia as well earlier. But, of course, we only wrote down 175 as our #1 trade idea right there. But we could have had both, man. We should have had the future short and the Nvidia long, but we do not. So Palantir, I'm always, look, it doesn't really get on my radar unless there's kind of a story. We hit Palantir pretty good. I don't think it was yesterday, maybe been a couple days ago. Really like the stock, obviously, as we continue to hold Palantir, and it's been a money-making opportunity for me in the long-term portfolio. But again, a little nervous about what to look forward to next year for PLTR, but interesting spot, man. Thank you guys for bringing that up, and thank you again for that super chat, because look where we're at again here. You know, it's why I'm short the NASDAQ. We're taking profit now because the NASDAQ it's not going to be a short today, man. Tesla's ripping, Nvidia's ripping, Palantir's ripping. Broadcom sort of reversed on you a little bit there. I don't know what it's doing now, but this is a nice level for PLTR. Like, if we can get above this 188, man, it could be clear skies as we take out some weak levels. So weekly levels, not weak levels, but nice move up there for PLTR. So congratulations to anybody that does have that on board there again. So yeah, we'll give back some of our day here, just unrealized profit as we get all the way back up to the upside. The good part about it is we only have about 40% left or so. We put on a big trade. Like, it was a bigger position. We're always holding for that break, but when you come back down like that, man, you got to take some outs. So, you know, we did take it, and, you know, woe is me if this continues to tank, but I'm not going to reload. There we go. He gets him out there at 35s. I'm not going to reload this thing right now. It looks way too strong. We've now bounced off VWAP right there. We actually held VWAP pretty good here, to be honest with you. Although this was the low of the day, there wasn't much volume down there at all, so it was just kind of drifting. I would have liked to see it try to push that low. We didn't get that action. It's actually really low bars down here on volume. The real volume's coming on the green side, the spikes up. So let's understand that and take a little bit of advantage of that and see if we can make some money on the short, but maybe not for a very long time. Tesla, AMCI. AMCI is getting a lot of love, so I'm not sure there. We'll throw it back over. Maybe we'll ask Sia to look up some news on AMCI. There, if you have any stories on this one, because it halted once and twice and now up 95. Okay, I got to take a little bit of advantage of this move down. We just ticked into the teens again, Obi. So I'm going to put a bid here at 18. Bang, right there. Let's take this to some more profits here on our good friend, the NASDAQ right here, trading it through the product of TQQ. I get in trouble sometimes. Oh, there we go. Give me those 11s. I get in trouble sometimes calling the TQQs the futures.
I mean, you know, they're
I know, but I try to do the best for these viewers. Give me a hard time right there. But here's a move down. Back in now. We've met our sort of goal right here, but I'm going to start to take another piece out. We just get another piece out. So right now I'm holding about 25% of my original position. Obi,
yes, sir.
Let's let it ride.
Yeah, of course.
Let's see what happens here for the rest of the day.
What happens there? I did try that Tesla, kept it pretty tight there. That prior day high did come in. You guys saw in the morning, I did put that alert up on there. So let's see. Let's see if we watch that 480 a little bit. Kind of missed out on this AVGO. Did continue with the market pullback and broke that consolidation low. We did break below that 342, pulling back in at 339s right now here. So a little bit of a sell-off. Let's see where we kind of stop here. Let's see if Tesla can catch a higher low somewhere around here.
Oh boy.
We're actually going to break out through that level as of right now, but a bit of a failed follow through of that high. I'm looking at it, and my reversion senses are maybe tingling up there, maybe up in the 480 halves, but 478 halves a little too late for me here. I might be looking for a little bit of a higher low or a lower high. I don't know. Let's see what it's going to do. Does the market wipe it all back? I have no idea. 340s here on AVGO. Let me know what you guys are trading here as well.
Get it.
And yeah, there's okay, some selling coming in, man. There it is. Nice, great trading.
What am I doing? Yeah, but we just got out at VWAP right there a little bit. Man, we're just having a good time. Sia, let me know if and when, or let Andre know when is a throw, maybe if you have anything on AMCI there. What's up, Fabian? Right now, did Fabian just message me? What do you got for me here, Fabian? Oh no, nothing's broken here. I'll show you here. Fabian wants to know what's going on with the thing here. It was showing some stocks. See, like right here, Fabian. Dollar Tree, zeros. Rich Tech Robotics, zeros. So I just wanted to highlight that some of them are coming up as zeros. So I just didn't know about that. That's all. Circle, we know, is moving around. Let's look at Circle. Actually, tomorrow we have the big IPO. Oh, that's by design. Oh, okay. All right. So he's going to get that figured out. And it's not a high called up. Yeah, okay, we'll get it. Yeah, it's a data issue, so we'll talk about that in a couple seconds. I just want to say Circle right now, if you guys want to talk about it. We do have Medline tomorrow, and that is coming with $6 billion worth of stock. No, sorry, $6 billion valuation, right? But was that what it was, or is that the number that you gave?
Offer.
The
$6 billion off, like that's.
So that's how much they're offering.
Yeah.
So that's not the value of the company there. $6 billion on offer there tomorrow for Medline. So Circle's had a bad time of it this year as far as an IPO is concerned. Huge move to the downside for Circle, but this is the thing. This is what we're talking about. You can get a good. Let's go TQs, man. You can get a bump early. So if the business is worth it, man, I expect everybody tonight, especially if you're into IPOs, and I'm going to do it myself, look up Medline, see what's going on there, do enough research, because there's a lot of money to be made in the first couple weeks of an IPO, and then generally speaking, you will get hit after that as it sort of gets assessed. Not all the time, some IPOs go one way, right? But look at StubHub, that came out at $25 or so, I believe. And now it's down to 12. So StubHub's in the one that's its best day was its birthday. And I remember we actually went long on this name and got out real early. It was actually somewhat of a profitable trade, not a huge one. And then it just faded, and it's just been getting hit this whole time. And yesterday we had some big moves in CoreWeave as well. That was down 7 or 8%. So this was another name that had a great, let's call it, couple months on CoreWeave. And then it just got hit like really badly down now to the downside, to the point where we're almost back to their $40 sort of IPO area as well. So look at CoreWeave, man. What a move. Opens up there $40. It was part of the year of AI. I don't know what year that was, but I'm going to say 2025. AI has been a thing for a minute, but that ChatGPT thing, I think was just the beginning of 24 or 23 when Microsoft dumped some money into OpenAI, which started the whole thing. So we're still very early in all of that, but CoreWeave came out with a lot of love, and now it's getting hit. Look out for CoreWeave to break through this $66 mark as we continue to get a little bit lower as well. So, all right. Nice move to the downside there on CoreWeave. We're still waiting to see if the futures want to do anything. Here, I'm going to take another bid because, look, we're just bouncing off VWAP again. So if I look back and this thing all of a sudden turns out to be a negative trade for me, I'll be upset. So we're going to cover some more fills right now down here at VWAP, at the 50-period moving average, and just stick to our guns here and do what we do best, and that is trade off some key levels. And, man, there was no more of a key level than 175 that we posted up there on our note, and we did not have it. Here it is right here, 175. I put this out every single day. It's our sticky note. There's a TQQ short, so that to me is is everything. We've had our daily goal just on this one trade, but how many days will we hit if we had that Nvidia trade? And then we wanted to see about Bitcoin was my next sort of look there today for the short on BTCC. Oh, I posted this up, Joe, look at this. These are two houses in Alberta, and every year, man, they join their backyards to build this thing. So how awesome is that, man? Take down that fence, man. Put a little, I mean, these houses are like matchsticks in here. It's all close together. But look at that, man. You talk about who would be my friend in the neighborhood. This guy right here, man. Like, or if not, man, just hop the fence overnight. But awesome, and they even have lights here and everything. This looks pretty cool. So shout out there to Red Deer, Alberta, doing the best for their kids. And of course, here in Canada, that's a very popular thing to do. Build backdoor. We call them ODRs.
Yeah, what was that?
Outdoor rink.
Oh, okay.
So you say to your friends, I'll meet you at the ODR. There he is. Oh, Joe. Is your mic turned on? I don't hear you. There it goes.
We're definitely on, brother. Yeah.
There it is.
Hey, love what goes on at the outdoor rinks, pickup hockey and everything.
Yeah.
That's honestly, that's where you find a lot of the skilled kids, and that's where you build a lot of your skill.
Right.
You know, man, is at those outdoor rinks. So.
And what is that kind of hockey called?
Shinny, baby.
Oh!
King.
Oh.
Shimmy?
Shimmy. Yeah, you know, like shimmy dancing?
Oh, okay.
No, shinny with an N. Yeah, shinny. Because you got to watch your shins. No, seriously, that's why it's called that. Because kids...
no gear.
Yeah, because kids get together, and the rule, generally speaking, probably not when Joe plays, is no slap shots.
Okay.
You know, no raising the puck. Like, you could slap it, like, no trying to raise it too high. It's kids get together shinny. You bring your stick, you bring your gloves, mostly, you know, and then, because it's freezing cold outside, skates. Shinny, right there. Where's that more you know thing, man? If I had that thing, the more you know.
That makes sense. I mean,
TV Live.
Growing up, I mean, didn't play too much ice hockey, but definitely basketball. Some of the best players are on those pickup games.
Yeah. Street ball over there.
Street ball, straight up.
Yeah. So yeah, no, 100%. So that's where often, just like all sports, it's very structured when you get as a team. So it's nice to free ball it there.
Selling coming in.
Yeah, man.
What was the reversion?
I mean, there it is, man. There's the move to the downside right there on the TQQ. So we've got it. We got it good. If you understood that in the beginning, then you would have had a decent short with me, but I don't know. We'll see what happens now. Good trade there on the TQs. Pretty proud of it, obviously. All right, Tilray still holding out right there as well. So if you want to puff past one of those, you can get a quick check over there. Alibaba with the move down. What else we want to talk about there? I hope you guys are enjoying the show. Make sure you do hit the like and the subscribe. That's actually what I wanted to show. BMNR, I'm hearing halted. Is there something going on with BMNR? We'll take a look at that real quickly. Or I have the wrong stock right there. Now, it must not be BMNR. I just heard stock up 100%. Hit the like button right now, man. We have 8,000 of you watching, which is a little light, to be honest with you. 900 likes. Get that like button going right here. See if we can get over 1,000 right now. Shout out to my guy, Obi. Neil will be back tomorrow. Should have a lot of fun on that one. But here we go, man. We're almost $1 now in the money, as we still got about 20 to 25% of that. We'll take another out. Hey, man, this is the way I trade. I wish I would have been able to hold this all the way to the downside. My net would be 3x what we have right now, but that's something I got to work on. What's the one thing that you think you have to work on the most?
I think for me, my biggest thing, what I'm realizing right now is when opportunity shows up, real-time assessment of the value of that opportunity. So we talk about like different kinds of bet sizing, right? If a trade shows up, am I able to recognize right away that this deserves, B plus, C plus, or A right away, and then actually execute on that effectively? I think that's something that I do have to work on, because what I'm realizing is like I'm kind of not grading some of the things real time as much, and I like to trade a lot of price action as well. Sure, we have structured trades, playbook trades that do show up, but sometimes when I'm trading price action, I'm just like, okay, this structure break, how much is this more valued versus a different one here as well? For example, like this AVGO, yes, I'm getting into a lot more when the right side of the V does come in here, but is it enough of a lot more, right? That's the real question there. So I think kind of a real-time assessment of that, and then actually executing in and around that. I think that's a big thing for me. But yeah, that's
yeah, same. I mean, my big thing is just too many outs. But it's been working out, and that's how I sort of justify taking a little bit more shares with tighter stops, is because on the way down. So I always think there's multiple ways, and I hate this terminology, especially because I just got a brand new cat, but there's many ways to skin a cat. Oh, yeah. And it's just like, you can either, in my opinion, because we all trade here on a prop floor, and those of you that trade on prop floors, you know, you're trading someone else's money, which is fine, but it's just about the leverage, and you do have risk parameters that you have to abide by. Although my shutdown is, I haven't been shut down since we even started the show, not even once. But the idea is that at certain levels, when it's hit, you can get shut down, and you have to respect your risk parameters. So like, I just, you know, up here, if you take, let's just say 10,000 shares and your stop is 20 pennies, well, that's $2,000. So like, if that does happen, you're out $2,000 right there and done for the day. So I don't have 10,000 shares, but I was just saying, like, if you did do that and all of a sudden that 10,000 shares is now 10 cents in the money, that's $1,000. So right there, you've made half of what your shutdown is in one trade to the downside, let alone now being in the money 83 cents. So now that we're in the money 83 cents, Obi, my stop on here is 50. As I told you, 50, it's 56. I can show it to you right now. My stop here was 10 cents higher. Make 80 cents. So that's why when it starts to come down, I start to be like, okay, man, I better just take this out, because if it blows the top, I'll turn red. So let's get it out on the downside and hopefully have enough for this runner, and we do there today. So again, let us know, Sia, if you're finding, I don't know exactly the role that you're playing back there, but oh, you're not even back there. Hi, Sia, over at your desk, not at the desk back there. I was just gonna say, if there's any breaking news, Obi and I will do our best to get that to you ASAP. Sia will be back with some updates and whatnot on the broader market and like our Money Talk segment and things like that, as far as I know. Yeah, she's messaging me right now laughing at me. So thanks, Sia, for that. I'm just trying my best. You know, Obi? We get shrapnel from all ends of these things.
I mean, you know, here's the thing.
This girl just started to work
a trader, you gotta know how to take a hit. You know this.
Yeah, I've been here 25 years and I'm getting
hits all day, every day. It's all good.
All right.
Gotta be the one. Gotta be like Neo. You know, do a little bit of the. All right.
Oh,
anyways,
Neo.
475. 475 is coming in here on Tesla. So we did pull back pretty aggressively. So there it was. I was even thinking about it. I was like, what's the likelihood we false break? How am I chasing this 480s? I did get a little, you know, too excited about that push. It doesn't come in, but the beautiful reversion coming right back in. You can see. I asked the question. I was like, yo, what's the likelihood we wipe right back? And guess what? We're doing that right now. So wiping right back in to some of those opening range prices here, both on the NASDAQ and the ES right now. So let's take a quick look at the Mag 7.
Let's go.
Tesla, about a 50% pullback. That's what we just talked about. Amazon still hasn't broken its day low, but we talked about where Amazon is on the higher time frame, and it's still kind of knocking around. It's holding that. It's in and around 222 here as of right now on Amazon. So if you guys take a look at a higher time frame, then you'll see that that's the opening price. So yeah, Amazon, a bit of a key level as the market pulls back in, holding its own.
Yeah, man, we are now short this market pretty heavily and it going to the downside. That's nice. Guys, check out BTCC. They're a top 30 globally exchange, and they have never been hacked. There's been other exchanges with issues, not these guys. There's also zero KYC if you're interested. Sorry, if you're in the US, Canada, or Europe. Through Trader TV, you also get 15% back in USDT coupons for registering, plus up to $100, plus you get a 15% bonus as well that covers your losses up to $15,000. So right there, if you're taking some risks in the crypto space, grab that 15% back, man, if you lose. I think that's a great opportunity to do that. Scan that QR code right there, register, let them know you're coming from the best, absolutely the best trading show around, man. Our trading idea number 2, short the market. That's starting to pay off right there as we get back to the low side of this trade. Happy days are here once again.
I like your song.
Yeah, thank you so much for that. That was a really bad. All right, so my kids lately, they're at, I don't know about the love for Roblox lately in my family, to be honest with you. It seems to be getting passed by YouTube, by shorts. My son is playing, he's big into video games. I'll get the one that he's playing right now. You probably know it. I'll try to think about what it is. But big into there. Oh, I got him. He's in school, so this doesn't matter. I told this to Neil yesterday. A $200 Razer Viper V3 Pro mouse. Okay, good. So I did good there. It was on sale at Best Buy. So I didn't realize you could buy a mouse for $200, but it was $239. So it's like a sucker like me. You get those discounts, you snap right into it. But I don't know, he doesn't ask for much. Yeah. And so we wound up doing that. So shout out to Best Buy. And look at this, Obi. Shout out to the damn futures as we just continue to go. It's in a club right now, and it's a club that we all like to go to every once in a while. I like to go to there every day if possible. It is your dollar club right there, man. We just absolutely nailed this trade on the TQs. I mean, I do wish that we would have had this, a little bit more shares involved here, but we still do have about just a little bit over 10%, but it's getting a little lighter. But oh man, how do we do that? Somebody message me at Trader TV, Sean. What's up, Mike P. DeRider? We're in the building every day, my guy. It's just a matter of, how do we hold this for more? I gotta do better on that as we go the top to the bottom right there on the TQs. And the thing is, all I've been doing is spitting short out this whole time, man. I only have one trade on today, and there it goes, man. It's the NASDAQ, and it's cruising to the lows of the day right now. And it's just like, honestly, we've talked about playing off these numbers. We've seen it numerous times where, the market comes out, blasts to the high side, pulls back, retests. Well, let's go right there, man. Good day over here today. So let's just keep on going and looking at more. I'm assuming that we've had good pullbacks in stocks like, holy.
Oh, look at that.
Give me some love, Palantir, man. There is no bid at all. That is now, Obi, since 10:07, you're 20 minutes of no green candles on PLTR. Alex Karp, man, throw the man a life jacket right here. This is getting lower and lower and lower here goes Palantir. One man that does not need a life jacket unless it's covered in billion-dollar bills is Elon Musk. I mean, this Tesla coming right back in here into 473. And by the way, shout out to Zimbabwe. I think they do have a billion-dollar bill there. But right into 473 now, all the way back to the 200-period moving average, potentially a long developing here right now for Tesla as it's made its way all the way back.
Yeah, everything's kind of pulling in pretty aggressively here. You can see that not only do we break the opening range lows here on the 15-minute on the ES, we're slamming down even harder to some of these pre-market levels there. I'm trying to catch bounces here on Tesla. That's not coming in here so at all. So no strength. Tesla was showing some relative strength a little bit earlier, but coming in pretty hot with the rest of the market. Here comes that level on Amazon. Do we bounce here again off of triple twos? I have no idea. Let's take a quick look.
Just quickly, Obi, we just took $1 on Tesla while you were talking. So there it is, man. We are now in this name at 473. It's $1 in the money. Pass back to you. Baton right.
Oh, I like that. I mean, I'm trying it in and around here as well, Sean. So what was the thing I was going to talk about right here? Let's pull that up. Wow, Google as well back into VWAP. Amazon was the one right here. So coming into its yearly open. So let's take a quick look at that here.
Oh boy.
12-month chart. Let's see that specifically. The open, see that? 22203. So going back down to a shorter time frame, let's just go to a 1 minute. You can see here 22192. So we're holding that pretty well. So it seems like Amazon's been defending that yearly open pretty decently as of right now. So let's wait and see. Is this the indicator we need for the market bounce? I see that Tesla's working out really well. I might be joining you in this one pretty soon.
We're already $1.80 in the money. So yeah, so far so good on that one as we turn bearish. Bullish. There we go. Yes, man, this is now $2 in the money here on Tesla. What are we even doing over here? This has been so far so good, and I am taking advantage of everything here. We're getting out some more here on the TQQs. All right, I've been calling her uselessly for a very long time, but now she is back with, what are we doing here? Market watch, sector watch. Let's go with sector watch right now with Sia, possibly wrong. Let's throw it back.
Almost right. We're going with a small cap update right now. So let's quickly talk about AMCI. AMCI has been extremely volatile with a recent inter-trade day move of more than 130%, which is driven by interest around its AI and its automation. We're also going to take a look at VERO, Venus Concept, under pressure after reporting the Q3 2025 revenue of about $13.8 million, which is down 8% over year and continuing to post sizable net losses. And let's also take a quick look at ASNS. Recently implemented a 1-4-10 reverse stock split, and as of December 9th, has also regained compliance with NASDAQ's $1 minimum bid requirement. And the company has been raising capital via private placements and warrant exercises. And the management is also guiding for a 15 to 20% annualized operating expense reduction from a restructuring that could show up starting the end of the fourth quarter of 2025 or going early into 2026. That's all. Back to the guys.
Yeah, this Tesla is definitely bouncing here. 475. So yeah, I tried it a couple of times. Is again, tape a little bit, maybe a little bit telling, kind of slowing down to that buying there. But again, timing a little off on my part there. But coming right back through VWAP, can we hold this VWAP? Can we hold and sustain above 475? That's what I'm asking. If we're not going to be able to do that, then maybe we do continue the trek down. We can see that this end of candle action here on both the ES and the NASDAQ, bit of a bottom wick happening as of right now. So does that buying follow through into the next candle? That's what I'm asking. Do we get a little bit of green? Amazon, guess what? We bounced off of that 222. So that defense definitely happening pretty nicely here when it comes to that level on Amazon. Pretty important, I say. People like to interact and transact around opening and closing prices. Open and close of the year could be very distinct as well, right? So that's, again, the chart is showing that that level is being defended. And once again, even through that market quadunk, we hold that 222 pretty well here on Amazon. So could be distinct going forward. I don't know.
So we actually, like I said, I was talking about the different strategies about getting out some on the way up and then not holding enough for the win and this and that and yada yada. When this happens and we pull back and like it just did go down into 473 there, we could have reloaded it. But by getting out, like I'm already out of 70% of this trade. We actually get a 475.50 fill. That was a bigger piece right there. So we were actually out of about 25%, then like another 30 or 40% right there at 475.50. And then I just took another out right here at 87s again. So now we only have 30% left of this trade right now on Tesla. So I'll pull back in. We'll try it again if we can get it, but not necessarily thinking that this is like the be-all, end-all of trading here. So we're going to wait to see what Tesla winds up giving us right now. But we see that obviously Obi's in, so we'd like to see that as well as both of us. Sort of always good to have similar ideas. But I'm going to wait to see how much higher we can go, even on this 30%. I have no more offers out there. I'm thinking 478. All right. So normally let's actually
485s.
485, yeah, good call there. I like that one there. Obi going a little higher there. Have higher expectations, I guess. But I'm going to sit with this right here, man. I'm going to see if we can get this 476, respect the 50-period moving average, and then Obi when moon after that. 476.40. We'll put an offer there, see if we can jump that and get higher on TSLA. And, while all this was happening, we didn't get out of any Qs except for down into there. So we'll wait. I mean, we just bounced off VWAP, possible reload spot, but not for me. It's 1033 right now. So, in having the good feels, yesterday we put on a trade and we actually weren't able to go to the gym because we had to watch it. We were short the TQs yesterday at lunch as well. So today I want to get going there. This is what happened. We shorted this area just before we left, and then we had to play off that 200, and we had that short. So it was well worth it that we were able to do that. But here today, let's just wait if there is going to be a little bit of a pullback. We are now coming back into this area. So I'm going to put a bid right now here at 51.50, see if we can capture a little bit of this move back in, and then we'll get ready, man. 25 minutes until we go over to the midday show as well. There was a stock that kept on halting there today, and it was VMAR. So I kept on thinking it was BMNR, but it's VMAR.
So it wasn't BMNR.
No, because Bitminer is not going to halt, the BMNR. And
I was like, wow, that thing's...
Actually, I shouldn't say that it did. It halted recently, just on, I think it was either news or something like that, but this is VMAR. So this name from 35 cents up to $1, now halting down. Its tap rate here is 73 cents. So we'll see when that opens up. Sorry, 72.50 on the cent side of things. And then Riley as well. Didn't Riley Automotive or something, didn't they get Riley Financial, sorry? Yeah, they've had a kind of an interesting year, I believe, this name. So they're up 30% right here today, Riley. So another mover there today. It looks like we maybe got a halt on this name, but you know, from yesterday, $33.60 up to $4.60. Yeah, this name has been wild movement on Riley. So we'll have to wait to see. It was this break right there. We had talked about this. This reminded me of Intel as it barcoded basically at the lows, and then there's the pop and the break higher. So this name does have the pedigree to do moves like this. So watch out here for Riley Financial. And then because we didn't go over the sector watch, Obi, let's do a little bit of a sector watch right now. Are you in anything? Okay, me and you were just in Tesla. So let's, oh, see, are you doing a sector watch soon? Okay. I think she said yes. All right, so financials right here. We're going to go over just real quickly. JP Morgan downside. You know, what is standing out? Let's have a look at that. How about IBM right now, down 2%? That's going to be a good name. They had recently bought out another name there. Not Celestial AI, that was Marvell. They bought CBLT, I think, Confluent. There, so CFLT. IBM down 2%. We could definitely have a look over there as well, but we'll leave the sector watch. See who's going to come with that. IBM right now, International Business Machines. Of course, another stock that I really like, man. You want to talk about a quantum name that, you know, isn't like the rest. These guys make money. Quantum's obviously not their main business, but something that they've been working on forever. AI, we don't have to tell you about Watson, one of the original AIs brought to you by IBM, shown off on Jeopardy about 15 or 20 years ago. Watson?
What was that about? Yeah.
You don't know Watson?
No, I don't know Watson.
Yeah, it was on Jeopardy. Watson, the AI, was going against whomever, like some of the biggest guys there. I forget what that guy that won like 1,000 shows in a row there. But anyways, yeah, Watson. Look it up. Yeah. But it's interesting to see that episode again, just to see what exactly.
I like Jeopardy. I think it's a lot of fun. Yeah.
Okay, I'm surprised you don't know about that one though. But anyways, here it comes down the TQs. We're waiting for 51.20 now. I'm not sure about this Tesla anymore. It's still in the money 50 cents, but did just bounce off VWAP there, Obi.
Yeah, a little bit of a, like it's consolidating in and around VWAP, while the market's kind of, it just went green to red on this 15-minute candle here as well. So I'm like, all right, cool. Like, what's the likelihood of us pulling a little bit lower here? Yeah, it's coming, there it is right there. So coming in pretty decently back into prior structure. So I want to stay away from that one for now. Where's the next trade? That's what I'm looking for. All right, let's take a quick look around here. Roku, let's go over some of the names we were looking at during the rundown as well. So Roku, what has Roku done? I know that, I remember you were like, oh, that 110 level, you really like that one, to see if that kind of holds or fails. Guess what? That fail was pretty nice for the short, and that dropped it all the way down to 106.47. On the day there. So a little bit of a bounce here back to 108s, but Roku through that 110, I guess that 110, if you were looking at it, you can see it tried to hold, a little bit of an attempt here, might have gotten you a little bit longer, but you can see extension from VWAP, can't really make it past 11s, breaks back below 10s, breaks back below 9s, and then goes all the way down to 106s. So nice little follow through happening there on that one. Let me know in the chat, what are you guys trading? Tilray, yeah, I know, we were looking at MSOS as well.
You like the back end of that one?
Look at that. So here's the thing, when we were up here, I tried to punch short. I think we need borrows for this one. But yeah,
do you want them?
No, I think I'm good now. I think the trade was here when I liked it. It came all the way into VWAP, and then now taking a little bit of a bounce, showing us some strength at the same time. MSOS kind of choppy, not as clean as Tilray here. So I think Tilray definitely a little bit better of a vehicle when it comes to that. As of right now, it seems like XLV continues to sell off here, XLE as well. So energy sector might be taking a little bit of a pullback now, alongside the rest of the market here as well. So a lot of tech selling. Let's take a look at, what was Micron. Micron as well, man. Micron's been pretty interesting over the past few days. Some distinct selling, that 250. couldn't really make it. It seems like we're continuing to make some legs to the downside as of right now. All right, what are you guys saying?
We just missed 474. So I'm going to take a little bit out at 474. I just wanted to tell everybody that. Back up to VWAP. I'll take $1. I know you're going to, oh, you're out of Tesla. Okay. I just was going to say that if it does come back up to that level right there, I am going to take another piece out there at 4. So I'm right here at 474 now. It's kind of bouncing off of me now. So I'm, oh man, 90, okay, there you go. So we got another piece out there. So I only have 20%. Now I'm going to cancel that 476 and see if it does go higher. I just wanted to put this up right here. There was a time that I was shut down, actually. Wow, I cannot believe you've been here for that long, Lyndon Meyer here. So one day on AMC, you see where it says I was down 1K?
2Ks there.
Was there 2Ks? I was down $10 million and shut down. And I was just like, what?
That can happen.
I was like, what have I done? You know, but again, that all gets corrected, thank God. So what it wound up happening was a stock, AMC was halted. I was in it. Let's just say I was short 1,000 shares or something like that. Anyways, what wound up happening with our system is what's supposed to happen when a stock is halted, the stock gets locked, basically, and that's what's supposed to happen. You're not supposed to be able to get in or out of any positions. You wait for it to open up so that the broader market can open up, and then you deal with whatever your fate is on the opening print. The problem was, I guess, our system that day or something, I'm not, because I think I was one of the only ones this happened to. I had a stop order out because obviously I'm in position, so I want to stop out. And there was a trigger higher on like a dark pool or something that happened either just as it halted or a second after it halted. Yeah. Anyways, the trigger was like a couple bucks higher, which obviously got me out of my position, and it marketed me out of absolutely everything. And it gave me, like, let's just say AMC was at $3 or something. You know, I wound up getting out of those 1,000 shares at like $300 or something because couldn't find liquidity. Yeah. Anyways, my shutdown was then triggered. And it was corrected the very next day. So, you know, we didn't have to really suffer through anything. But yeah, that was very, very scary.
A little bit of a heart attack there.
Yeah, I was just like, I immediately called the wife and I said, I love you and everything like that. And I may have to
like, we need to leave the country.
We may
book those tickets.
Yeah, it was more like, what's the status of the passport? There was things like that that was going through there. But yeah, exactly. We're heading for the hills on that one. But no, so that got corrected. And it's just like that sometimes will happen. It's a bad print. So that day, yes, you are 100% right. That is the one day that I was shut down. And I actually have a picture of it.
System error, though.
I actually tweeted it out. So system error, yeah. So it actually opened up to be a winner, which was part of the problem. And I didn't get to capture it because I was shut down. So anyways, at the end of the day, those things happened, and that was a funny time. So thank you for discussing that. I didn't mean to get involved with your Palantir talk there, but
I think that's
sometimes people like these little stories.
That's a great story. I mean,
I'll see if I can find it because I did tweet out my blotter that day, which showed minus $10 million.
Yeah, no, that would definitely give me a little bit of a panic there. But yeah, no, sometimes
it was not well received.
Those halts can be a little finicky with the risk.
I remember sitting here and I was like, Neil, you have to take over. You know, it's not like you know. I need to figure this out.
Yeah,
you know,
no, I mean, that's real because you got to remember at the end of the day you're doing this live and putting on some real risks. So when you know things hit the fan, things can get a little serious. But yeah, that is what it is. Yeah, Palantir though. Bit of a reversion. That was pretty nice here, holding underneath VWAP. Market's also holding with a strong sell as well. But things are consolidating now. So that selling kind of slowed down. You can see here Tesla still holding in and around that 475, 474s as well. Amazon still holding that 222. That might be the trade today because if players are going to play defense in and around that 222, I'm thinking I got to be involved every single time that happens until it stops happening. Apple as well, pretty consolidative as of right now. So not really watching too much else. You can see AVGO, that was the reversion right here. VWAP continuation, that was nice. Retest of VWAP, 340s, 341s, that's been nice. Seems like sellers are back in on this name. We did attempt to break that prior day low right here, right off of the open, but strong bid action right there, wiping it right back. But coming in, sellers stepping right back in at a prior structure from yesterday. So it's been pretty nice here on AVGO. Could have definitely done a little bit better in terms of execution, but again, that is the work in progress. All right, so let's see. You guys also mentioned GME. I know that was moving yesterday and a little bit of an interest, but here's the thing, man. Is it doing relative volume? That's my question. Sure, it has the move, but take a look at this. It's doing 1 times the relative volume yesterday. Today, doing half times relative volume. Not really interesting to me when it's doing things like that. I want to see a little bit of relative volume, or I want to see, like, again, take a look at Tesla yesterday. Tesla was doing pretty decently in terms of relative volume, coming in off of the open 4 times. Remember, we talk about when a Mag 7 stock does over like even like 1.5, 2 times relative volume, that could be a little bit of something, right? It's not necessarily normal. You got to remember how much these market caps are, how much dollar volume you actually need to move this stuff around. And look, today off of the open, doing about 1.3, 1.2, 1.3,
Oh boy,
picking right back up. So, oh boy.
Yeah, no, just to your Tesla now. It's finally started. There it goes. Let's go, everybody. Now we're $2 plus. Now we are actually, Joseph, we are now $1, $2, $3 right now on Tesla. Joe, you got out. Joe, I don't know if he has his mic on, but he's trading right now. I'm not sure if he got out of his Tesla or not. Randy, how's it going, my guy back there? All right, I give you the mic, but again, it's only a prop. All right, what do you? Oh, you got a little coffee action. Okay, here. Here's my friend. Get in over here. All right, salute. Randy, everybody. Yes. You don't know who that is? If you don't know, now you know. I'm not watching that P. Diddy documentary anymore.
I've heard good things about it, but I still haven't.
No, so the thing is, it's good, but the thing, it's 50 Cent has a huge agenda in all of this, obviously, and that's fine. I mean, I don't believe that we should be obviously celebrating the life of that individual. I'm not even going to say his name anymore. He's obviously not doing enough time, and there's a whole bunch of things there. I just find that documentary is just so biased. It's really, I only watched the first 2 episodes. It's fine, and it's interesting about the Biggie Smalls stuff and the Tupac stuff, and like now I actually think that Puff Daddy had a hit on Tupac actually, and probably got his own. Probably one of the best rappers of all time, Christopher Wallace, murdered as well. So I'm gonna leave my judgment out on all of that, which I just basically gave it. I don't even want to watch the last 2 episodes. Apparently that's more about like all that victim and stuff, and that will really, like, I'll get really worked up about all of that, because the more that you dig into all of this, and this is why I don't know both sides of it, it's very, very like against Combs, which is fine. It's just I don't really know what to think about moving forward and watching those next couple episodes, because all those stories and all that stuff, like, that's just kind of horrible about all that. So I'm kind of staying away from it. But again, the reason why I want to talk about it a little bit, because I think that's a huge value. And I know that Joe and Sharif go back and forth a little bit about this, but I think there's value in Netflix down here at some of these prices, just for the content. Again, like, they can literally get subscribers based on like 1 documentary, 1 series, 1 fight event. Like that match between Tyson and Paul was just like, they broke the internet literally. I mean, internet stopped working in some spots, and Netflix crashed and all this kind of stuff, and that gave them a lot of viewers. Now, I know that there's a lot of talk about how strong YouTube is and all that, and I'm not saying that Netflix is going to be the greatest buy of all time, but I do want to take advantage of dip downs on Netflix, because I do think that content will continue to be king on that. And here's what Netflix daily chart looks like. I have to show it to you on eSignal for the splits. Right there. I'm not even looking at the chat, because people are probably very opinionated about what I just said. But yeah, so I just think we started talking about this deal up here. Warner Brothers has been talked about for a very long time. But on earnings, they actually had a good earnings call, which battled them all the way back to 116 before falling back in right now. And I just think that there's a lot of this getting hit here on Warner Brothers talk. And I actually think them acquiring Warner Brothers at the current deal is probably pretty good for them. And again, if we're going to talk about content, then they're getting a lot of space with Warner Brothers, man. They're getting a lot of different programming coming through on there, including some of those HBO series. So I think that does breathe life back into them. You know how many times I've watched Office? Probably 5 times.
Yeah, I mean, definitely worth watching that many times.
Yeah, so it's just like one of those things where I think that if Netflix does get Game of Thrones, it opens up a new avenue for those that maybe didn't have HBO Max or didn't watch it the first round or like it so much and want to watch it again. It's so easy. So I like Netflix coming through there as well. We'll see where that goes from here, but yeah.
I definitely believe you on The Office, because people were telling me for years that you should try,
oh, that's right.
You're not, watch it.
You're not an Office
and then,
guy.
But guess what?
Okay.
I watched the first couple of episodes. I ended up binging a decent amount.
Okay,
of it,
guys, because it gets a lot better.
This
Yeah.
is pretty good. It's one of the shows I have seen through and through, but. Yeah, no, it's a great show there. But Netflix, yeah, I do agree that that bigger term, long-term trend has been holding. It got sold off a little bit on that WBD news, but again, bigger picture, just trend, right?
Oh,
it's
man.
doing what it's been doing before, and sometimes price action follows through on volume coming in. So I think that's something to look forward for.
There's a lot of talk here about what's for lunch, and yesterday, I'm almost feeling some kind of ways just thinking about it. Why would you ever put tilapia and teriyaki together?
Yeah, that was a little questionable. Yeah.
All right, we're gonna figure out what's for lunch today, and yeah, it might be a Cabanos day if it's teriyaki tilapia again. If we get back-to-back tilapia days, honestly, Joe's one of the smartest guys in here. He said no tilapia for him. So anytime it's tilapia, like our poor caterers, they make food for 30, 40 people, but because it's tilapia, they got to make something special for my guy over there. Shout out to Joe, of course, getting that protein. You need that as well. So, all right, but for right now, we got Money Talks. It's in the back there with Sia.
Before we heading to Money Talk, Sean, thank you. We're quickly going to do a sector watch. As you can see, pretty flat, nothing major going on right now. However, in tech, Netflix is doing decently, 0.61%, and Meta is also 0.71% right now. Quick update about Meta. The Messenger app on desktop has shut down for good. That's something I just looked at right now. And there's also a very good article that just came out about why Meta stock is a better investment than Google, which is something I'm really interested in. If I get updates, I will keep you updated. But Meta, as you know, is Alphabet's biggest competitor, and lower valuation comparison to the Alphabet stock, and higher in revenue and operating income. But also for Netflix, I think the Warner Bros. Deal is one of the reasons stock is doing okay to good right now. But that's about it. There's nothing major at the moment. And back to the guys.
So that a little bit of a wipe coming back in here on the market. So we attempted to push going into the end of this hour here. Bit of a green to red, red to green. I don't know. We're kind of dancing with that open of the candle here on the 15-minute chart. So more consolidation here on Tesla is what I'm seeing. Again, I'm going to be patient. I'll wait for the next opportunity. AVGO catching a little bit of a bid here as well, maybe consolidating, chop. So yeah, nothing too much on my radar as of right now. Let's see, ARM, I guess ARM was pretty aggressively sold off of the open. Let's take a quick look at that one here as well. When it comes to some of these names. So 118, okay, all right, so that's been a pretty strong sell. We're catching a little bit of a bid here as well. I was watching Intel as well this morning. I think they had a bit of news. I thought it was an interesting piece of news here. We did get a bit of a bid here all the way to 38.35s in the morning session, but giving it all back and then some in the opening session, coming all the way down to 36.92s here. But it seems like it's been interacting with VWAP pretty well here. One test, two test is going back in for the third test right now. That VWAP sitting here at 37.43s. All right, so it seems like coming into the last, I guess, 7 minutes of this 15-minute candle, we are catching a bit of a bid back to the upside here. So where is the reversion? That's what I'm asking of some of this selling. Oh my God. That Amazon, we got to keep an eye out on this Amazon, because that Amazon, take a look at that. That 222, all the way back up to the range highs. So this is what I was saying. This could be range bound today, and range bound it has been with 1, 2, 3 tests of the low of the range, and then 3 tests of the high of the range here. High of the range being 223.65. Sure, it's not that crazy, but it keeps giving it to you over and over again. The question becomes how many times do you really need to see it to take that opportunity for what it's worth, right? So market catching a bit of a bid. Let's see if we break this range or not. But that 222 has been trying to knock even yesterday after some strong selling, but trying to knock for, I guess, a few months. You know that it's attempted to hold, and it has been holding pretty well as of right now. So that's all I really got on watch. What are you guys talking about here? Circle, okay, that's a name I haven't heard in a while. Let's take a quick look at Circle. All right, so distinctly different as it's showing some strength, holding VWAP multiple times. 81s holding, pushing back towards high a day here. 83.35s on Circle. All right, so prior day, it's pretty much wiping back prior day. So this is where sellers were pretty aggressive here underneath 84s yesterday. And that was a bit of a multi-day push because you can see here last Friday, also some strong selling with a high of 91s, closing in and around mid 80s, 83s here, and continuation on Monday. But a bit of a reversion happening here on the daily chart, pulling right back up. So that makes me question, what is Bitcoin doing as of right now on Coinbase? So yeah, there you go, right here, a bit of a bid coming right back in. It's a 3-minute chart on Bitcoin. I do not want to look at that. Again, something that trades 24/7. I do want to maybe stick to higher time frames, and you can see nice structure push happening here on a 15-minute, maybe even an hourly. Taking a look at that pullback in 87, 88s coming in on BTC. So yeah, that might be running some of the bid on these crypto-related stocks. What's up, Sia?
Thank you. So there's a boost seen in the Japanese yen, while US dollar is at a 2-month low amid the subdued forex action. Yen right now is at 154.61, showing a 0.31% strength amidst the BOJ hike rate bets. Precious metals as well, like gold, have dropped below 4,300, and commodities, including WTI, crude, are approaching 7-month lows. Pound is also strengthening on the UK data, has risen against major currencies after UK PMI data hit 52.1, beating the forecasted numbers, and now is showing an accelerated private sector growth. Moving on to Indian rupee. Indian rupee has hit an all-time low and has fallen past 91 versus the USD for the 4th session, down 6% YTD due to US tariffs. And 18 billion foreign outflows, NDF maturities despite certain RBI interventions. And that's all for now. Thank you.
Interesting. Yeah, good luck. Thanks for that. And I didn't realize that about the rupee there, as India has been a pretty hot economy. And we talked about the stock market, with Rahim Alani a couple times there, talking all about the Indian market. So thanks, Sia. And again, man, put some ones up in the chat. Great job for Sia there today. So we'll see. Everybody loving it. Great job there, Sia. And I know she was a little under the weather, so we appreciate her coming in there today. But let's see if we can reward all of this with a good lunch.
Ooh, what's for lunch? Oh, that's a nice background there.
So now they're going with the flags.
Okay.
Yeah. So now you got the flag. So now on our menu, we got a flag. Here, I'll try to show you guys quickly. I don't want you guys to see what's going on here too much. Flags. Okay, gone. Okay, so that's what we're talking about right now. But today's flag, would you like to tell everybody, Obi?
Okay, all right. Yeah, I can see. Yeah, cottage. Oh, sorry, British.
Yeah, the flag, not the food. Okay, so we do. All right, you know what? From now on, let's reset. This is my segment. All right, here we go. Okay, here we go. We got a little carried away right there.
Run it back.
Right, let's run this back. All right, today's What's for Lunch. We're very excited about it because yesterday was quite the disappointment with teriyaki tilapia. Today, though, with the flag, British flag here, we have what is well known around these joints as cottage pie, which I think we talked about this before. It was actually pretty good last time. It was, the discussion was it's supposed to be lamb meat or just beef.
Yeah.
So I'm going to find out. Maybe we should email and find out what exactly is in it there. But cottage pie today with seasoned roast veggies and mixed green salad. I think that's a winner, and that is what's for lunch.
No cabanos today.
Well, I'm gonna go, and then tomorrow actually looks pretty good too. We'll leave that now. See, now that you've got me looking forward there, Obi. But we'll get. I think what we should do is, are you around on Christmas Eve?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, because that's going to be a half day. So, there's going to be a couple half days coming up or days.
Make sure they're open, though.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
That's what happened last year.
I was going to say, because sometimes some days the caterers don't show up. So, yeah, cottage's beef there, Rusty Dutch says, and shepherd's pie is lamb. So we got cottage today. So we'll find out what exactly that is. We have $3 in the money on Tesla. We have 50 cents in the money on the TQs. I only took 2 trades today. This is it right there, off of the 200 period moving average. We get Tesla, huge trade. And then we also have the TQs with a huge short. So those are the 2 trades for me today, and we'll finish at the high spot. I mean, we lost a little bit unrealized because of all this, but actually the amount of money that we're holding right now is actually exactly equal. The Tesla realized profit is the same as the realized profit right now on the TQ is what we have left. So far so good here. We're excited. We've got Joe coming out. We've got Sharif. Obi, thanks for joining. Promise me you'll be back at 2 o'clock?
I'll be here.
All right, Obi and I at 2 o'clock. A big shout out to Sia. Thank you so much for all those updates. We got Fabian over there. We've got Andre. We've got Ramin. Thanks so much to Brendo as well. Thanks to Sharif and Joe for everything they've added, obviously. But you don't have to thank them through me. They're going to be on right now. So let's go over to the midday show. Thanks for everybody for watching. Adara's back tomorrow. Neil's back tomorrow. We're back at 2 p.m. Ciao for now.
Bello. Matteo always says that to me. He's like, ciao bello.
Ciao, bello.
Boom! Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. This right there is your boy Joey Options, and I'm Sharif. And your boy's already Tesla. Oh, that's Katina, man. Tesla long, triple Q short. All right, guys, it is a very busy day in these here markets. So let's say hello to everyone. We got KC 526. Guten Morgen. All right, shout out to Casey Brown Lightning, Papacito. We got Christmas. We got Capote, Gore of the OG, and Lee the Conductor. Shout out to the Fluffsters, Fluffy Hippo, Rudy Enriquez. We got Ichiro. What's up? Right back at you, Jay Koingi and Neely. YOLO, Jock. We got, who else, man? Mike, PD Ryder, DJ Race. We got Pete, Zaza Pi, Rogelio, Concepcion. We got Holly coming out of New York City. Shout out to Doc. Shout out to Andrew Sandoval. Shout out to, who else? Wicked, Chunky, Slayin, Stocks Girl. I love the name. We got All Class, Adam DeLuce. You know, I think he's a really, really big Chelsea fan.
Yeah.
We didn't really talk about that while ADL was here, but we're going to get into that.
London is blue.
London is not blue. DJ Darkroom, K2 Unknown, and Dashin42, Joey. Shout out to Wyatt as well, man. TX Badger and Boosted Red Spot. Yeah, he is. See that, Joey? See that? He is a Chelsea fan. I knew it, man. I knew the second I called him Arsenal Adam and he asked me to stop, I knew something was afoot. We still love you, though, Adam DeLuce. All class Adam. Good morning, Joey.
Yeah, good morning. I'm not even going to lie to you guys. I have to go to the washroom because I was just hyper-focused over here. And I'm like, yeah, I can't get up out of my desk. So, I mean, we'll rock. We'll get into what we were trading here. And then take a short one, but it won't take it. All right, guys, let's see what we want. For only loss of the session is going to be an APLD. Looking for that move higher. Strong momentum to the downside. Looking for the bounce. Like the overall market was trading higher, so all right, let's take our chances on this one. Nope, it was a no-go, so we get stopped out immediately. But nonetheless, guys, let's head over to TSLA, and we were trading a little bit of SMR as well. This was earlier in the morning. I broke this down to you guys not too long ago, so you can see 20.95 was that entry price, and then we're going to get out. That's our out at 20.85. So we wait until we hit that 2-to-1 target, and then we start piecing it out, and then sure enough, boom, boom, boom. I went for the reload there on this indecision print right at the volume-weighted average price. We get a little bit out, but then it just comes right back to my break even. So we got stopped out of that, and then Tesla went on this nice monster run. Now, as for SMR, guys, Sharif's talking to me. People will be like, yo, Joe. And I'm like, man, I gotta focus over here. Give me a couple of seconds. I'm like, obviously, as soon as I hop into the stock, it decides to move sideways for a period of 5-10 minutes. But anyways, nonetheless, guys, we're in at 1690s. We were literally risking 5 cents on this trade, 1685s, and then we wait until we hit that 1-to-1 right there at 95s, and then we piece them out, comes back to the break even, and we get stopped out. It did climb up to 1705, but that's no worries. A nice risk to reward reward, even though it was at a 1-to-1. We're not going to complain about it whatsoever. A weaker stock, so I wasn't expecting a continued move here, or it was going to be a little bit choppy, and we've seen that on SMR and APLD and a couple of other names. But this was the actual entry that I was looking for here on SMR, but I didn't get the pullback that I was looking for. So I was like, be patient, let it do its thing. And then it was this specific indecision candle that made me get involved once again. So on this pullback, I've been working on a couple of things. So on the pullback, if you see that buying pressure start to step back into the market, then that's when I want to get involved. So we had a couple opportunities to do so. You get that leg higher, pullback, forms the indecision print, and then look at this aggressive move to the top side. So that was a pretty good trade right there in APLD, and the exact same thing right here, guys. Buying pressure, buying pressure, buying pressure. Let's get involved. I get that little bit of a pop, and then it comes back to the break even. But a missed trade of the day was Netflix right at the volume weighted average price, indecision print right at VWAP, and then boom, off to the races there. So I was posted up actually, but I just never caught the fill. It went without me there.
All right, guys, let's get right down to work because there is a whole lot moving today, most notably weed. Weed, very, very strong. It doesn't matter what you're looking at. You want to look at MSOX? You want to look at MSOS? You want to look at Tilray? How about, well, ACB is not that good. Grow Generations, GRWG. We got Chronic, CRON. We got Cureleaf, CURLF. They're all very strong. I'm working my way into Tilray now. Tilray, $13.50 high a day. Last, it comes back down into the 10 exponential moving average on the 5. Did I get to 69, Phil? Man, come on, bro. What's the low of this candle? 71. All right, that sucks to be me. So it didn't cross, so it's all good. Yeah, so comes back down into the 10 exponential on the 5, or around 12.75, pardon me. But here's the deal. It's not just the 10 EMA on the 5 that I'm looking at. Take a look at this double top right at 10 o'clock and 10:05. There is a double top that almost exactly rejects Katina Man off that $0.75 and then drops all the way down, holds VWAP. So technicals being respected on the day by at least Tilray for the moment. So there we get a nice little pop off that 10 EMA. What do we got on? We got 86s. It's showing me 82s. So look, if this one catches a bid, wants to make its way back up to 13, we're going to get involved. But it is a strong time. The last few days, I want to say going into last week when we got basically the rumors that President Trump was looking at rescheduling marijuana vis-a-vis an EO. It's been very strong, and then we get confirmation from the GOAT himself about what he actually wants to do. So that's what we're keeping an eye on right now. I'm involved in TLRY, but there is plenty moving. A couple of holdovers from yesterday. Case in point, most notably AMCI. This one's up bigly. Let's see, to the tune of what here? 75%. You can see that I've got the ticker on from yesterday. This was very strong during the day, and then all hell broke loose at 405. Well, what's going on at 405, Joey? Well, there's this little nuance to the market that says after 4 o'clock, no volatility halt parameters. Before 9:30, no volatility halt parameters. So the degens, including myself, that trade these small cap gappers, and I say that jokingly, of course, they love the pre-market, they love the aftermarket because things can really squeeze, and that's exactly what happened with the AMCI yesterday. Right at 405, this thing rocketed up off the closing print at 7:30, and when all was said and done, like 2 minutes later, it had more than doubled up into 1510, and that's where we find the high of the day on today at actually 1504. So we haven't cleared that aftermarket high from yesterday, and based upon my system, I treat the aftermarket high very similarly, if not the same as the pre-market high, because of the same reasons of why that is. I'm going to get to that later, but AMCI, a holdover, another holdover. Oh, wow, Joey, we just pumped up bigly on Tilray, and we're not even wetting the beak, Joe. That's what happens when we have to review these things, and we can't trade and focus on the trade. So now this thing rocketed up, and I took no prints. So we got 98s now. There it goes, right back into 99. I got to digress from my analysis here to take some beak wetters. But there's another holdover that I was trying to get to before I was distracted by Tilray. YCBD, another very strong name from yesterday. This one did give up the ghost, though. in the afternoon. It lost VWAP, it lost trend. Today it's having a good day, up 15%, and it's holding the 10 EMA on the 5. It's not my favorite, but we're going to keep an eye on it. So those are the two holdovers from yesterday, YCBD, AMCI. But there's new ones. We got Chow, like the dude that I always ask for Mandarin help, in the back, $1.14 high, holding trend, a couple of bull flags under its belt, and I gotta love when the volume weighted average price or another technical indicator overlaps with that psychological area of support or resistance, most notably here, the dollar level, and that's exactly what Chow had. It had VWAP at the buck. We cleared the buck to the tune of 14 pennies. We drop back down, we hold the buck, and here we are again, right back near the highs, looking to clear the high of the day. We're going to be keeping an eye here on CHOW. ALDX. Very, very strong, very directional right from the get-go. Right at 9:30, the buying was in, and it was strong. And then we had basically a buy program that operated for about a half an hour, and now we're getting this area of consolidation, this bull flag pattern, right? The beautiful part about this is we're still holding technicals, so you're going to find your boy probably trying to work in the low 5s, 510, 509, try to get some money fills for a top break through the quarter dollar and maybe onto the half or even 6 ALDX. Certainly in focus for me. CPAC, not that channel that nobody watches on cable, but CPAC holding $10 quite well. This one also had a nice bull flag right at 9:30. We break out, we get to 11:30, and now we're kind of putting in a sideways consolidation where VWAP and the $10 level are overlapping. I just finished saying how much I love when that happens. So much in focus here, Joey. MSOX as well. VERO. VERO might lose its spot on the coveted side chart as it did lose the volume weighted average price, but we're going to keep a close tab on that. But your boy is taking prints here on Tilray to the high side. We're going to wet the beak there and cancel oh, wow, Joey, there it goes again into 1306. So we got some good prints there. We're going to be looking to get some more here on your friend Tilray. We're going to be adding into this one because the trend is holding. So long as 13 holds and it holds that 10 EMA on the 5, it's going to have an interested buyer in me. TLRY up 20.
Neil, yo, LOL. Yeah, nice pick out there on IBIT, 9,290 contracts. That's going to be the second largest. What I'm seeing is a potential floor at 44 with 13,600 contracts sitting at that specific level. As for the puts, guys, 55, 12,500. So it's not the largest of strikes that are currently in the money on the put side, that is. But it's up there, so keep that in mind. In the money, we have that $55 strike price and that $50 strike price, and then out of the money, we have that 44 level and that 40 level. So those could be potential floors. If they're broken, then I think it's going to be absolutely disastrous. Yeah, so let's get over to see what we're looking at here. There's the TQs. You can see a lot of sideways price action here, but you have failed to establish a new high, and then now you're starting to come back in. Same thing with this SPY. You're trading south of the volume weighted average price. Hood's been relatively strong. Guys, focus on, this is exactly what I'm looking for, essentially. So I was thinking of a long or short here on IBIT, but it just tells you, let the price action form, and that's essentially what trading is at the end of the day. Just go over charts and look for patterns. It's pattern recognition. So you get this buying pressure stepping in IBIT, and then sure enough, you get that volume stepping in. I was pointing this out to Sharif earlier. I'm like, hey, yeah, that's some substantial volume on the buy side. The exact same thing as Hood. The details are in the candle prints, right? Every form of indicator is derived from price. So if you're following what price is doing, then you can set yourself up pretty well. There's Nvidia indecision print at those highs, but another more buying pressure right at VWAP as well too. This print here is extremely key in my opinion. I was going to look to take a short because why? Look at the TQs, look at the Qs, right? You failed to establish a new high. The exact same thing here on Nvidia. So if we don't break that 177.50 level, sure enough, you get that indecision print, and now you're heading right back to the middle of this range. So that's a big time print. We didn't get to take advantage of it, but that's all right. There's going to be plenty. These choppy markets. Gaurav, where are you at? Are you in the chat there, brother? I just been thinking, I lost my train of thought. Oh, yeah.
What happened?
No, it's just like risk to reward, and location is extremely key and where you're looking for indecision. Like a lot of this stuff in the middle, that's nothing. But if you go to key specific areas like the volume weighted average price at extreme highs and extreme lows, and you get the detail within the prints, you can find yourself some solid setups.
Wow.
We did that. I'm still looking. Is it still going?
It's going, bro.
All right, nice. Hold on. Give me 1 second. I'll send it over to you. There's the 5-minute on SMR. We took one trade on this earlier, but if we do form another candle here, maybe I'll take one more stab. I'm willing to risk what I made on it for another potential solid opportunity here in SMR. So these are the tickers that I got going on right now. IBIT was replaced with APLD as the momentum to the downside was really aggressive, especially after it broke through some key signals, guys.
Okay. Guys, the what's it called? I don't know what that thing is called. Anyway, vote. Vote for your favorite tickers every day. Get it on the position board so that when I do the afternoon rundown, we talk about what you guys want to talk about, not what we choose. Tilray is absolutely rocketing up, man. We have 86s on. There goes the quarter dollar. It's up 21%. It's a fantastic hold of the 10 EMA on the 5. 1349 high of day. We're going to be looking to take some out on the way there, but I got a new position over here, ALDX. As I mentioned, this one bull flag in, so I want to build up my position towards a low end of the flag and then look to wet the beak for the breakouts to the high side. So that's all I'm looking at the moment. We've got a winner in Tilray. We're going to look to build a position ALDX. We got in small share size initially here on ALDX, and we want to add more if this one does continue up. Shout out to Drop Systems, RZLV. I did take a look at that. It's not bad. Into $3, he states. Can you take a look at RZLV? See if it meets your small gap requirements. It does. It's above VWAP, above the pre-market high. Not quite above the pre-market high, but close. It has to take out that 913 high, which I believe is 318. Although bad PR today, Resolve AI highlights financial challenges with debt concerns. It interests me much less what the fundamental reason that these small caps are moving. I trade them almost exclusively on technicals, and most of the time, I want to say 7 out of 10 times, 8 out of 10 times, I don't even look at the headline. Most of the times when I look at the headline, it's to answer a question in the chat. I don't care why they're running. It's completely unrelated to my investing and my swinging style, where the actual news item is very important. So we look at technicals almost exclusively for these small cap gappers. If they've got momentum and they're running, that's really the only reason I'm trading them in the first place. But let's take a look at RZLV. Give me a second, Assassino. We're gonna go over there in a second as soon as we take a look at this one for the OG Drop Systems. RZLV, right? Okay, so let's take a look at that. This is what I meant by it didn't take out the pre-market high. There's that 910 high, the high of which is 318. The official high of the day is 314. I like this. I worry about the double top, but there's always a stop loss for that. Build your position into this one with a possible stop out through 3 if you want to give it a bit more room. I mean, in the sense, like this candle here would have stopped you out if you had put your stop at 3 because it went to 299. Give it to like 297, 298, give it a bit of room, but there does seem to be a bit of consolidation ever since 1040. We've been a bit sideways. Build your position into 3 for a breakout above the pre-market high, and then, you know, if it loses that $3 area and you've given it enough room, then, you know, maybe set up at 290 or so where the volume weighted average price is. We're going to have a look at that and many more when we get back from Sia at the big desk.
Thank you. So quick crypto update. The crypto market cap fell by 2.7% to 2.94 trillion today. BTC dropped around 4%, around $86,100, which is raising $136 billion in market cap as the Chinese regulations shut down around 400,000 miners in Xinjiang. And moving on to Solana, SOL. Solana lost 5% today after enduring a massive DDoS attack, peaking at 6 TBPS, which is the 4th largest ever this week. But it's currently doing better, trading at 2.2% positive. And As for ETH, it fell by 6% to under $3,000, currently trading around $2,900, facing some selling pressure and 174 million in liquidations. Also, another thing, spot Ethereum's ETF saw an outflow of 225 million yesterday, making its largest daily outflow since 20th of November this year. And that's all. Back to the guys.
Good stuff. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sia.
Bang, there it is, guys. A nice fill on SMR once again. Sharif, you've seen the average price, 16.85, literally giving this one to 16.80s, 5 cents. Okay. We hit that 1-to-1. We take a little bit off. We still have the majority of our position remaining.
Get it,
Sharif.
Joey.
When the voice goes up,
oh,
you
no.
know,
It's going
the
up,
boy is
Joey.
cooking.
Oh, no, he's printing.
Who is Chef Joe? I might have to steal your name, brother, because I'm cooking up a storm over here at all costs. We're going to hit the stone cold. Man. But another attempt, guys, just looking at the same price action signals, and there's an additional big pop there in SMR, Sharif.
Yes,
yeah,
sir.
Oh, what a nice trade. Boom, boom, boom.
His name's Joey Options, baby.
It is, but we
should be Joey Profits.
It should be, I don't even know what to call myself at this point. Hey, but no, in all seriousness, guys, just having a little bit of fun with it and just sticking to the same system. Oh, is that what you want, Sharif?
I just want Rizbot, bro.
Yeah,
Where's my boy Rizbot at, man?
That's
racist.
Oh,
get it, Joey.
SMR, man. This thing was giving me a headache. Hey, listen, I was swing trading this thing. I took actually a loss on SMR. I was in at like 20, and then a guy from work, his name is literally in the chat, a guy from work, I said, yeah, 18 is your out. And yeah, and that's what happened. We got that nice little pop on the daily, but it wasn't sustained. Dang. And then I seen it on a couple other tickers. I was looking at the quantum space as well, too. And it did the same thing. You get that failed break. You do get a nice move higher, but then it immediately broke down after that. So I was like, get out of Dodge, wait for it to cool down a little bit. It's still down substantially off its previous all-time high, Sharif. But yeah, we're cooking nice right here on APLD. I'm actually going to take off half right here, and then we're going to let the other half rock and roll, guys.
He's going to let it rock and roll. I like it, man. Yeah, Joey, this is a good morning. ALDX, we're going up, baby. It's still holding trend. We got in at 19s. We just wet the beak at 25s. Looking for continuation into this bad boy into 30. That's the next profit taker there. Look, I have a couple of dip trades that have gone unfilled. As you see, I'm waiting at 9s. Maybe I need to move up my my dip trades a little bit more, which I'm going to actually. I'm going to try to get some money fills here in the high teens. Let's go 18, see if we can get something in and around that level. Oh, crap. I just took out the entire position. Oh, no. Instead of adding, I took it out. Okay, not the right move. All right, no worries, no worries. Let's see if we can, is it valid to get in here? Yeah, I can get in. I'm going to get in smaller because that was a fat-fingered mistake. All right, all good. I do want to point out Tilray. Tilray is making lower highs. So, candle at 1050, that is a high of the day, 1349. Then every subsequent candle after that 1050 candle on the 5-minute chart has been putting in lower highs. That's the bad news. The good news is it's still holding trend, which is decent. It's still holding the 10 EMA on the 5. I'm trying to decide whether or not I should be adding at this level, even though it's putting in lower highs, it's also putting in higher lows, right? So I'm going to get in here. Let's give this one the old college try. Okay. Let's go back now to ALDX because we fat-fingered into that. That's a mistake. So we got in at 24s. Now it's going against me into 17s, which is fine. I still want to build my position here on ALDX, and I'll DCA into 5. So let's go ahead and take some into that level. Good look, good look. And now that we've added to the Tilray position, let's go ahead and wait for some profit takers. And there it goes almost immediately. We take some at 7s. Now we're going to post at 12s and 17. Let's see if we can get a nice price spike up on my friend Tilray. Looking for continuation. Now it's showing me 9s. There's 10s. Let's see if we can get across. There it goes. It's got to cross a little bit more over here for us to get that next fill. Happy with the trading today. Let's see what we did right there on ALDX. Okay, so we get a money fill. Let's go ahead and wait at 25s. And then we're going to also post up a little bit higher at 30. So that's what I'm keeping my eye on there. But I also mentioned Chow, CHOW, not doing a whole lot of volume given the price, almost $1 name. Only 3.17 million shares traded on the day. Also, it is an Amex stock. If you've been watching the show for a while, you know how I feel about Amex stocks. I don't really like them, but we'll trade them if it is warranted. So we got a bit of a double top possibly forming here on CHOW at $1.14. However, it's still respecting trend. And there's not much distance between this current price action and VWAP where I would get out. So I'm going to build a position. We're going to enter Chow here with a small amount of shares, looking for continuation on this one. Joseph, what are you looking at?
Yes, sir. Some good stuff here on SMR. Thanks, Cora, for pointing that out. You can see 1685s. We get that move up into 17, so that's 15 right there. We'll take that a 3-to-1 approximately. I didn't have a crazy amount of size on it, but we have 20% of it remaining, just a little bit less. Yeah, Fluffy Hippo. The thing,
Fluffy.
Yeah, what's up, Fluff? So, I mean, this is really difficult for me to trade. There's no liquidity, right? So there's not much I can really say. Yesterday was extremely more liquid, but what we got going on today is, if you ask me, it's just, you can't trade that, in my opinion. You'll just get caught in it. You won't be able to get out because the liquidity isn't there. And then just look at this from a daily. So it's disastrous on BTTC. So yeah, I'd be avoiding this at all costs. Don't touch it with a 10-foot pole. Yeah, that's just my opinion. Trade at your own risk. But if there's no liquidity, I don't know what you're going to do, and that has next to none. I don't even know how many shares are traded. I'll pull it up for you, and we'll take a look at that right now. BTTC, and see how much volume it's actually put in. I won't see it here. I'll type it up on this one, BTTC. It has traded 113,000 contracts. Chow, go ahead, brother.
Yeah, it's fine. I'm just letting everybody know. Chow breaking out.
Nice.
Took out pre-market high, or took out day's high.
All right, bang, bang, bang. Oh, nice. You got a face slap over that one. We'll hit the ha-ha over there for you, my boy Sharif. But yeah, I mean, okay, so we're both cooking up today. Chef Sharif, man, he's on one today. So yeah, way to rock and roll, brother. I love it when both of us are having solid starts to the session. I hope you guys are as well, too. Don't forget, guys, Anthony Joshua versus Jake.
Oh,
it's not Saturday,
you're already
Friday.
going there,
then,
eh?
Oh, I'm pretty sure Avatar Fire and Ash comes out. I know you're not familiar with that, Sharif, but that's okay. It's going to be a great movie. And then I think there's another fight on Saturday.
I think there's plenty of fights,
Andrew
Joey.
Tate versus Chase Demore on Saturday in Misfits Boxing.
And what are you thinking about that fight, Joey?
I don't know, man. I don't really have any opinions on it. Andrew better hope he doesn't lose, because all that, if he loses, man, all of that,
all that top G stuff is gonna sound super hollow.
If anything, yeah, exactly. So if he loses, then it's not. But Chase is a big boy, but he's kind of like, he's worse than Deontay with the boxing skills.
Yeah,
I mean,
is that how it is?
Yeah, he came in a little bit later.
Okay,
so yeah, but he better pray that he.
There's going to be a lot of people wanting Andrew Tate to lose. There's a lot of people that hate him.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, a lot of people are going to want him to lose for sure. But no, other than that, guys, we're pretty good today. We only have one losing trade. That's going to be on APLD. Tesla and SMR have been treating us really, really well. And we're going to continue to hold this trade until we either get stopped out, break even, or it comes into the volume weighted average price, guys.
VMAR, a new one. Thank you for the people in the chat mentioning this one. I applauded somebody for pointing it out, and then I forgot who, true to form. VMAR is halted to the upside. I'll get to that one in a second. Let's find a good trading screen for it here. So we took out a new high a day on Chow, but we're dropping back down into 13s now. Let's put VMAR. AMCI lost its spot on the side chart because it lost VWAP. Simple as that. So here's the deal. VMAR, NASDAQ name, up 176%. I just have to add it to the watch list on the side so that it updates. It's halted at $5, having halted 11/22/42. Earliest it will be open 11/27/42. That's if it opens after 5 minutes. So we need to be aware of when the stock's going to open. Secondly, the TAP, the theoretical auction price, showing 107, having halted at 105, so we're 2 pennies higher. So right now there's a buy imbalance during the halt. We're going to keep an eye out on that. What are the technicals on it? Well, we just got above $1, having double topped at the dollar as a resistance level earlier at 10.25 and 10.30, and then we dropped all the way down to 60 pennies, lost 40%, just like that, and now we're back up, clearing the dollar into the high of the day at 105. So to say this was a bamboozler is kind of an understatement here. Now, how are we going to trade this? What's the move? To me, It's not far enough. It's open. It's not far enough past the dollar for me to want to get in. I'm not going to get in here, Joey. I don't think we've cleared the dollar with a substantial amount enough. I need further clearance of the dollar, off which I can start using the dollar as an area of support. Here comes 105. Here comes 1. And it looks like we may lose 1 here. Do we defend 1? We're back up into 101. The buyers are stepping in at the dollar. Does that mean we're going to see continuation? We're seeing it for now. So the bottom of this 5-minute candle is $1 on the dot. And there is a new high of the day. The buyers are stepping in here. There's another one. We're going to halt up, guys, unless this is a false halt. $1.20 now showing up on VMAR, up 215 clean percentage points right now, and looking to do some more damage. False halt down into 111. Is this the opportunity to get in? We're going to get in here. Loses $1, it loses me as a trader. Simple as that. We got 13s on. Let's post up at 18s. We're going to post up at 22s. Limit up, there we go. We got the beak wet at 18. I can't see where limit up is yet because the price action hasn't developed, but it's really as simple as it holding the dollar. There's 20. We're looking for continuation. 20 is the high of the day. We still haven't cleared that 20. I'm going to go ahead and post as well at 28s should we find a nice move up. I will defend into the dollar, but I'm not going to get too aggressive with how much I'm adding, given that I added a little bit high. So that's what I'm keeping my eye on, Joe. I got a bunch of other trades. What are you doing?
Yeah, nice work there, brother. We're looking to take a little bit more. Christoph Ocean, brother. That's sick that you live right there. I mean, that's goals, brother. You have these days, cost of living. Yeah, I know, man. You have to. It makes life significantly easier. You're not paying the tax man for the Americans, Uncle Sam.
Tax man, tax man.
So, all right, guys. Yeah, let's see what else we got going on. We can post up at 1704s here on SMR to see if we can catch a little bit of a fill. Once again, I only told you I only have 20% left, so we'll take 10% off of that. Bang. Let's see if we can catch that. As soon as it hits the bid, we're going to be rocking and rolling. Yeah, we're going to shout out to, did you say Cash Me Outside? Yeah. Shout out to
Little baby.
Danielle Bregoli.
Oh, wow.
Her name is. Yeah.
You remember her name and everything, eh?
I mean, she was pretty iconic for quite some time.
Joey, I'm just teasing you, bro. Come on now, man.
Hey, it's all right, man. We could take a jab here or there. We were talking about Shinny not too long ago, and that's where a lot of beacon starts. But all right, guys, let's take a look at some of these.
I love it. You just say beacon? Yes. Do you know that? Oh man, what's his name? That Persian comedian who's a little bit bigger. He's from Toronto. He's hilarious.
Yeah.
Do you know who I'm talking about?
No.
Oh, he always uses that word. I'll get you his name in a second. It's Nima or something like that.
Like
his name's.
Yeah,
no, but beacon. Beacon is Toronto man talk, so isn't it? It's like Toronto talk.
Who knows?
He's beacon. He's beacon.
If you guys want to hear an ugly accent, just listen to Toronto.
It's not nice.
I can't stand it
it's sometimes.
Not nice. Yeah, it drives me nuts. But anyways, aside from that, guys, we're still cooking up here in SMR. You can see that entry there. We were trading some Tesla earlier. If there's anything, it's not Russell Peters.
Nah, man, Nima something or another, guys.
Yeah, so if there's anything you want to go over from an option standpoint, just tag me. Let me know what tickers you guys are looking at. Here's NFLX, multiple touches of the volume weighted average price. You can see another bounce, but this was the ideal entry right here as you have that indecision print right at VWAP, and then boom, you get that move off to the races, about 50, 60 cents right there. So that's what we're looking for, man. Keep those stops relatively tight, and let's see what the NASDAQ is up to. So I got a lot on the radar, lots of indecision, and that's what I love about these choppy sideways market. That's what I was going to tell you, Gord. Yes. I'm noticing when we have a lot of this ebb and flow within the market and not necessarily pure directional, you find a lot of these prints and it can set you up with some prime time opportunities.
Sounds good, man.
And we just caught you guys seen, we caught the fill there on SMR.
All right, guys, I'm still holding 4 positions right now. I don't want to be in too many because they're moving. So I don't want to hold the ones that are moving too quickly, too many of them. Like we can hold some ones that are moving slower. Those are easier to deal with. So VMAR here, what do we got? We're gonna take out some here on VMAR as it comes a little bit back down now. It's still holding trend in the sense that it's holding prior bar high or prior bar low, excuse me. Prior bar low on the prior candle is $1 on the dot. So that's fine with me because that's where I would stop out, right through the dollar. So I'm keeping an eye on that. I'm also keeping an eye on your friend Tilray over here because this one keeps making big moves. We got a nice winner now on Tilray into 117. I've been adding taking out. As you can see, multiple ads, multiple, beak wetters there. Now let's go ahead and wait above the 20 penny area. We're going to wait at 23. Let's see if it can get into that area there. Separately, I added into Chow, as this one did come back into the 10 EMA after making another high of day at 116. I've put a profit taker now at 14s and 17s, and then we're going to leave that 22 profit taker just the way that it was. We're not going to move that one. But it's VMAR. That's the big mover. This is the potentially big winner that we could have here. Here it comes into the high of the day again, 22. There's a seller at 22. It's a 23 penny high a day. If that seller at 22 and 23 gets removed, we might squeeze aggressively. We're already in focus on VMAR here because this is the #1 gapper in the market, up over 200%, and it's going to be on a lot of people's scanners. That means two things. The shorts and the longs will both have notice of it, but right now it feels like the longs or the bulls are in control, and we're looking to take out the high of the day at 123. I'm packing my patience on this one. I don't want to take out too much too quickly, but if it does come back into the dollar-ish area, I'm going to be adding into that area. ALDX is the only one that's displeasing me. Okay, what do we have on ALDX? And this was a mistake where we kind of fat-fingered a little bit, taking out the position, and we had to punch into the high. So I've got the position built up right now on ALDX at 21s. It's showing me 13s. Let's see if it comes into that money fill area. I want to say five single digits, 505, 506. We're going to keep an eye out on that. I'm going to continue to hold Tilray. Even though Tilray is putting in multiple lower highs, it's still holding trend at the 10 EMA with higher lows. So who's going to win out here? Are the bulls or bears going to win out? Because you've got lower highs, but at the same time, you've got higher lows. So a bit of a compression pattern there. Could be a bit of a skewed looking bull flag. Those are the four that I'm looking at right now. I'm only out of the money on ALDX, but I've got a plan for that one, or at least I think I have a plan. We're going to look to get more into the 5 single digits, and we'll manage these other ones at the same time, Joey.
Beautiful stuff. All right, guys, the Jameson, Neil Yo, and K Media, I got you guys covered. So let's get over that stuff right now. We're going to start it off here with BlackBerry. BlackBerry asked the Jameson. He said, Joe, can we take a look at BlackBerry's options chain? You ask and you shall receive. All right, guys. So at that $6 level, you can see that the volume is really, really cool, right? So you're going to have a lot of trouble. And look at that at the money IV, which I think is absolutely insane for a name that's not really that liquid from an options standpoint. 14,200 contracts still sitting open at that $6 level. There's a supply zone right at $5, and we're trading at $4.41. We can pull that up and see what the high of the previous couple days were, Monday and Tuesday. Obviously, today there may not be a high that's established, but what was yesterday's high on BlackBerry, and that's going to be right around the neck of the woods in which we're currently trading at. So no real correlation right there, guys. So there's BlackBerry. As for the put side, you're going to see some open interest at that $4.50 level. So maybe you get a little bit of an elastic effect and a rebound you can bounce off of here in BlackBerry. Now on to the next one, guys. Neil Yo asked for Meta. Absolutely. Let's pull up META, Zuck and Company, and see what we got going on. At the money IV around 30.4%. I had this on the call of the day for yesterday, so you can see that it's substantially cooler than what it was yesterday. At that 650 level, 12,600 with 6,720 contracts. What the days did I just do? All right, we didn't want to do that. So, all right, so there it is. The highest level is going to be right at roughly that at the money strike because we're trading at 649.51. So not a horrible look whatsoever. And last but not least is Lyft, LYFT, for our good friend K Media. Let's take a look at what we got going on here. K Media at the money IV around 60%. 8,000 contracts still currently open at that $20 strike price. We can see we're trading at $19.19. Volume relatively cool. As for the puts, $18 could be a potential base. You have 22,200 contracts. If sitting still open at that specific level, if it cracks and heads to 15, then maybe you get an additional bounce there. So there's a little bit of breathing room in between these two levels that you can keep an eye out on. Now, as for SMR, guys, you can see that it's starting to come back aggressively. We were posted up at 1706. We weren't fortunate enough to get that, but again, I have small potatoes left on this, leaving some for a runner. We took the bulk of our position off up around here, around 1693, so at a 2-to-1, and now we're cooking up. So yeah, that's what we got. Market's starting to take an additional leg lower, and there goes Nvidia cracking through some necklines, guys. Keep an eye out for that 175 level to be breached, and then this might drag the market lower, Sharif.
All right, shout out to Lemon Family, man. We appreciate you, love the show. I joke around, but you guys actually make me money. Unlike the $400 stocks, your small cap gappers are where I win. Thanks for keeping it accessible. We always appreciate the kind words, man. And, you know, there's just so many different styles to trade. You know, some people trade penny stocks, literally 1 or 2 pennies, and some trade, you know, much more expensive stocks. And that's just kind of the nature of the beast. So do appreciate the kind words there, brother. And stick with us, man, because we're doing it every day. We're doing it live. As you know, we always joke around, Joey and I, but we actually, you know, we're trading the same things every day. You know, Joey's going to always have his in focus, so are mine. So stick with us. Let us know exactly what you want to see as well. And maybe some other names that we don't cover. Just tag us in the chat just like you did there. I appreciate the kind words, brother, always. All right, guys, let's get right down to work. Tailway flattened out. I need a bit of a better setup here, so we'll take the rest of the profits at 7s, and we'll get at a dodge on that one. So I don't mean to say it's going to break down. It's just the technical setup that's going on right now I'm not really liking. But there's another one coming to market right now, VOR. I'm going to get to it in a second. I just need to manage my positions right now. On Chow, I added into the drop into the volume weighted average price. It's going to have to hold this level for me to stay interested. Let me put in my stops right now. So we're going to go exactly like that. And then we'll give it a bit of room, as we always do. In Chow, we have that many shares. Good. So we've dealt with that. Now, VMAR, I added into this one again. You never really know how these ones are really gonna go with the small cap gappers, or what I mean by these ones, but the trend is what I like right now. There's a lot of indecision into the highs. 2 candles have closed as doji candle. Well, 1 candle closes as a doji candle. This current one, which has another, I want to say 30 seconds left, also doji at the moment, but it's got higher highs and higher lows relative to the prior candle. So I added into the highs, and you know, that is obviously risky, but you know, the highs are only highs when you're trading at them. Then when you clear them, nobody's ever thinking, oh, you shouldn't have added at that level. So let's see what this one has to offer now as this candle comes to a close. We've got another 10 seconds left on this 5-minute candle into $1.20 on VMAR. I got 18, so we're not really that much in the money. A high of the day is 125. Looking for continuation. There's 21s. Let's see if we can get a little bit higher. No continuation as of yet on this current candle. Prior bar. Now, here are the details on the prior bar. Low is 13, high is 25. On VMAR 5-minute chart, prior bar is 25, high 13, area low. Keeping my eye on this one. Let's see if we can get another possible add or another continuation into the mid-20s. It's looking top heavy at this level. I don't mind defending into 105 where I see the volume, where the 10 EMA on the 5 is, but we're gonna have to get small share size so we don't find ourselves substantially out of the money. CHOW coming into my area there. Let's wet the beak at 10s and see what we can get on that one. How about ALDX? Been doing nothing here on ALDX. I'm starting to lament this trade because you know, I was thinking about building the position on a slower mover, which ADLX is, but it's not really showing any higher highs here, so that's concerning me a little bit. So that's my focus right now, keeping an eye on Tilray, of course, as that one still holds 13, but not making any higher highs. And then VMAR is where I'm, you know, really trying to focus the most, because this one has the potential to really rocket up into that $1.50. We could even see 2. But we're going to have to remove these pesky short sellers that are keeping us down here at around the 5th to $0.25. This current candle still has a higher low, but does have a lower high. So we're still holding trend, but we're not exactly getting that rocket ship price action to the high side over here, and that, you know, obviously concerns me a little bit. VOR is the one that I wanted to mention, but I just wanted to deal with these trades first. Wider spread. Right away, I can see it's a 9-penny spread, trading at $15 on the ask with a 15.34 high. It's dropping back down now, though, below 15. So let's see what we can set up on this one. 14.50 is where I'd get in. 10 EMA on the 5 is around 14.50, and also that was the prior high a day at the 11.05 candle, which ended up dropping. I'm going to go ahead and set up something here at VOR. I'm going to go 14.60 so I can front run the level, okay? Because maybe other people see it as well, and it gets to be a crowded trade. So we're going to look to defend this breakout level over here on VOR. It's not up big, 9% and change. What do you got, Joey?
Yeah, good look, guys. All right, let's pull up some Nvidia. I know a lot of individuals in the chat talking about, hey, it looks like the neckline can be broken. But look at these 5-minute candle prints, guys. A lot of buying pressure stepping in. I'm not saying it's going to go on blast mode. I think it's important to correlate what the daily's up to. And if you ask yourself, hey, are we in breakout zone? I'm going to have to say no. It doesn't mean we can't recover and climb to the highs, but at the end of the day, you want to correlate certain things. If you open up at the top end of a range, then by all means, yeah, we can classify that as a breakout zone. But let's head back over to this 5-minute. If you are thinking short, wait until you get to the higher end, obviously. Lots of pressure up in here. You post up at a specific level. If it fails to construct a new high of the day, then you're set up. You look for those indecision prints. You head over to the lower time frame so you can see the detail within the PA, and then sure enough, boom. So there it is on the 1 minute inverted hammer candle. The high of it isn't breached. If you get up there, you can drastically increase your risk to reward. If not, if you play the break of the 1 minute candle, you can still have a solid risk to reward. So 177, you have to risk 30-40 cents. You don't want to go right there, so 40 cents. And then sure enough, you can get a nice 2-to-1 on the way down. Same thing across the board, right? Just setting yourself up in key zones. One thing to note is that for some time when I was trading at the beginning, I remember I really lost my ish. And one day the SPY was really choppy. I didn't experience chop before. And I kept trying to buy a breakout. It's not that I didn't. I just didn't know what I was doing. And I kept trying to buy a breakout. And then you just learn from it. So you'll get caught in chop. But the closer you can get to lower ends of the ranges or extreme highs and extreme lows, drastically increases your risk to reward. It's the exact same thing here, right? You get this indecision print out that high, and then you get a nice move. As soon as it comes back to your break even, you get out, let price action do its thing, phase a lot of traders out, chop them up, do whatever it is, and then it makes an additional move lower. But you see what I'm getting at here, guys? Indecision print at the high, indecision print at the high. They're not breached until later on in the session. This one has yet to be breached, and sure enough, you get a nice move to the downside. So that's what I'm looking at. That's just from a day-to-day standpoint, kind of my game planning and what I just prep for myself to get involved with. So just paying attention to the detail, I think is extremely important. As for the TQs, guys, same thing. It's looking a lot like NVDA, buying pressure south of VWAP. SPY relatively weaker, so keep an eye out on that. So still buying pressure there. So you might get somewhat of a rebound. Keep your eyes out. Keep that risk measures tight. You are at the low of the day. If it breaks those candles, then you can just get out immediately as soon as the new low of the day is established. But guys, you know what time it is.
What time is it?
We do it every single day. I don't have to tell you what it is. It's time to look at the best performing sectors of the session and see what we got going on. Not very much green going on here, Sharif, today. All right, communications, 0.02%. So holding on by a thread there, guys, green. The rest in the red. Consumer staples, 0.04%. Consumer discretionary, you're down 0.1%. And as for the utilities, you're down 0.75%. Healthcare sector, you're down 1.6%. And the energy sector, you're down 2.6%. Not good stuff. Now let's head over to the daily. You can see that all of these major averages are trading in the red. And then sure enough, if we go over to the weekly, the only positive one here is going to be the Dow Jones, 0.9%. The NASDAQ taking it, I'm going to even say this is a knockout blow, down 2.43% in the NASDAQ, Sharif. We'll head over to the calendar. A lot of economic data going on today. Sharif and Brendo brought that to you. Same with Obi and Sean as well, too. So thank you guys very much for that. As for earnings, we don't got too much going on. Lennar after the bell, I believe. Yeah, so that's going to be after the bell on Lennar. Let's see what we got going on Wednesday. Micron after the bell on Wednesday, Sharif. That might be a little entertaining. And as for Thursday, Nike in the morning, that's going to be a lot of fun. And so will FedEx. I think FedEx after the bell will be a pretty good one. And then Cintas, shout out to them.
Shout out. All right, guys, stopped out on VMAR. This one is halted down, got out before the halt, obviously. Not a good look, but did take out the majority of the position. But we did add here, so we did give back about 7 pennies on that latest add. A little bit more, actually, because we added at 7, then we added at 2s. And so we stopped out 98. So I hold true to the plan. We stop out south of the dollar. It is halted down now, and quite frankly, it's below the 10 EMA on the 5. The only saving grace for this one, volume weighted average price, I believe is at 89 to about 89.5 pennies. We're going to see how this one does. But I got back into Tilray because I definitely liked what I saw. Just give me a second over here. Where is that? We got in at 5s. We sweat the beak there into the high. The spread is opening up on Tilray, and I don't really know what's going on with that 4-penny spread on a name that's done about almost 22 million shares. So a bit of a bamboozler is TLRY. ALDX right back up into my entry point at 521. It's holding trend. I did add down here, so I've got some good shares here on ALDX. Looking for trend continuation above that 5.25 into 528. That's the high of the day right now on ALDX, but it's VOR's world, and we're all just living in it, man. Look at that. It's almost $1 removed from my dip trade. It's still super spready. I thought it was going to come back in and test that 1460 area. It did not. It got into a new high a day of 1540, I believe. Why is that not updating? Oh, because I didn't put it on the side chart. Oh, that's why. VOR. So VOR up into about 13 2/3%. I don't want to punch into this one based on how it's trading at the moment. It's too spready for me to punch in at the highs. I have to catch it off a key technical level if I'm going to trade this very, very spready stock. Right now, it's 13 penny spread. It doesn't done too much in the way of volume, about 1.75 million shares. I also have to manage my trade here on Chow, as this one is coming back into VWAP. It's found a lot of support at VWAP before into that 104 area, but if it loses 102, I've already put my stop on CHOW. We'll get out of this one and we'll give back a little bit, as we did add into 106s. So we're about a couple of pennies out of the money. VMAR halted for the individual asking. Exact time 11:44:27. So the earliest it will be open is 11:49:27. It's 48 something right now. I'll tell you exactly. It's almost 49. It just turned 49, so we have about 27 seconds left on this one with the tap. The theoretical auction price showing 94 pennies. 94 pennies is a little bit above the volume weighted average price, but it's below the halt level, which is at 97. So we're going to keep a good eye out on that one. So watching Tilray, watching Chow. For the moment, I'm not going to trade VMAR, but hoping here that I can work my way into VOR, as this one may come back down into that 1480.15 right now. So, but it just keeps going up and up and up. VOR at the high of the day. There's VMAR. It's unhalted now. It's open. Let's see if it holds VWAP. It's below the 10 exponential moving average on the 5-minute chart. VWAP is about to get lost. It's lost it for the moment on a wick basis. Does it continue to bleed its own blood? 79 pennies, Joey. That's limit down. See that red rectangle on my, okay, it's 76 pennies now because it keeps developing. The price action develops, right? 76 pennies, limit down, but it's catching a bid right back above VWAP into 95, but the sellers step in at that halt level to bring it right back down. Be careful with VMAR here, man. It felt like it was the one at that $1.25, and then quick as you freaking like, it loses that dollar. Trying to regain it right now, working into 95 pennies, but encountering some selling. How are my other trades doing? Let's take a look here at CHOW, currently still holding the volume weighted average price at 106s. ALDX curling right back up into that $0.25 area. We'll have beak wetters hopefully soon. And TLRY, I keep getting out of this, but it keeps holding 13. So, I mean, at some point, I'm just going to have to realize that and then hold the position. So, TLRY still holding 13, putting in many, many low highs, but many, many higher lows. It is a compression pattern galore right now on TLRY. So that's my look. Let's go back now to VMAR because it looks like it might be trying to reclaim that dollar into 97 pennies. Pardon me, there's 96s, up 151%. Let's see if this one can work its way back above the dollar. I got to get out of Chow. Chow's losing the bid there. It's below VWAP. We're going to cancel. We're going to flatten out there on Chow so I can focus on others. VMAR right back into that dollar. Does it have the juice to get back above that double top that we put in earlier at the buck? Not quite yet, it doesn't, but held VWAP on a closing basis, not on a strike basis. It did obviously wick below that. Be on the lookout here. VMAR may not be done as it works back into that dollar. I'm going to have to wait until that dollar clears so that we can use it as an area of support. For now, I'm going to stay clear of this one, but definitely in focus for me. VOR continues to put in higher lows, man. But it's just, I can't catch this one at the right area. Maybe we can give this one an opportunity towards prior bar low. Prior bar low takes us into the teens. Let's set up something here at the teens, and then if it loses 15, then we won't be risking all that much. That's my look right now, Joey. We're still holding some Tilray here. We're still holding ALDX and looking at working into VOR.
All right, nice work, man. Anything for you, my friend Eduardo. Let's take a look at it. SMCI, you want to see that $32 call option. It's $46 right there, so it's nothing substantial. But I mean, you're not going to be paying any form of a premium. But the thing is, though, you need that to trade above $32 to even make any money off of that. So keep that in mind, guys. You're at 31.28, and look at the PA from a daily. Do you think that this is going to break up all the way up here? If you ask me, no. Look at the momentum to the downside. So if you're looking to buy some call options, just try to find something that has been strong or in a steady uptrend, and that's just going to help put a little probability in your favor, opposed to just throwing up a prayer. You see that full court shot that Steph Curry put up the other day was absolutely insane. I don't know. This guy has a gift from the gods themselves, but aside from that, what you want to do is just put trading in your favor, right? And this isn't, like, I don't think you're going to go long here. I think you break down and maybe head into that next level, which would be approximately like 27.50 or something along those lines. So, I mean, you can go for it. It's not going to cost you much. It's going to cost you $50. It's a lottery ticket, and if it does work out, then by all means, rock and roll on that front, guys. As for the overall market, you can see you did get a pop in the TQs and on the SPY off of those indices and print off the lows, but you head right into the volume-weighted average price, and then you start rejecting. Same thing with Tesla. You attempt to put in a new high right there, guys, and then sure enough, now you're starting to form that 5-minute indecision print. I'm going to head back over to SMR and see what we got going on. Oh, man. So this is what I'm talking about. You got this nice move, but then as soon as it broke through the lower end of that range, and that's why I was talking to a guy from work, literally his name, it's weird that I have to say that now because people are probably thinking that I'm talking to somebody here. That's not the case. His name is a guy from work. So I said, once that breaks 18, get out of Dodge and let the selling pressure kind of cool off, and then you can look to get involved in if you really like the stock. We'll head over, we'll zoom out a little bit actually, because I want to just look at it from a percentage metric on how much we're actually down from the previous high. So we're at 57.75. You get a 71% haircut. Not fun whatsoever. So keep an eye out on SMR. But it's been on some solid moves, right? $11 all the way up there. So you get 415%, which is a pretty good move. So yeah, other than that, guys, Netflix starting to put some indecision prints off of those highs. It's been a solid session for me. So I'm going to be looking for some primetime opportunities. It's going to only be A+ setups, and we're going to be looking for that chop and flow and those indecision prints at extreme highs and extreme lows. And I think that's going to set us up really nice for a couple more trades, but it's been a pretty good one. 2 for 2 on SMR, 1 for 1 on TSLL, and APLD is the only loser of the day. And there goes Netflix, man, starting to climb higher as the market was pulling back in. It decides to put in a new high of the day. We'll head over to the daily. I know a lot of people were talking about this yesterday, and not too much love for the flakes here, but there it is, still down 29.5%, Sri.
All right, guys, still holding here VMAR as this one got back above. Let's see if we can work our way into the high single digits, showing 101 as resistance. Now, it's got a higher low, but that topping tail candle that just closed, I don't know how I feel about this. That means aggressive selling into that level of asset. It's still trying to hold that dollar area there. There's a price spike up. No prints, though, as it did not cross. Looking for continuation into 6, 7. Let's see if we get it. We're packing the patience over here, but there goes Tilray, man. Taking out all my prints into the 20s. So Tilray's breaking trend, guys. Tilray is breaking trend right now. It just made substantially higher highs. Let's see if it can get back into that third of a dollar. TLRY just looks like it broke trend. Maybe it's a fake out. Yeah, it does feel like a fake out though, but I got a bunch of prints on it nonetheless. VMAR, back to this one, focusing on this one, looking for that move above a buck. I think the prior bar high was 108. So looking here, 105 showing up on the bid, but a lot of thick selling, man. Oh my goodness. We got to get above that dollar by a substantial amount really to kind of put some distance between some technical levels in ourselves. But I did say thick. Oh. I know you like that. So that's what I'm keeping my eye on, guys. VMAR. We're just going back and cycling through the same thing. I'm not really looking at anything else other than the ones that I'm trading now. I got a lot going on there, and they're moving quite aggressively. So I'm sorry if I haven't been able to respond in the chat. I'm not really looking at the chat at the moment as I'm trying to get into VOR. I'm trying to take this VMAR back close to the highs, and we stopped at a chow, obviously, building a position here on ALDX and taking prints to the high side on Tilray. But I'd like to add more if I can. Oh, we have a substantial amount here on Tilray, actually, quite frankly, so happy about that. Let's go ahead and take that print. VOR, I just saw we got into, so we did get that dip trade now. It's going to have to hold above that 10 EMA on the 5, which is at 14.89. Now, I don't mind working my way into VOR. How many shares do we get into VOR? Okay, good. So we didn't get too many too quickly. What is our price? Good. So we'll wait over here to defend 15. And then we're also going to wait a little bit below that in the low 90s to defend that 10 EMA on the 5. So that's what I'm doing right now on VOR. Let's go back to VMAR, as this one still has higher lows but lower highs relative to the prior topping tail candle. So the shorts still aggressively selling in the low $1. How about over here? No, I don't really care about this one. TLRY still holding on this, looking for the continuation above that $0.25. That 26 print still hasn't filled. That means it hasn't been up there quite yet. So that's what I'm focusing on right now. Guys, let's go back to VOR. So we did get the fill there at 14s into 23s it goes. So probably behooves me to take some profits here. And then we'll also look for the high 20s, and we'll also look for the mid 30s in case we do get a nice price spike up. I'm gonna have resting orders in order to take some prints there. But I do have a contingency plan, obviously, with that 15 and 10 EMA defend. Looking for a nice move up. It's showing me 26s now, but the spread is wide as it's been basically all day on VOR with 26 on the ask, 18 on the bid on that bad boy there. How we doing here on VMAR? Still suffering from the same short seller who's been keeping us down below that 105 area. Again, this current candle has higher lows but lower highs. This candle is going to close in about a minute or so, and then it's going to close right at 12 o'clock, 11:59. Showing right now on the time and sales. Let's see if the new 5-minute candle brings in some new buyers, Joey. So that's what I'm keeping my eye on right now. Into 4 positions, all small cap gappers, trying to manage all of these. Tilray moving back into the $0.25. There we go. Now we get the print. We got shares on here, Joey. Let's go ahead and wet the beak there, and we're going to take some prints now into 35 on Tilray. It's breaking trend, it feels like right now on TLRY. Be careful. 13.49 high of the day. This current candle, I believe, has a $0.25, maybe a little bit higher candle high there. How we doing over here? Let's bring it back to VMAR. We just dropped below the dollar, but got right back up into that 103, but no continuation. Again, above that 105 area as the short seller still looking at keeping this bad boy down and dampening everybody's long party. So we're going to keep an eye out on this one, Joey, looking for a continuation to the high single digits.
Nice work, guys. And you too. Nice work, Sharif. I don't know why I said guys, but anyways, obviously all you as well too. Hopefully everyone's having a fantastic day. All right, let's see what we were talking about earlier. See, buying pressure, buying pressure. Buying pressure, buying pressure, buying pressure. Oh, yep, you guessed it, buying pressure. You want to see a little bit more? Okay, there's AMD. What's Robinhood been up to? Oh, a little bit of buying pressure at the volume weighted average price. Who would have guessed? But anyway, no, in all seriousness, guys, there it is. The TQ is a nice steady uptrend, forming that bull flag right here. Breaks out. Now heading towards this previous high of the day. So that's a key pivot at 481.76. And Netflix is just off the races, going oppo right now. We were looking at this not too long ago. A bounce off of these support levels. So a solid look right there. And someone asked me about, hey, Joe, what's up with the market? Why is it doing these things? I like to call this top chop. Why? Because I'm going to show you right now. It's just my own little word that I made up for it. I thought about it, to be honest with you. But there it is. I mean, it makes a lot of sense if you ask me. Like, we're near the top, Sharif, and we're not doing too much. We're just consolidating. We're forming a range. And you can see that we're only a couple of percentage points off of the previous high, 4.3%. That's nothing substantial. So you can see that we're starting to form somewhat of a toppy range right here. So that's why I came up with the top chop. But yeah, that's what I'm looking at, guys. A lot of moving sideways. Sell the top end of the range, buy the lower end of the range, whether you're going short or long and leave a little bit of a runner just in case you do get that breakout, right? So, I mean, if you're thinking to go short, wait for it to come into that level, use the prior highs as you're out, and the same thing with the lows. If you're looking to go long, use the lows as you're out, and then sure enough, once it heads to your trigger or you put a limit out, then just pay attention and just obviously keep to those rules, and sure enough, you'll be off on your merry way. If there's anything specific that you guys want to go over, I'm going to pull up the options chain right now and see what we have on Nvidia. If there's any substantial supply on some of these strike prices, we know that Friday's going to be triple witching, 81,500 contracts at that $180 strike price. I think that's a key level. What was our high of the day on this? 177. What was yesterday's high of the day? So that might come into play. So around 178, 179. So we haven't got there. Yeah, I know I might have to there. I don't even know how to pronounce your name, to be honest with you. Ithakra. So there it is, man. Tesla being a beast on today's session, Sharif, heading right up to 479.62. So this is a big time move. I want to look at this from a daily. I was personally thinking that we were going to make a new high. There it is. I thought we were going to make a new high up in here, but the market had other plans. So essentially what I'm thinking happened is, all right, we don't have enough liquidity. We're not happy with this current price. Let's absorb some more. We get that pullback, guys. So if you go from this previous pivot to where this low was, you get a 20% pullback. But then boom, off to the races, and you get that nice move, 25% off of that previous low to where we're currently trading at. And how far are we off of that previous all-time high? Not much at all. We're going to call it 190 flat. It's around 189 something. So it's 1 day of a gap up price. Of a gap up session, and you're at an all-time high here in Tesla. I know we were talking about some Amazon. The boys were Obi and Sean and everybody at the desk this morning. I think this is a good buy. You start real slow. If you happen to get anything around 200, guess what? I think you buy a little bit more here in Amazon. AWS is a beast.
Do we do it? No problem, no problem. I'm ready whenever you need, Assassino. You'd let me know. All right, guys, we're holding here on VOR. It is taking out the high of the day, 1550. What do we get on VOR? We got 14, so we're trying to ride trend. Next beak wetter for me on this one, 69er. But we got to tell you about concussions, guys, right? Concussions demand fast solutions. New York Stock Exchange listed, NYSE listed, Origenics trading under ticker OGEN. They're developing one designed to reach the brain quickly and non-invasively. You guys can learn more about this by scheduling a meeting today. Shout out to the great folks there at Origenics, OGEN, under the ticker OGEN on the New York Stock Exchange. All right, guys, so VOR at day's highs, it's showing 49.50. Actually, I just saw on the time and sales. Let's see if this one can continue riding trend to the high side. How's VMAR doing? VMAR, we have 103. It's showing me 102s. I'm looking for a higher low trend and a breakthrough prior bar high. Prior bar high is 104. Here's a new 5-minute candle that just opened up. Let's see what this one's got to offer. I'm looking to stop out in the mid-90s. If this one loses the bid, I'm looking for VMAR possibly to hold the 10 EMA, which it's been holding above, and that dollar and to move into the mid-teens. Hopefully I don't get bamboozled on this one. Keeping an eye as well, of course, on ALDX, much smaller of a position, much slower of a mover, but trying to build up a position nonetheless. Tilray continues to put in prints here in the fifth to $0.25. But it's not really rocketing above the $0.25 like I thought it would, but it is holding the 10 moving average on the 5, so that's really all I need. We've been in and out of Tilray many times on the day. I just got stopped out of VMA. Oh, that sucks. VMAR, just got stopped out of that. That one will be my biggest loser on the day, as we did add aggressively into this level over here. I was liking the trend of higher lows, but the bamboozlement is what it is. Anyway, it drops down into holding into the volume weighted average price. Let's see if it moves back up. I'm likely not going to trade this because it's too choppy. So it's on Uncle Sheriff shit list now right now. So we're going to leave that one alone. VOR though, coming back into that, that's a new area high, 1554 on VOR. Looking to get more into this one, man. We're going to have to look for dips into prior bar low. Prior bar low takes us, I believe, into 1522. We'll look to front run that one so we can get some shareage there. How else are we doing over here? Tilray. Tilray now, the 10 EMA on the 5 is substantially higher than 13, so we can't put any 13 dip trades anymore. We're going to have to put them in the 13 12s, 13 mid-teens, in and around that level, because that's where it's been respecting, man. It's been respecting the 10 moving average on the 5-minute chart, which I'm absolutely fine with. Let's take a look there. This is kind of what I mean. Has a tendency to wick below it, but is able to kind of regain the level quite quickly. And we do have a good amount of room between where we're currently topping out at about 30 pennies and the $0.50. That is the high of the day on TLRY. So good look there. Let's take an opportunity now, though, possibly to get more in to VOR, because VOR coming right back down into that third of $1. I'd like to pick up some a little bit higher than prior bar low. Prior bar low, as I mentioned, is 22, so maybe we can kind of put in a dip trade there. We'll go 25s, see if we can get something in and around that level. What do you got, Joey?
I can't believe what I'm looking at right now, to be honest with you.
What happened, brother?
So Chef Joe's like, hey, man, we got someone's hitting every possible exchange, so they're sweeping right now. Tesla, 800 calls, I think he said. So it's just like when you have such a large order, a sweep in options terms is essentially like, hey, I'll take it from anywhere I get it. So sweeping the exchanges. And I'm like, oh, okay, I'll have to pull up and take a look at this. But when I did, I see something very interesting. $880. So in 3 months from now, what are we trading at? In 3 months from now, guys, this contract right now is worth $300. Like, what in the days? From $500 now, $800 lever, so March. Sorry, I wasn't trying to make my trades so obvious. I didn't even know what you said. Oh, was that you? Oh, okay, I get what I get what you're getting. You sly dog. This is very interesting. I don't know, Chef Joe. I want to know your opinion on this, and thank you for bringing this. Woke me up a little bit here. I want to know your opinion on this. 880, 870. You're collecting $320. I mean, well, no. That's not what I'm implying in 3 months. That's not what I'm getting at. Anything can happen. Somebody knows something, but I can't help to think that this stock is not going to almost double in the span of 90 days. If it does, something substantial has to be happening. So if you're a writer, you write these all day, every single day. Exactly, Showtime. Exactly what I'm getting at. Sell those calls all day. MF Dangerous is March 20th. So literally, it's 94 days. So March 20th, exactly, Showtime. Exactly what I was getting at is you write those hand over fist. If you have the ability to do so, then that is some nice premium that you can collect on a stock that I don't think is going to almost double in a span of 90 days. If something happens, that's insane, right? But there's nothing we can do about that. But as for that $3 mark, man, oh man, write that as much as you possibly can, in my opinion. I might even set up some spreads on this, to be honest with you. Let's do it right now. You know why? Because we can, and we can have the ability to do so. Guys, let's set up our strategy builder. Thank you, Assassino, for that bang. I just needed a little bit more love. I needed some more excitement. I was telling Mike P, I put on my trades today. I could care less to take anything else, but what we can do is set up trades for the future. Also, I got something pretty cool for you guys coming up. It may or may not be added to Sharif's morning note. We're going to see. I'm going to talk to him about it, see if he likes it. It's something that you can use every single day, and that's what trading is. It's pattern recognition, the ability to repeat something over and over again. And I'm just kind of prolonging me getting into this bull call spread because I want to build it up, right? So yeah, exactly, MF Dangerous. There's a lot going on right here. And you can see that I get really excited about this stuff. As for the equity front, guys, it's been a solid day. I'm happy with this trading. We're going to be patient. We're going to look at other things. But in the meantime,
you have the option to like and subscribe. This trade has unlimited upside.
Let's talk some options and build our bear call spread here, guys. So let's start up with our strategy builder. Bang, we're off to a good start already. And we're gonna head over to the vertical spread. Yes, that's correct, a vertical spread. But we are going to make it an inverse. And there it is. We want to be selling these here. And yeah, okay. So like that's the thing, right? Like if you have the ability to write naked, then by all means. But at this point, well, I mean, I didn't mean like, and yeah, well, you can mean whatever you want. You gotta have fun with it, right? So there it is, right, guys? So you can collect approximately $57 on a $30 spread. Now, listen, your risk to reward is going to be drastically skewed, but what we are going to be doing here is taking a look at our probability of profit. Okay, so this is just going to be one. That's it. Now you're going to say, Joe. In what world does it make sense for me to risk $2,923?
That's crazy.
To make $46. You're gonna be like, Joe, there's zero logic.
So what's the answer to that, Joey?
But what if I told you that you
Tilray's breaking out.
What if you have a 98% chance that you're going to make that $50? I think there's a good opportunity. I mean, it doesn't mean you're going to collect all of the premium, but I think you have the ability to collect the majority of it. Because in my opinion, Tesla's not going to climb up to $870 by March 2026. Talk to him about Tilray.
Yeah, well, it's breaking out, Joseph Options. So there it is. I'm going to just do it. There goes Tilray. They're into 1349. We are at the high of the day. This monster is up bigly, 23.5%. But I'm looking at MSOX. They're moving in tandem, guys. So at least Tilray is with the leveraged ETF. What a fantastic move up here for Tilray. What do we got on, man? We got 05s on this beast, and we had some good shares. So not taking baby on TLRY today. Let's see if we get that continuation separately over here. VOR is displeasing me, but I knew that would happen given the spread. We're trying to get more here at 23s across substantially, man. It went into 14s, but I didn't get to fill, and right back up into the high 30s, low 40s it goes. So VOR, we're nicely in the money on it, but we wanted to get a little bit more, and we did not. So that is the situation. Now, did we get any more on a dip trades on ALDX? The answer to that is no. And I'm starting to rethink this ALDX, build a position into the high. I don't think it's completely wrong because it's so much higher than VWAP that, to me, feels like really the bulls are still quite in control on ALDX. So it's about really picking off the money fills. And I think the money fills are just south of $10. I did have a 9 order waiting there for a while, but it really hasn't printed too many prints below that level. So we're gonna have to keep an eye out on that. Separately, okay, let's go back to VOR now, as this one did come back down. It has to hold 15. Otherwise, we'll have no qualms with this one. So what do we have on VOR? We got 21s now, having added there. So let's go ahead and post some to the high side if we can. Let's see if we get a bit of a bid. There it goes into the $0.25. Looking for a little bit more, though. We need prints above that $0.25 to get some fills. So that's what I'm looking at there. AMCI, I see you guys are talking about that one's reawakening in the chat. So we're going to take off Chow and we're going to put back AMCI. I see that one is working into 14. The reason I took it off my side chart is because it lost VWAP. But hey, sometimes they reclaim them, and this is one of those cases. So there's AMCI right there, still below 1504 high, but a nice recovery off 11 nonetheless. There was some support there in the pre-market at around $11, but I wasn't going to be punching in south of the volume weighted average price. In any event, local area high is 1430. We get above 1430, there's a really good chance we can squeeze into that 1504 high and make new ones. So be on the lookout here. Good call out by you guys in the chat. AMCI should be in focus for us now as it's reawakened, trading back above the 10 EMA, trading back above VWAP, and really looking at testing that HOD. VOR is coming down against me, though, so we did add into this one, and we're going to have to be careful here because $15 is looking like it's going to get lost here as this one does drop into the 10 EMA on the 5. If it doesn't hold 15, we'll stop out for the last remaining amount. How's that trade on Tilray doing? Still no prints though above 49. That is the high of the day. So take the opportunity to ride trend here on Tilray, as this one is showing me a 10 EMA on the 5 at a 1320. So 1320, 13 low 20s could be an ad spot here to ride the higher low trend on TLRY. If you don't want to trade TLRY, there's others. There's MSOX, MSOS, and a plethora of other marijuana related stocks. So a quick Google search will get you into that. But when things slow down, I can show you my marijuana watch list, which, to be quite honest with you, I've cut down substantially since the pandemic because, well, we know the weed names really haven't had much of a go at it lately. So that is my focus right now. No Neil's lesson of the day, obviously, as he is off on the day. But VOR just lost 15, Joey. I'm going to have to flatten that out. So we'll give back a little bit here on VOR, as I did feel like I had a good trade. But hey, we added at an aggressive spot into the highs, and that is the cost of doing business. So we're going to keep an eye out on that one. If it sets up a bit better, possibly at 1450. I was thinking maybe 1475 to 1450 could get back into that one. But for now, we're going to steer clear, focus on Tilray, focus on AMCI as that one's reawakened, and we'll be looking to execute some trades on that, my man. Nice work.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of great points coming in here. I like what MF Dangerous was saying. He's like, Joe, you may as well sell those 355s and collect $800. I think it's substantially less risky than writing these 800 calls, right? I mean, $880 calls. So that's a very valid point, and thank you for pointing that out. And Adam Deleuze, to what you were saying, yeah, it's tough, right? And one thing that I'm going to say here is that maybe the bear call spread isn't necessarily the way to go on that trade. And the more that we look at it, it confirms that, right? It just doesn't make sense. But if you have the ability and the cash on hand to write those, I think there's a good opportunity that can work out. But this is a substantially better play, right? This is a beautiful play. You sell those cash secured puts at 355, you're collecting almost $1,000. That's a really good point, and I'm glad that you pointed that out there, MF Dangerous. That's what we do, man. We brainstorm and we come up with better ideas, and thank you all for just kind of contributing, because what I personally may not see, you guys see, and we can point those things out, and then that's how we just modify our trading system. So that's the beauty about every single one of you. MF, thank you for that. KT, thank you for that as well, too. And also Chef Joe, who brought the whole Tesla to us. Yeah, I'm finding hard to do the spread with the risk you have to put on. Yeah, it's extremely difficult, right? And I think when you're writing these spreads, you don't want to go as far out. I think a month is okay if you're just looking to collect a couple $100 or some passive income on something that has higher probability, I should say, and go with the bull puts. In my opinion, they're significantly more safer. I've taken my largest losses on calls in together, whether it be short calls or long calls. Yeah, and I told you guys before that my IBIT contracts, that was the largest loss that I've ever taken in options, equity trading, whatever, other than my unrealized. But that's long-term aside from that. So yeah, thank you all guys, and fantastic outputs there, and obviously your opinions, because it changed a lot. So as for the trading right now, SMR, a potential bounce, you can see the downtrend is still fully intact here, so we're going to keep an eye out on this. Boom, this is still, but this 5-minute print, all right, we may as well do it, right? What else are we here for, Sharif?
Yes, sir.
If we're not here to trade and take the setups that we potentially see here on the intraday session. So I'm not going to put on as much size. We'll risk a little bit of what we have on the day. We're going to give it 10 cents all the way up to 1670s. If it cracks that 5-minute candle low, which is approximately at 72, I might get out a little prematurely, but that's fine. So let's get involved, small size right off the get. We're going to wait for 75. Just because we still want to stick to our systems, just in case, but let's get a little bit of action, Jackson, right here. We're posted up at 75s. If we get that fill, then we're going to be looking for that bounce up to 85s, which will put us at approximately, no, not even, at 80, because we're going to give it 5 cents of risk at 1670. I do like that 5-minute print right there on SMR. Now, as for the overall market, you can see the SPY starting to put an indecision print right at the volume-weighted average price as well, too, constructing a lower high once again. So this is going to be the third lower high of the day. Let's mark this out. Downtrend working out, guys. If it breaks that previous pivot high and you're thinking short the overall market, what do? You get out, you let it cool off, you let it squeeze whatever it's going to squeeze, and then you reassess your situation and look for an additional entry. But that's what we got going on. If it works once and if it worked twice, let's try it a third time, because you know what they say. Third time is typically a charm.
I like how yeah, I like that. You put that caveat in there.
Yeah.
Typically, I feel that, man. Nothing's guaranteed in this life, let alone trading.
Exactly.
For certain. So I definitely agree with that sentiment. Joey, pets, another breakout trade on this one. Big halter to the high side. It looks like it's putting in a bit of a consolidation now with a 383 high. Let's see if it can hold that $0.50. We're going to work our way into this one and look for that $0.50 hold. VWAP is a little bit below the $0.50. I want to say 47s, 48s as it comes back down now into the 60s. Let's see if we can get a nice price spike up into the 70s and wet the beak on some profits over here. Let's see what we can get on PETS. Thank you, KC526, for calling this out. I know others were calling it out as well. But PETS, nice mover on the day, did get a bit of a price spike right at 12 o'clock, rocketing this one above 3.5, 383 high a day as we kind of just move a little bit sideways on this bad boy. But Tilray just came back down into the 10 EMA again, and it's losing the 10 EMA now. And this is a 2-bar pullback right now on Tilray. So it just breached prior bar low, and it's done that before, to be fair. It's wicked through the 10 EMA on the 5. What do we have here on Tilray? We have 1305. Good. And we still have some sharage left. So what I'm going to do is a break of 13 ends the trade for me. And then if I need to get back in, I'll get back in. So we're going to throw in a 13 stop there. And if it loses trend and breaks through 13, which just happens coincidentally to be the 20 EMA on the 5, we're going to get out of that point. And then we'll put some profit takers at the $0.25 in case it does get a price spike up into that level. So keeping an eye there. Separately, I was kind of really sad about being pushed out of VOR below $15 as it regained trend pretty quickly there. What I'm waiting is for prior bar high. Prior bar high is 15.25. So if it makes a move above prior bar high, we're going to get in on this one. So we're going to go 26s. It's already making the move there. So let's go right back into this bad boy. And there we go. Now let's put in some profit takers on this one. I think this is riding trend nicely. Let's see if we can get a nice move into the $0.50. It is a 54 penny high of day. So by definition, we're going to have to print above that to get a new high of day. We're going to have to print above the $0.50. So good breakout right now, showing me 40s. Where do we get in on VOR? We got in 30s, so let's see for that continuation. There we go into 45s, but the spread is wide on this one, so it's going to have to cross for me to get the print. But I'm seeing Pets take out all my orders. What a move by Pets, and we added good size into this one. There goes Pets, 392 high. We got 66s on. We're wetting the beak here into the high 80s. Let's go ahead and post something into the 90s in case this one continues into that $4 area. PETS, good midday mover, but watch now for a possible topping tail candle. It did it before. Look at the candle there at 12.05. It did almost the exact same thing. So my entry on Pets is 66s. Let's go ahead and take out more here in the 80s. And what we're going to do is we're going to give this one to 60. If it loses 60, it loses me as a trader. But there goes VOR taking out all my orders as well. So we get back into this one right into the nick of time, and we take out the high of the freaking day. Now we're setting up at 65, 59 showing up on the bid. And now we're going to set up, how many shares do I have? Oh, we've got plenty. Oh my goodness. Yeah, we got to take out something over here. I'm going to be carrying that many shares, Assassino. It's dangerous. So there we go. Now we're going to post at 65 and 69, and we're going to post some in the 70s as well. We're holding shares on this one, trying to make it back as we got forced out of that one. That was going to give me nightmares, baby. So VOR right back into the $0.50, defending 15, but not without bamboozlement. That's the cost of doing business, man. Especially in the world of small cap trading where there is plenty of bamboozlement. In case you're wondering why, it doesn't take a whole lot of money, relatively speaking, of course. I'm not talking about you and myself, or you and myself. You guys and myself, but yeah, so if you have a relatively large account, you can definitely move these ones and bamboozle the market. That's why they do what they do. So that's what we're looking at, Joey. We're taking breakouts right now on PETS and VOR. PETS right back into that low 80s area, but I have posted beak wetters now into the mid and low 90s. And if it breaks 60, which will risk about 5 pennies on the last remaining amount, we'll get stopped out there. So good continuation there. And then let's not forget Tilray. Tilray holding the 10 EMA doji candle that just closed. This current candle has a higher low and is trading back above the 10 exponential moving average. So this could be another add opportunity here if you're looking for more shareage on Tilray at this level. We're gonna have to keep an eye on that. VMAR, that hot garbage that I took off my screen because I'm red on it and it's my biggest loser on the day, is about to take out 105. So if that 105 level goes, I want to say 105 to about 109, maybe even 110. If that level goes, which has been a very, very staunchy area of resistance, take out and look at all these rejections, and it goes back earlier as well. This could be a nice breakout trade, but you're not going to catch me trying to time this one. I don't have the proper read on this bad boy here. So show them what you're looking at, Joe.
Yeah, absolutely. Whenever you're ready, Assassino. So yeah, I mean, I got out accidentally right there. I was putting in my stop and I just mixed up the order. So I mean, that worked out as I would have got stopped out. So not too bad of a move right there. As the market is breaking through some necklines, guys. Robinhood starting to head towards 118, looking like it wants to head a little bit lower, guys. And the Qs and the SPY. All right, Assassino, let's rock and roll. For too long, trading meant risking your own money or never having enough to start. The fear of losing, that's what kept so many traders on the sidelines. But that's changing. Trade the Pool is transforming how traders access the markets. With this limited risk trading model, traders use funded capital while Trade the Pool absorbs the downside. This allows traders to focus on what truly matters, discipline, consistency, and growth. When you hit the profit target, you keep 70% of the profits. No fear, no barriers, just real opportunity. This is the revolution of limited risk trading powered by Trade the Pool. Visit tradethepool.com or scan the QR code now to get 10% off your first eval.
I gotta tell you, Joey, I don't like barriers.
No.
Only on the road, because I don't want those crazy people to hit me when I'm going a buck 20, Joey.
Though. No other barriers?
Full disclosure.
Full disclosure.
Fastest you've ever driven on public roads.
You know what? I was never a big speeder, man. I never really liked speed like that. Yeah, no, I told you guys.
Not even in your youth?
I got a 40 over one time headed to school.
Oh, that's almost stunt.
And an 80, yeah.
That's close to stunt.
Yeah, I got that.
So what we're talking about, guys, stunt driving, if you do 50 and over in this province, immediate roadside seizure, up to $10,000 in a fine, and you get a 30-day license suspension, and you can't appeal it. Like, it's one of the only things that you can't actually seek an appeal for in our legal system. And they've upheld it, Joey. They've upheld the legality of that.
I think the most I ever pushed my old Beamer was to like 180 maybe.
All right, that's pretty good.
170, maybe.
Maybe, eh?
Yeah, maybe. I don't even think it was that high. Honestly, I was...
Miles or kilometers? Assassino wants to know. I think it's miles.
Miles.
I think it's miles. You BMW drivers are liabilities.
Hey, man, no, if anything, we're not, man. No, in all seriousness, my grandfather taught me relatively well. When I was younger, I never really lost. I remember I think I was in my 20s or something like that. I had so many points deducted.
No.
So, yeah, but it was from like rolling a stop sign, turning right on a red light.
Demerits.
The demerits. So I had to go to the meeting and I just said to the lady, listen, I'm not like speeding.
Oh, you went to that one too? So did I. I had to go.
Like,
and they're like, slow down. And they teach you stress tactics.
Exactly.
I remember that.
I just was smiling at her and stuff. And she's like, all right, I like you. And she's like, I'm not going to suspend your license.
This guy charmed his way through that. You know this guy charmed his way through that too.
No, man, I was never any form of troublemaker.
See, I was a big troublemaker when I was young. Big troublemaker. I was constantly in trouble in school.
No, I mean, I was in elementary school. I got in a lot of trouble in the next day and stuff. But that's elementary school. You're young
elementary,
and
Joey.
stuff like that. But other than that, no. I was at
Sharif
home
said, oh, wow, just 80? Shout out to Sergio. Nah, I expected your boy Joey options. He does it live, you know. I thought, you know, he'd hit $2 or something like that.
No, man, I'm not a speed demon, man. I personally don't like going that fast. I remember when I owned my ATV, I wouldn't even go bonkers with that. I would do wheelies and stuff.
That's fun.
But I just never really had the thrill of speed.
I don't have it anymore. I had it when I was young.
When you were younger?
I think it's the stupidest thing you can do
ridiculous.
Now because it's just like, why am I going fast again?
Don't get it twisted. I would swerve through traffic. I would swerve around the corner. Yeah, whoa.
Yeah,
you know that song, right? Yeah. No, I would swerve in and out of traffic, but I was never any form of a speed.
407?
Yeah, we pushed a little bit on the
407.
407 a couple times,
I
but
like it, Joe.
nothing crazy, man.
Nothing crazy. Nothing crazy. You heard it from the man.
Yeah.
Jacques, first time I went to Vegas, I was 22. Definitely mixed up kilometers and miles. Yeah, man. Purposely or just, accidentally there, Jacques. Shout out to you, my man. Always making us chuckle. Shout out to Jacques. Go, VOR, go. We added into this one like a psycho. And now we're taking some prints to the high side over here. We just got, I believe, 67s. We're looking for continuation. It's showing me 64 now, but this one has been spready almost all day. It's a 1566 high a day, so I don't think I took out 67. That can't be true. That must be 65 then. So looking for continuation into this one. We've layered the orders. This one did push me out originally because, it broke through 15 where I had my stop. Now we're nicely in the money on it, and we're positive. We're up big on this one. So let's go ahead and take some more prints here. In fact, I'm still holding a bit, so I want to take out those and then lock in the profits, and then we'll let this one run if it wants to. Tilray also doing real well, but I'm focused on pets now. I've wet the beak multiple times into the highs on pets, but it is now putting in a couple of lower highs, more than a couple. So the prior candle that I'm basing everything off, that 1220 candle, that is the high of the day, 392. Subsequent candle has a lower high to the tune of, I believe, low 80s. And this candle that just opened up has a higher low, but not really doing much. I put my stop on pets just south of 60. I've got 64s on, so if it loses 60, I'm out, and we'll risk 4 more pennies on that bad boy there. But I don't want to catch the downside here to pets because it is, it halted up, right? So we know it's got that kind of characteristic to it. Now, the deal is, if I get stopped out south of 60, I'm going to be looking at mid-50s. I'm not going to have a dip trade ready to fill at mid-50s, but we will be looking, of course, to get back in should it be warranted. Let me take out some here. There we go. On that one. Now, how we doing on VOR? No new prints on this one. No new friends. No new friends. Into the 65s, 55 on the bid. Next profit taker for me is 69, and then 77s, and then 85. So that's what we're doing right now. We're looking for a move up on this one. It's a bit of a slower mover, so just pack your patience on VOR, but I do like the trend. The trend is very much intact. Let me make my case to you guys here on the black charts, as this one tends to show it a little bit. There it goes into another high of the day. Just pull up the black charts, Joey. And the new high of day will get taken, and there we go. We take out the prints. We take out 69. We take out 77. Now we've only got a couple of more prints to the high side. VOR is him right now. We're looking for more, though, Joey. We want to make a little bit more on this one. 1530 we've got on. Let's go ahead, set up something in the 90s on this one. We're going to go ahead and wait at 93 the last time, of course. The coveted Blue Jays won the World Series. That broke my heart, bro. I'm not even gonna remember.
I know.
That broke
it's
my heart,
devastating.
Joey.
I'm really looking forward to this season. I think it's going to be a lot of fun.
See that dude that they picked up? Spent a quarter
Cease.
billy?
Yeah, Cease.
A quarter
yeah,
billy.
His name's like Cody Cease or something
Like that.
Yeah.
Apparently, then we're going to have some quality pitching.
Dude,
we still need bullpen, though, no?
Yeah, I think we got one guy. Poll is up, baby. All right, there we go. That's a big-time poll. Make sure you guys get your
Anybody who
votes in.
votes for Jake Paul is crazy.
I mean, there's already a couple going in there. No, but look what winning does, right? Like, it just attracts so much. And if you go back to the Raptors, look what the Raptors did for the city. Just kind of everybody coming together, and just the adoption within basketball and stuff. And I think that popularity it really came in with this baseball. If you make it to the finals, it gets so many more people attracted to watch your sport, and that's why the Leafs. The poor boys, man.
If you're a good team in Toronto, you will get love almost immediately. It doesn't matter if you're playing pickleball, bro.
Immediately.
Toronto likes to support winners. You feel that?
Exactly.
And so I don't even think you have a problem in this sport. I mean, when I knew soccer was going to do well here because we have such a big immigrant base.
It was fun when TFC won as well too.
Yeah, remember that? That was like 10 years ago. There was Jose Altidore. There was the little magician, man. I forget his name.
It was like Sebastian something, wasn't it?
Sebastian. Oh man.
Yeah. What was was his name,
forget
man?
his
Yeah,
name.
but it starts with that or something like that. I mean,
Yeah,
they were
I
good.
forget
They
his
made it
name,
to the MLS finals twice, right? They lost.
won,
the first,
man.
They lost
Yeah,
one
they
and then won the
won,
second one,
exactly.
right? So yeah.
They won. I
What was
remember
his
Jose
name, man?
Altidore, and then there was a little
What
magician,
was
man.
that guy? What was that guy's
Someone's
name?
gonna know in the chat.
Yeah, someone's got to know.
Someone's
Come
gotta
on,
know.
man. Why are you guys being so quiet?
They'll know,
on
they'll
this
know.
one?
They'll
What is
come
that?
out with
they're,
it.
They're coming
Give
with
them
it.
some time.
Just little Sebastian Siskapau. All right, guys, got 112 votes. Anthony Joshua leading
I'm gonna
the way.
find out, man.
Yeah, I forget his name. I'm surprised the chat hasn't answered that one there.
TFC?
Giovinco.
Giovinco, yeah, there he is right
Sebastian
there.
Giovinco, yeah.
The atomic ant. They call him an
Yeah,
ant.
man, he was
That's
good,
borderline
man.
bullying,
Sebastian
dude. Because he's
Giovinco.
short. That's mean, man. The atomic ant. No, he was a hell of a player, bro. He was a Toronto guy too, through and through. So we love that.
Yeah, they love it. I mean, athletes come here and they I think a lot of them love this city. The biggest mistake, if you ask me, would you ever do this? So we have this in the Blue Jays situation.
Yes,
so
sir.
if Bo Bichette doesn't re-sign, he's probably going to go to the Yankees or somewhere relatively good.
Is
But
it
would you-
actually for real?
Yeah.
He's not gonna
signed.
resign?
No, I don't know that. He hasn't re-signed.
If he goes
yet.
to the Yankees, he's going to be hated here.
Hated.
Hated
But would
here.
you ever, regardless if you win or not, would you ever leave a team that made it to the championships or won the championships?
You're bringing
the
up a
following
fantastic
season?
point.
The following season.
I have to digress a little bit, but
Yeah,
you could
yeah.
bring up a good point. So Liverpool,
Yeah.
championship team, they just won the Prem, right?
Yeah.
And there's a saying in football, soccer, you don't break up a championship team.
Ever.
You don't break up a championship team.
Ever.
And that's what they did. They got rid of Luis
way.
Diaz, Alexander
And
Arnold. They
why?
allowed many people to walk away, and they brought in good talent. Ikatike, that Kirkis guy, there's a couple of others that they brought in, big names,
Yeah.
bro. And Alexander Isak, of course. And these are like 100 million plus. There was
big-time
3
players.
players, bro, that they spent
Yeah.
over 100 million pounds,
Quid,
not
wow.
dollars,
That's
man.
200 million.
Not euros, yeah.
Yeah.
And they're crapping the bed. And so there's always that philosophy. You keep the championship team
Always.
to as much as you can, and then if you don't win the next year, then you can make some adjustments.
Exactly. But
So
why
Liverpool
are you,
continues to suffer because of that.
And what I was getting at there is like, Kawhi Leonard was probably the worst move of, I think, NBA history. Why would you leave a team that you just won a championship with and then go to the Lakers and trade the whole book for Paul George, and then you do essentially nothing? So what a drop ball, in my opinion. Worst case scenario, you sign for one more year and you try to run it back. Do you not? Like,
Absolutely.
1 more year, I want to see where
Without
it goes.
question.
You just won. You have the winning mentality, and you decide to leave, which is like insane.
No, I don't agree. Yes, absolutely, Roland Joe. How do you say his name? Is it Wirtz? It's not Ritz, obviously. Is it Wirtz? Because he's German, right? He cost an arm and leg as well. I remember he's the one that cost, I think, the most. He was more than Ikatike, right? He was like 135 or something like that, which I found to be insane given his position. But fact check me, Roland, because I'm pretty sure he's.
But to turn this into like trading terms, it's like I talk about it quite often. Is that if I have
Wirtz,
a winning
thank
stock
you.
one day, I'm going to go back to it the following day, regardless of what happens. I was in sync with it the previous day. Why would not try it one more time the following day, regardless if it works or not, right? I think you're just putting yourself in the best scenario possible. And if Bo leaves, that'll be insane.
I don't want that to happen.
I mean, if they're spending this much money, you may as well just spend that extra, lock him up for the rest of his career, and then go to as many conference championships as you possibly can. The best hitter in baseball.
I agree. He's a ridiculous hitter. And you saw how he played injured, too.
Injured.
I mean, he could barely run, and the dude was hitting balls clean. You're going to hit a hitter.
You
You're a
bring
good
those
hitter,
guys back because you were an inch away on multiple occasions from winning a World Series. So you bring every single individual, and you just try to get strength in your bullpen, in my opinion.
All right, let's see what his chat said. My man, pronounced Wirtz, says Tricks 8543. Thank you. I don't know why I can't say this again. Liverpool have spent hundreds of millions of dollars on players. I'm assuming that's what Adam meant. Lost players like Diaz, now suffering. But like Man United. Yeah, Man United is kind of the same thing. And Adam, I'm hearing they want what's his name? Ugh, what's wrong with me? What the hell is the dude's name? The captain of United, man. I don't know. Anyway, you guys know who I'm talking about. I just can't remember his name at the moment. I heard they're trying to push him out. And it's Ruben Amorim that wants him, and so as a result, they're not pushing him out. But apparently, Saudi bids came in hot for that, much higher than he was getting paid at United. But apparently, he wants to stay with the club. That's what I read today. I forget his name, man. What the hell is his name? Bruno Fernandes. Thank you, Happy Coder. I don't know why I forgot his name there. Remember when Luis Figo left Barcelona to Real Madrid? That was just that's treachery right there, bro. That's that to me. You don't do that. You don't cross into your biggest rival. That's like from going from, let's see, from Liverpool to Everton. You just don't do that. You don't from City to United. I know some people have done that in the past, but that's just one way to get blacklisted in your old club. Roland Joe, Wirtz was around 116 million pounds. Isak was 125. That does make sense. Isak, of course, the Premier League player. Machiavelli, 88.69. $5 super chat. Joe, nobody is taking your sporting advice after the Hulk Ronaldo incident. Voter fraud. Look, man, it's a contextual thing. We were at Joey's.
Yeah,
funny enough,
we did it live.
we did it live at Joey's.
Yeah,
at his namesake. Yeah. Brendo was there. Everybody was there.
We did it live.
We checked with 2 waiters, all of which were younger, by the way. They were all younger, and we asked them the following. Katina Man showed them a picture of Hulk Hogan. One guy thought it was like Steve Austin, but and the other person didn't know who it was. But what was immediately true was as soon as that Ronaldo picture came out, everybody and their mother's third cousin knew who Ronaldo was. And it's contextual. You put it in, like, if you go to the dinosaurs in my building and you show them those two, they're likely going to know Hogan over Ronaldo, man.
Where's Katina Man when you need him? Because yesterday he put up a poll. And I literally leave, the poll goes up, I come back, and then he messages the group chat, it's over. There's like 500 votes. I'm like, why did it end so quickly?
It ended quick because he wanted the dub. Yeah, he wanted to go one for one.
I'm like, I know, but you can't just close it down like that. And then when I look momentarily after, it's at 50-50. So I'm like, hey, Katina Man, what's going on here? Who calls the end of the poll that quick, right? So anyways.
That's the strength that Katina Man wields around here.
Yeah, you can shut it down when you want. So
you can't just wield that power immediately. You gotta have hours under your belt. Shout out to the Katina Man. All right, guys, let's get back to trading. We're still holding Tilray. Tilray rejecting for yet another time. 13.49. It has sellers at the $0.50 that we can't seem to shake. 13.49 high a day. We're holding from 05s, and we wet the beak multiple times into the high there. Still holding several pieces looking for continuation. Separately, we're holding VOR at 15.30. Alas, it did get into 15.82 high a day, coming back down now, though, into the 60s. The move here is, for me, if it comes into the 10 EMA in the 40s, I want to add. But I need proof that it's going to hold on there. Look, if it defends the $0.50 at 15.50 and then makes another candle to make a new high, I'm going to get in wherever that candle allows me to get in, all right? Because I want to ride trend here on VOR. It's not, an aggressive mover, and it's also spready, but it's continuing to be predictable, and that's what I'm trying to gauge right now. And then I also want to mention one that I put on my crap list there. VMAR. Look, it's working its way into that mid $1 area, 105, 106. It has selling almost every time it comes into that level. That's the bad news. The good news is you're getting now defends of that 92 penny area where the volume weighted average price is, so you know buyers are picking it up at VWAP. And also you've got some higher lows. But you're gonna have to take out some of these sellers here in the low $1 in order to rock it up. Now, you have 2 options. You can build a smaller position here and give yourself room to below VWAP, so if it loses VWAP, you get stopped out. Or you can wait, right, for that break and then, look to add in on a dip trade. It really does come down to your preference. I don't want to execute on VMAR, but if this thing starts rocketing up, I'm going to have to. For now, though, I don't like what I see. We haven't taken out some of those key levels yet. I'm talking about that 105 to, say, 108 level. We do. It's a different story. Pets, we ended up getting stopped out break even. Well, not even break even. We lost about 4 pennies on the last remaining amount. Still a very profitable trade for me. This one is finding, though, support at VWAP right now. VWAP, the 10 EMA and the $0.50 are almost all overlapping. It's just like all bunched into one area. So this $0.50 has a good area of support, at least technically. So you could enter here and give it to the $0.50 as resistance or as your stop. That's exactly what I'm going to do on pets. We're going to punch in here and we're going to risk about 9 pennies for a much, much smaller share size just so that we can take the technical trade. And here's what we're going to do, Joey. We're going to go right below that $0.50 and we're going to put in a stop. So if it loses the $0.50, it loses me as a trader, and we'll do just that. So let's go ahead and put some profit takers possibly here for a price spike up, and we're going to layer some into the 60s as well, of course, into the 70s. So PETS, looking for a bounce back up off VWAP, off the 10 EMA, off the $0.50. Again, they're all overlapping, and I'm trying to take advantage of that. I want to mention MSOX as well. So I bitched and complained about the fact that Tilray has a $0.50 seller. No such problem on MSOX. Into the high of the day we go. We're about 2 or 3 pennies away from 855. That is the high of the day on MSOX, looking awfully bull flaggish with an upward channel to form kind of the flag component. You got to love that instead of the downward channel that we typically see, or sideways. So this is an extra bullish bull flag over here. Look for continuation into the 3/4, and maybe even if we get real bullish, we'll get maybe even a 9 touch and drop, or touch and pop, I should say. There goes pets into my first print there. So we'll get the beak wet at 65. Now we're looking for 69 and 74 here on PETS. Let's see if we can run this one off the volume weighted average price and into the highs. Tilray right back into area highs. I've posted, I believe, at 50 on the dot, 50 pennies that is. So it will have to clear the high of the day for me to get that print on TLRY. And then VOR, the other one that we're involved in, holding right now. So prior bar low on VOR, I'm talking about the candle at 1240, low of 52. This current candle, low of 55. You have a higher high and a higher low on the current candle on VOR. This could be an interesting opportunity to add. I don't know whether I want to add, though, on this one. It's just... It's moving, it's spready, that's the thing. So I'm worried the bottom could drop off at any time on this one, and I like my entry, but I'm gonna look at this one a little bit more. If I decide to add in, I'll let you guys know, but we're back into 3 trades here, Joey. As we get closer to that 1 o'clock time slot, we'll start the news quite soon.
All right, man. Whenever you're ready, we rock and roll. Machiavelli, all love, brother, as always. Mike P, I'm glad you're starting to climb things back. Why am I short here? Robinhood. I mean, I'm so small. I'm giving this $1, right? I'm usually typically looking for 20 cents, 10 cents worth of risk. That's how small I am. I'm willing to risk $1, so up to $1.10 there approximately. And it wasn't very a precise entry. I'm just like, hey, let's see if this support level is going to break, and if the market wants to kind of just give that floor out here. So I'm more than happy. If it comes back to this level, then we'll lose on this. But this is exactly what we got going on. We got this wedge starting to be formed, descending triangle, support level right at 1818. If it does make an additional move higher, that's going to put us right around 1877. If we get a 5-minute pin opening above that, then we get out of dodge here on the short on Robinhood.
Joseph, it's now time for some exciting news out of Canada for the sophisticated traders on the stream. We're talking about Beta Pro by Global X Canada. They are Canada's largest provider of leveraged inverse and inverse leverage ETFs, and they've just launched 6 new triple leverage ETFs. They're offering you guys 3 times bull and 3 times bear exposure to the S&P TSX 60, semiconductors, and of course on U.S. Treasuries. And if you want even better, they're offering a special fee rebate, dropping management fees to just 65 pennies, all until December 31st, 2025. Plus, the U.S. focus strategies, they use currency hedging, which offers you the potential for pure performance as well as exposure. So, if you're tactical and you're a sophisticated trader and you're looking to amplify your performance, you need to check out betapro.ca/3x daily to learn more. Shout out to Beta Pro.
Good stuff there. Thank you very much, brother. So yeah, I mean here, Machiavelli, here it is, 12%, closer to 13% off of those highs. I mean, these names that haven't had that substantial pullback that we've seen, obviously with Meta and a couple of other names across the board, there's some more room down here. So if it does fall into that 190 level, I wouldn't be surprised if it does, right? But you can see you construct that new high at 264.88, and then you start to come back off of that level down approximately 12% from that zone here. So keep an eye out. There's going to be multiple necklines, guys. Once they start getting broke around the 225-ish, whatever you want to call it, 223, then you get some downward momentum. You already see the downward momentum, but I think there will be a little bit more, and then you head towards that next pivot level, which is approximately around 194.56. All right. So keep an eye out on Micron. I wouldn't be like, this is me personally, right? I'm not buying too much unless there's a substantial amount of selling, and like we've seen in Meta. So with Meta, we're down approximately from those lows. We were down 26%. I'll start buying some there. All right. Same with the likes of what was I recently in Netflix. Pull up Netflix, you're down substantially off of this previous high, $134 before the split, you're down 30%. I'll grab a little bit more of that, right? As for MU and Nvidia and a lot of these semi names and everything to do with the AI infrastructure, I'm going to be avoiding that right now. I'm going to wait for them to pull back a little bit more aggressively, and then we'll get involved based off of that. But there goes Robinhood to the downside. This is starting to work for us, guys. We were talking about this not too long ago, necklines being broken, and then sure enough, we get a little bit of a move. I'm going to wait till 17 because I'm giving it $1. I'll wait till 17 if I'm fortunate enough to even get that level, and then I will look to take some out. I may or may not get it, so regardless of what it is, we're going to diamond hands Deontay Wilder this, and then sure enough, wait for that move as the SPY and the NASDAQ are heading right towards the same lows, guys. So you can see 608.03 right there. Boom, 607 is going to be that level that you're going to keep an eye out on. If that breaks, then you might see some momentum and velocity head towards the downside, Sharif. So watch out for what the big boys are doing. Here's Nvidia, so we'll do a quick comparison before we send it back to the boy. And there it is. Levels being broken. Watch out for more downside, guys.
All right, guys, flattened out my position on pets. Look, it's not doing anything that bad, but it's just too close to VWAP. Not enough volume coming in. So as we start, we're going to start the news shortly. I wanted to say to myself, look, I don't want to manage this one that's so close to VWAP and so close to my entry. So we flattened out there. If it loses the $0.50, I don't think that I'd be interested in this one. And I know for a fact it's really had trouble printing anything above 70s, right? Look at all the closing prints on the 5. I mean, it does spike up into 392, but it's certainly having trouble clearing that level. VOR, I'm going to get stopped out. I just got stopped out break even on the last remaining amount there. I tried to add into this level, but I gave it like almost no room. I think that's another mistake, though. It has a tendency to breach the 10 EMA. Let's watch now, though, to see if it catches a bid and moves back above 1544. That's a 10 EMA. It did it at 1215. Let me show you exactly what I mean there. So here's VOR. It dropped all the way there, right into 1492. In fact, lost 15, which is why it stopped me out, and then proceeded to make new highs right after that. It did it again right now. Whether or not this candle ends up getting bought up like the 1215 candle, that's a different story. If it does, I'm going to get right back into VOR because that'll be just a tendency for it to do that. But if it starts losing the 20 EMA, then I have nothing to do with this one until about 1450 or so. That's where VWAP is, as well as the breakout level from that candle at 1105. So VOR is still in focus for me, but not with this current price action. Separately, VMAR still trading below $1, and it still has that seller at 105 to 108 that we can't shake. Tilray, the last trade that I've got on here, hugging again the 10 EMA on the 5 like it's been doing all day, literally all day, with no closing prints south of the 10 EMA, save and except for this bad boy at 1020, and it got bought right back up in that 1025 candle. So let's see what this one does. I've got 05s on. Anything below 13 ends the trade for me. But it feels like, really, that's not what I'm looking at, where my stop is. It feels like I'm really trying to find the area where I can add more here on Tilray because it's got an upward channel. And the upward channel just, to me, means that buyers are just continuing to buy this up on dips. So I'm going to try to figure out another way to get more share size into Tilray. And, of course, keep an eye on VMAR. All right. Let's bring in. You have anything before we start the news, brother? Or?
No, man. I'm just sitting in this Robinhood trade. It's one of the more difficult names to short, in my opinion, just due to the fact that you have a lot of people still buying it up all the time. So that's why I'm just like, hey, we'll just throw a little risk out here and see what we can get going, see if we can get a breakdown to 17 or anything along those lines. 19 is going to be the stop, so 19.10 roughly. So yeah, that's all I got going on. I was going to go through the volume and everything along those lines, but that can wait. There's the TQs. Watch out for this to break. This is a weird shelf, man. It's just like just consistently buying off of these levels. You get a couple of whipsaw moves here, but then it's just like right back up, right back up. So, I mean, if it's happened 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 times, now going on its 12th time, and that's just on 5-minute candles, that's a key support level. Multiple touches, you want to get in closer end of the range. Unless the volume really starts to pick up, then that's when you want to sell the lower end of the range. Thanks for the analysis and keep up the chat. No, yeah, no problem, Machiavelli. Much appreciated, brother. And then drop systems, how about you don't short my biggest long hold position then, bruh? Oh, I mean, hey, man, you know, I've been a Robinhood bull for quite some time. Intraday is a totally different story, and nor am I anywhere close to what we got going on in the long-term positions there, brother. So, yeah, that's what we got. So far, a pretty good day. This is going to be my 4th name that I've traded. APLD is going to be the only loser of the day so far. We don't want to count our chickens too quick. Is that even a saying? Anyways, Tesla, SMR, Tesla, TSLA, definitely our better trader of the day.
Sounds good, Joey. Let's get right down to work. And perfect segue, because now we're going to do Tesla. And they're driverless, I should say, robo-taxis. We talked about this, guys. By the way, VMAR just broke above prior high. VMAR could be a breakout now as it gets into 110. It's at 105, 104. Be on the lookout for that VMAR. Crazy. Up 174%. Natalie, you asked about the campus program. It's likely in the new year. We don't have an exact date yet, but we'll keep an ear out. We'll update you, but it is coming in the new year, hopefully sooner rather than later. VMAR might be catching a bid here, guys, through 110. Let's talk about Tesla. All over the X on the weekend, all I kept seeing was videos out of Austin of people taking pictures of the Model Y driving without a safety driver and anybody in the car for that matter. So, and Tesla did confirm that. Elon confirmed it. Tesla X account also retweeting the videos that I just mentioned by just regular, bystanders. They confirmed they have begun testing fully driverless vehicles in Austin, removing human occupants from the car, of course. CEO Elon Musk stated testing is underway with no one inside. This comes, of course, 6 months after Tesla launched limited robo-taxi service in Austin with human supervisors in the passenger seat. As we know, Elon Musk has been talking about. I think I got into VOR. Sorry, guys, I have to digress. I just got into VOR. I have to take this stupid thing off over here. Sorry, give me a sec. I have to digress. I have to put profit takers on VOR. Is this a breakout trade? There we go. Sorry, guys. Just give me a second over here to layer my orders on this one, as this one did break trend to the high side. So I want to be able to catch some prints if this one does go. And we have shares here, so we should probably take out some more in the mid-70s. I have to put in a stop as well. Just allow me a second. There we go. So we'll go just like that, and then all the way down here for this machine. Good. Sorry about that, guys, but let's get right back down to work. So Elon Musk has been talking about driverless vehicles for like over a decade. Now they're actually capable of doing that, as we've seen now. And we know that he's been operating in Austin, as well as San Francisco Bay Area, with executives at Tesla hinting there could be a broader fleet activation via over-the-air software updates. That's how Tesla has been operating, essentially, since I remember. All the software updates come via over-the-air. You don't have to go into the dealership, or anybody have to come to you for that matter. So I think what he's hinting at here is people who own Teslas could all of a sudden find themselves with a potential income-generating robo-taxi on their driveway when they're at work. We'll have to see how that all gets rolled out. But it's not all sunshine and rainbows. Of course, we know Tesla has reported 7 collisions in the Austin area as of mid-October. Tesla characterized the incidents as non-severe. What I do find interesting, of course, is the pleasure with which traditional media likes to report on Tesla's failures, but also negates completely to report on Waymo's failures. And my phone is inundated with saved videos on X and TikTok where Waymo's causing havoc all over the streets of, I believe that this was a San Francisco area, where like there was a three-way standoff between different Waymos. Two of them collided together. The other one was just observing. All the while, nobody could get out of their driveway. So, you know, we always seem to hear about Tesla's failures. We don't seem to hear as much, or if at all, about the other companies' failures, but there are plenty of failures when it comes to autonomous vehicles. A natural progression, of course, of the technology developing. Texas currently allows, when we're talking about the regulatory landscape here, they allow autonomous vehicle testing and operation on public roads. There's really no oversight by the DMV, but that will change in May of next year. Texas will require formal DMV authorization for testing of autonomous vehicles on public roads. And in California, even though they're testing in the San Francisco Bay Area, apparently the California regulators saying still Tesla does not have a license to actually do that. Apparently they're using some loophole. Joey, what do you make of this whole thing?
Yeah, I mean, that's very interesting. Oh, they don't have the license to, sorry, repeat that one more time?
They actually don't have authorization from the California Department of Motor Vehicles.
To run their...
No, they're using a loophole. They're not even calling it autonomous. They're calling it something different.
To get around things.
Exactly.
I mean, this is... it's very interesting thing. I like how Sharif just brings out the fact that, like, hey, you can tell that people are still out for Tesla. And within California, I think it's really interesting considering Waymo's operating with essentially driverless vehicles in California, obviously San Francisco, LA, and everything along those lines. But watch out. This is just the beginning, and this is what you want to see from Tesla. You're starting to see him live up to his promises. It's taking some time, and that's totally fine. But at the end of the day, from a production standpoint, don't forget who has the ability to go exponential, because they already have everything that they need, and that's Tesla. So as long as they're continuously progressing, I like this name even more. Maybe this has something to do with those strike prices that we've seen all the way up at $800. Is it SpaceX correlated? Maybe, possibly, but we're going to remain forward-looking with Tesla stock, and that's going to come with robotics and autonomy. They're on the right path.
Good, Joey. Let's go on to the next topic over here. Nvidia acquires ShedMD to deepen their AI software moat. They got CUDA, now they're picking up another. So they announced the acquisition of AI software firm ShedMD to reinforce their push beyond hardware into critical AI infrastructure software. The deal will strengthen their position across the full stack of the AI, or the full AI stack, I should say. Financial terms were not disclosed, and that is a little bit eyebrow raising because, you know, they've been spending so much money, and, you know, the market's really frowning upon all the AI capex, and so for them not to disclose the amount here was a little bit eyebrow raising for me. Anyway, ShedMD develops a software called Slurm, a widely used open source workload scheduler that manages massive computing jobs across data centers. It's essential infrastructure for training and running large LLMs, but it does do both sides of the equation. It does inference as well as training, and Nvidia confirmed Slurm will remain open source despite, of course, the company picking it up for an undisclosed source. NVIDIA's CUDA platform remains a core lock-in for tool developers, making the software a key differentiator between some of their competitors, AMD most notably. ShedMD acquisition deepens NVIDIA's control over how AI workloads are scheduled and optimized. And just to give you a little background on the company, ShedMD, it was founded in 2010 by Mo Jet and Danny, I can't say this guy's name, Abel. They're based in Livermore, California. They employ about 40 people. They serve high-end clients, including the likes of CoreWeave, Barcelona Supercomputer Center, and it deepens the integration into supercomputing and AI research environments, Joey. So NVIDIA down, or flat, I should say, down 0.06 on the day. What do you make of this acquisition?
You know, I think it's pretty big. It's funny that the market isn't reacting like it was a couple of weeks ago or a month ago when you've seen all these partnerships with NVIDIA. I think it's at this point, I don't know what's going on with it, obviously. It's good that they're building their customer base and obviously their partnerships, But it's, for me, every time I hear a partnership with NVDA right now, it's just like the boy who cried wolf. We went through all those pumps, and I think the market is just slightly exhausted of that. So you can see that we weren't overly reactionary to this news here this morning, and a lot of sideways price action. I think the market has priced in what they think is fair value here on NVDA, and some of these acquisitions, even though good for the company, the street just kind of brushing it off the shoulder right now.
It does, yeah. It's like they don't want to hear anything about that.
We went over this, right? Like, it's like, hey, yeah, okay, we went through that phase where all the partnerships and acquisitions are going through.
Right.
You're pumping other stocks. Now it's like, okay, we can't do this every day. We're not, every partnership or deal made, we're not going to move the market based off of an NVDA deal.
Okay. Let's go on to the next story, Joey. People are just asking why the market's moving down. I'm looking, guys. We'll keep an eye out on the news over here, but I'm not seeing anything quite yet. All right, let's go on to the next story. Amazon partners with Slop to expand seller financing. This is actually quite interesting. We always talk about buy now, pay later. But this is actually for their authorized sellers on the platform so they can grow their business. I think this was pretty cool. So Amazon's partnering with Slop, an AI-powered lending startup to offer reusable lines of credit directly to Amazon US sellers. The credit facility is backed by the good folks at JP Morgan Chase as well as Altman. Apparently Altman's in this as well. Eligible sellers can apply directly inside Amazon's Seller Center. And this software uses artificial intelligence and its own in-house large language model to underwrite the risk, the seller risk in real time and give you a response. The system analyzes your Amazon performance data, the sales of the products, your cash flow, and it offers a faster and more precise decision than traditional banks do for seller financing. It also allows Slope, I think, is probably to deliver instant approvals. As I mentioned, lines of credit are going to start at about 8.99%. Sellers must be in business for at least 1 year and generate more than $100,000 in annual revenue. Approved sellers can draw funds as needed and choose repayment terms from 3 months to 1 year. And the independent sellers on Amazon account for more than 60% of Amazon's total sales, making their liquidity critical, of course, to platform growth. Amazon previously ran its own in-house lending program, which addressed about $1 to $2 billion in total addressable market. That was over a year ago. Now, Slope running the program, management does expect that TAM to increase markedly. So we'll have to see how that works. But it's a low-margin product for them, right?
Yeah.
So the e-commerce business is nothing like AWS, but hey, help your sellers get more out there, right?
But see, you know what's funny, Sharif? I like that we're talking about this. Obviously, this credit-based system, because I heard something very interesting from Tucker Carlson the other day.
Okay, let's hear it.
To him. So he said essentially, who are you going to give more trouble to? The individual who is using the drugs or Pablo Escobar, who's distributing it? See where I'm going with this? So why is it that these credit card companies are allowed to issue more credit to individuals and young teens and help that allow them to get into all this substantial debt? So who's really more liable, the issuer or the individual using the credit card?
I agree with you 100%. I just don't know if this is one of those situations where it's like that. They're trying to expand, like, okay, so you have to sell, I think the article says you have to sell $100,000 in annual revenue. So you have to already be doing decent.
Okay, so you have to be doing decent.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
So it doesn't mean $100,000 in profit. That just means you sold $100,000 in product.
Right?
But I completely agree with you. The buy now, pay later part of things gets a lot of people in trouble. I don't disagree with that at all.
It just stacks up the debt.
I don't disagree with that at all.
You know what I mean?
And having, I told you that I ran credit card debt when I was young. I was stupid. So completely agree with you.
That's the thing, right? So like, why should you be liable at that age? You're significantly younger. You know nothing about the world around you and what it can do and what the effects are in the future. But the bank is like, hey, no problem. We'll continuously raise. We'll raise that.
I agree with you, dude.
They're winning. They're gaining interest off you. And what was this one at? Like 10% or something?
10%, man.
10%,
it's not cheap,
right? And the credit cards are
9%. 9%. Sorry,
9%.
Yeah.
So I mean, at the end of the day, the credit card companies are like 20% on top of it.
Oh, 100%. This is not even. This is like half that, if that. Let's talk about Ford, man. Taking a complete shift in strategy here. They expect, as a result of that shift in strategy, to record a $19.5 billion special items one-off charge. Okay, it's tied to restructuring its business priorities and pulling back on its pure EV investments. Most charges are going to hit in Q4, followed by $5.5 billion charges through 27, but the bulk of that $19.5 billion is going to be paid throughout 2026, so it's going to affect earnings for the next year and a half. Charges will impact net income, but according to the company, it's not going to affect their adjusted EPS. I think that says more about adjusted EPS than it says about their strategy. They did raise their 2025 adjusted EBIT guidance. Now they're guiding about $7 billion. They were previously guiding 6 to 6.5. So a good look there as they make it up in the other parts of the company. And here's the strategic shift that they're going through. The company is going to take $8.5 billion in EV-related asset write-downs, and they're pivoting to hybrids and plug-in hybrids. And they're stepping away from large all-electric trucks like the F-150 in favor of smaller, more affordable EVs, much like the Model 2 that we never got from Elon. Also, the F-150 Lightning is going to transition from a strictly EV car or truck into an extended range EV. What does that mean? Well, just take a look at what Li Auto has been putting out there in terms of a product for a long time. Essentially, it's similar to a hybrid, but not really. There's a gas engine, an electric engine, and batteries. The gas engine charges the batteries. The batteries power the electric engine. So you're going to get that immediate torque that you get on EVs. It's not going to drive like an ICE engine. The point of it is, though, you get to drive on the batteries for about 200 kilometers, maybe a little bit less. And then you've got the gas engine should you be on a longer trip. Most people's daily trips are going to be less than 200 kilometers. But if you need more range, you get up to about, this is Li Auto's, I don't know what the F-150 extended range is going to be, about 1,350 kilometers on the L6 and the L8. So the concept is interesting, right? Where if you need the gas engine, it's there. If you don't need the gas engine, you can drive on batteries. Apparently, that's going to be the new format now for the F-150 Lightning. We'll have to see when it comes out. In addition to that, North American EV deployment is going to focus, as I mentioned, on low-cost, flexible, universal EV platforms, with the first vehicle that's going to be a mid-size electric pickup. And that's going to be made in Louisville, and the date is going to be about 2027 before we see ones on the road. Ford expects about 50% of global volume by 2030 to come from hybrids, extended range electric vehicles, as well as EVs, which is up 17% from 2025. So not really that much of a big deal. And CEO Jim Farley said, look, nobody wants to buy these $50,000 to $80,000 EVs. They just don't want them. We got to drop the price. We got to sell what the customers want. So what do you make of Ford's pivot, Joey?
I think it's interesting because, I mean, it's like, okay, hey, yeah, the Dems are in office. They say, yeah, by whatever year, everything has to be EV. Then you have the Republicans come in and say, no, we're scrapping
Exactly.
that. So if they're going to go by each individual political agendas, what's going to happen in the next couple of years? What if the Democrats come back in and say, hey,
that's the thing.
So it's like, okay, what are you going to do? Lose $1 billion every X amount of years? Oh, we need to start this right back up. I think it's very interesting. I was asking Sharif about their autonomy division. I don't think it's even existent at this point. Hybrid, absolutely fantastic, but I think eventually they'll be left in the dust, especially if there's mass adoption of autonomy in vehicles. So I don't really like what's going.
That's actually a good point,
right?
That's actually a good point. Yeah, like especially if autonomy doesn't end up costing nearly as much because it's more software than it is hardware.
Exactly.
I absolutely agree with you.
So it's like you said, they can license it at the end of the day.
Yeah.
But at that point, you're already so far behind the race. How much market share are these guys losing day by day? And if that's going to be the case, they don't have their foot in the door with something as big as Tesla and Waymo, then they're already significantly behind the ball.
Yeah, I agree. Let's talk about PayPal moving to become a bank. So they've formally applied to establish PayPal Bank, a move that would allow it to expand deeper into traditional banking services. It's going to be regulated by the FDIC as well as Utah's Department of Financial Institutions. Management framed this as a move to improve operational efficiency and strengthen the long-term business model. So here's what they're going to do. They're going to enable the company to offer loans directly to small businesses, extending their current product offering for credit. Also plans to introduce interest-bearing saving accounts, which is going to increase engagement, of course, with wallet-sharing consumers. And the strategy positions PayPal closer to that, like, you know, sort of digital first bank, competing more directly with like the SoFis and even some of the Robinhoods now. PayPal already offers consumer credit lines, and they also own Venmo, as we know. Establishing a bank charter, though, could lower funding costs and give PayPal more control over their lending economics. The move reflects intensified competition from fintech firms, man, who seek to disrupt the traditional banking. We've seen sort of Robinhood become that, you know, the JP Morgan of millennials and Gen Z or whatever. And now look, PayPal, you know, that already has a bit of a younger, well, I don't want to say younger, but has an established base of users. I believe last time I saw, it was about 400 million users they had there.
On PayPal. Yeah, interesting stuff. Let's take a look at this name. It was getting hit for quite some time and then slowly started to recover. Pull up PayPal here momentarily. I'm posted up on the TQs. I think that ship has sailed. We'll talk about that momentarily as the market's starting to rebound. I was waiting there at 25s after this print. Never came back and filled me right there. Otherwise, we'd be nicely off to the races, just risking the low of the day right there around 51.10s. So, yeah, a missed opportunity. All the signals aligned. Should have been a little bit quicker on that trigger. That's fine. Let's head over to PayPal and see what we got going on. The stock has been in some trouble for quite some time and now slowly starting to find its way, I feel like. So as for PayPal, guys, we're going to go over to the weekly. Yeah, oh, wow. Okay, yeah, this is getting more disastrous as we zoom out here. You have that previous high of approximately $308, and now we're trading around 60 bucks. So that's still an 80% haircut. The technicals don't look good whatsoever. Them establishing themselves as a bank, I don't know how much that's going to do for them. I personally have used PayPal other than pre-authorized payments. I've transferred one person, I think, in my life money via PayPal, and I was charged a lot of fees that they were living in the States, I was living here, so I was never really a big fan of this name. PYPL still hovering around those lows. I would look for this to hold up around that $51 level, which it currently is, so keep an eye out on that. Other than that, I mean, it could be a potentially good buy considering how much you have came off of this, even this previous pivot of 308, that was the same one. So yeah, you're still down 80%. And it's been doing nothing for quite some time. I mean, 3 years, right? You're not even at that level quite yet of what we were seeing 3 years ago. PayPal, yeah, a tough look. I mean, it was hot for so long. Was this COVID? Yeah, so this is your COVID run here. You climb up all the way from 90 bucks to $300. So that's a big time move in PYPL. Now, as for Robinhood, we're still sitting in this. We're out there. We're out of this trade at 119. Didn't break through the support levels. We're posted up on the TQs here to see if we can catch that fill at 25. We'll be patient enough to wait for it. Whether it comes into our level or not, that's totally fine. But why am I looking at this specific trade? Let's break it down here. And this is on the lower time frame. Look at this. An absolute thing of beauty. Look how large this 1 minute volume print. That's going to be the second largest of the day, right? Aside from that opening print. So I like this as potential stopping volume, just correlating price with the volume. And this was the ideal entry. If you had the ability to get in right there, that's a sniper entry in my opinion. So indecision print right at those lows, key support levels, and then now you're starting to get somewhat of a rebound here in the TQQs. Nvidia hasn't found its way all day. I mean, we go from 177 as a high, intraday that is, to 174. So it's just 175 even roughly. So it's been trading within that range for quite some time, guys. Watch out for it to find its direction. We'll head over to the daily on this because I do believe that there's going to be some more downside. We're just kind of prolonging that move. So inside day from what we experienced on last Friday, Friday, and then sure enough yesterday, inside day, and we're forming another one here today. If we do open up below 175, I'm going to look for that nice move to the downside, guys. And we're starting to come back in here on the TQs, 51.33. Let's see if we can get that bounce and that move into our level.
All right, guys. Yep. Let's go on to the next topic, cannabis stocks. We've been talking about this one all day with MSOX, MSOS, Tilray, a bunch of others going after President Trump confirmed he is considering an executive order to loosen the federal marijuana regulations. The administration is, quote, looking very strongly, end quote, reclassifying marijuana. The shift to shift cannabis from Schedule 1 to Schedule 3. And removing it from the same category as heroin. For example, the reclassification could also unlock banking access as well as institutional capital and expanded research. long seen by industry proponents as a structural tailwind for the marijuana sector. Industry executives, they believe, though, the momentum is stronger this time around than in past attempts. We know that President Biden, under his administration, tried to do just that, asking the Department of Justice to reclassify it. They faced, pressure from the DEA from doing that, but it looks as if this time it might get done. We'll have to wait and see. Investors remain cautious, though, as prior reform headlines have often failed to translate into sustained upside, and it is still a shortcoming of legalization. It's not a shortcoming; it falls short. Of legalization, federal legalization, to kind of give that national framework like we have in this country, where I don't know if that's gonna help move the needle for users in the States, but it certainly helps with corporate.
I find it so weird that they're like America always. I find that they're at the front of things, whether it be in the crypto space, you get more clarity with that from a regulation standpoint.
Right.
But then you also have these massive epidemics like the opioid crisis that's going on. But yet marijuana is still hasn't been a priority. I just find it really weird. They're really late to this.
Well,
I don't understand it. Maybe I never will. But it's like, hey, come on, guys. Like you guys got more clarity within a speculative asset like crypto. People can lose their money, but God forbid that they smoke any marijuana or anything like that. And then obviously with the crisis, the opioid crisis as well too. I just find it really interesting. More people in North America and obviously across the world affected by that crisis specifically.
Absolutely.
Compared to what you see in marijuana. So.
Fabian saying, well, there's a lot to go through that. So Fabian, maybe we can put up a poll if you have. Should we say federal legalization pro or con? I'd like to see what the chat has to say about that. Maybe there are more people who are pro. I know in this country there was certainly probably a few more pro people than cons, but that's sort of behind us now, and we don't really need to worry about that.
It's almost a decade behind us at this point, man. What was it, 2017?
2018, I think we actually got the legalization. Then it took a couple of years to actually see the framework come to fruition with the stores and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But
because they did the lottery. Remember they did that lottery, and then they scrapped that.
And then nobody wants to open up a weed store anymore because they don't make any money because margins are completely nothing, right? And we keep the price of marijuana keeps going down, right? Anyway, whenever we can put that'd be great. Ozan, if we're all high,
but someone says like, hey, Joe, the reason why is because the tobacco industry gives a lot of money to Congress. That's fine, but you don't think that marijuana could do the exact same thing, or cannabis? I don't know.
Absolutely, yeah, and they got to make money too.
Yeah.
I don't think. Yeah, it's a good point.
It's just weird. I don't know.
It's the same thing as you could make the argument. The same thing for the gun lobby. Anyway.
Well, I mean, hey, did you see about the Canadian firearms buyback program? How much money that wasted?
Yeah, that wasted a lot. Yeah.
People aren't going to give up the majority of people aren't going to give up their firearms. There's zero chance.
The poll is super simple, Fabian. Are you for or against federal legalization of cannabis? That's it. Yep. Fluffy Hippo asking a good question to you there, Joey. Does Canada charge extra tax on weed? Yes, of course. And that was one of the reasons that they were incentivized to legalize it, because they love taxes in this country, right? Anything they can put their hands on, they're going to put their hands on. Let's go on to the next story. Zillow sliding aggressively yesterday, and let's see what it's up to today. Up 2%, bouncing back a bit here on concerns that Google competition is near. Reports show that Google is testing real estate listings directly in search. Screenshots shared by industry analysts show Google displaying for sale listings with photos, details, agent contact, as well as tour requests, closely mirroring, of course, Zillow's own core marketplace features. The listings appear to be powered by House Canary data and are currently limited to select markets and mobile devices, indicating that it is still very much in the early testing stages. Zillow, though, they lost roughly $1.6 billion in market capitalization, bringing the total value to about 16.3 just on this news, right? Bouncing, as I mentioned, about 2% and change today. The concern is the platform de-intermediation, right? Where buyers may start their home search directly on Google instead of Zillow, right? Thank you, guys. The poll is up, by the way, right now. So if you want to vote on whether you feel the federal government should legalize marijuana south of the border, go ahead and vote right now in the poll. We'd love to know what you have to say, and kind of keeps everything very interactive. Investors are pricing in long-term threat, of course, of Google leveraging its dominant search position to reshape how people find homes and look for listings south of the border. But there is Wall Street pushback here. Several analysts emphasize that Zillow's reliance on organic search traffic is relatively small, reducing risk to Zillow. So what they're trying to say is here, well, people don't go to Google search to find a home. They go directly to Zillow, and they're going to continue to go directly to Zillow. That's one perspective. I don't think that that's far off. Wells Fargo compared the move to Google's hotel meta search model, which portals bid for ad placement rather than being displaced. Kind of an interesting take there. There is, though, that competitive risk. Let's talk about the other side of the coin here. Goldman flagged the biggest risk as competition was Zillow's premier agent business, which monetizes buyer leads for agents. Google's format could facilitate agent lead generation directly inside search, potentially bypassing, in this case, Zillow's ecosystem. So I don't know if you use Zillow. It works on this side of the border.
Realtor does. I think
I use Realtor.
Yeah. There's another. What's the other website here?
You're talking about...
you know which one I'm talking about.
The one that you can see where it's sold for, how much it's sold for.
Yeah,
I forget that one.
You forget.
House Karma or something like that? Crap,
something along those lines, yeah. I mean, you know what, this just smells like another antitrust, if you ask me. These guys are going to get in trouble for having too much of a stranglehold on the real estate search.
Right.
And something else going on along those lines. There's Realtor.ca.
Exactly.
I think that's available in America as well, too, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Realtor.ca.
Yeah.
.com, Realtor.com.
I know what you
It would be over there. It's just interesting, man. Google just establishing its dominance just yet in another sector. I personally never seen anything along those lines with Google. I don't know if it's here yet, but if you go for it's like Google Flights, hotel search. So they're eliminating a lot of these third-party search engines really at the end of the day. So I don't know what's going to happen with this in Google. So interesting stuff. I think they'll get in trouble with it eventually because it's
Look at this an angry person in the chat, man.
What is he saying?
Of course you Canadians want us America's stupid and high. Why do you watch us if you hate us so much, bro? You can leave. Let's go on to the next story. Some moron. Anyway, let's go on. EA flags softer full year 2026 outlook. So they're forecasting full year net bookings of around 7.85 billion, below what the street was looking. The street was looking for over 8 billion, citing stronger consumer spending. Not bad, not bad. Company also guided adjusted EBITDA to about 2.76 billion, trailing the consensus of 2.93, which is signaling to the market that there is margin pressure as well as demand concerns. Management framed the outlook as prudent, given a tougher macro and highly competitive holiday release window. We're gonna have to keep an eye out on that, but I just want, what's it called? GTA, well, it's not GTA 6, it's not bad. Fabian, is GTA 6 by EA? No, it's not. EA highlighted tightening consumer, Take-Two Interactive. The TTWO. EA highlighted tightening consumer entertainment budgets, with players sticking to familiar franchises rather than moving on and trying out new titles. There's also the elevated console prices, which are putting a damper on the games, and a crowded release calendar, they're also saying, which are weighing on sell-through during what is typically the peak sales period for video games. The commentary reinforces broader industry caution as publishers navigate away from slower discretionary spending in 2026. But they do, EA that is, plan to rely on their core sports and action IP. We're talking about, sports, their Sports FC, Madden, NFL, Battlefield as well. So interesting look here from EA saying, that they're not expecting as much in terms of spending on games going to the Christmas season, Joey.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, if you ask me, Madden and NHL, I know Katina Man and the kids are playing with it. I've been playing those games for as long as I can remember, and they don't really change too much, in my opinion. So I can see people getting bored of them. There's so many other things that you can do now, and so many apps. You can scroll on social media and do all these things. So the kids I mean, I don't know if they're that attractive to the video games, kind of like I was, because I was growing up in that generation where you had the Xbox, GameCube, and all these consoles coming out. I feel like that narrative has slowly started to cool down as people move to PC gaming and everything along those lines. So I'm not surprised by this. NHL has been the same. I remember, I think it was like NHL 01, Jerome and Ginla was on the front of it, and you just used to light dudes up. The games haven't changed, in my opinion, that much, and I can see why people are starting to lose their interest. The kids, that is.
That fair, makes sense. All right, just give me a sec. Let's go on to the next topic. We're talking about Intel reshuffling their leadership amid Washington focus. We gave you a very similar story not that long ago, but today Intel reportedly appointed Robin Colwell, who's a senior economic advisor to President Trump, as head of government affairs within Intel. The move comes months after the U.S. government took about a 10% stake in Intel, of course, underscoring the tighter alignment that they've got lately with Washington here. The role had been vacant since this dude, Bruce Andrews, departed following U.S. elections, creating a leadership gap in a critical policy period. So here's this Colwell guy. He previously served as deputy assistant to the president and deputy director of the National Economic Council, bringing experience, of course. Intel's appointment signals a push to navigate subsidies, regulation and national security priorities as, of course, the AI trade starts to heat up and Intel finds itself right in the middle of that. The hire strengthens Intel's positioning among ongoing CHIPS Act funding, trade policy, and geopolitical tech tensions. There's James Chu guy. He was named vice president of Intel Government Technologies. He's going to be overseeing Intel's U.S. government business. And Chu had previously worked at Cadence Design Systems, where Lip Bhutan also was formerly CEO. So they obviously know each other there. Intel also hired this Annie Shea, I can't even say the last name there, Wexer, who was a Cisco veteran, and she's a chief marketing and communications officer. Joey, a lot of shakeup there happening on Intel. What's the look on your side?
Yeah, I mean, Lip-Bu's been extremely active as soon as he came in as the CEO. Intel has been performing well as well, guys, just considering that obviously the U.S. government taking that 10% stake in the company, and the stock has been up to the races. From July, you get that double up 125%, starting to come back in. So, yeah, that's a nice little move. I think this stock is going to continue to climb as they continue to broaden, I guess, their customer base as well, too, which I think is extremely important.
Hey, how are you, Peter? How's it going? All right, guys, let's talk a little Bitcoin here. It slips as risk jitters hit the crypto market. Where's the coin at right now, Joey? We're 87.5, a little bit below 87.5. We're up almost 2% on the day, but still a tough one for Bitcoin. So Bitcoin started trading around 87,000 bucks after stock market volatility on Monday slipped, of course, into the crypto market. The broader crypto complex moved lower, which is kind of reflecting that risk-off position that we've been feeling on Bitcoin for a while now. Major altcoins also dropped following BTC's lead, reinforcing that negative sentiment that continues to plague the markets. Hashdex said crypto can no longer be ignored, suggesting that a 5 to 10% portfolio application may be warranted. That seems aggressive. I tried to convince my parents into 5%, then 1%, and they weren't having any of it. So I can completely see why this 5 to 10% would be big for some people. The reports, though, point to UK crypto regulation coming in 2027. JP Morgan also plans to add about $100 million of tokenized money market funds, signaling deeper involvement with the blockchain. Visa also expanding their advisory service for banks on stablecoin strategy and implementation. Visa looking to throw their hat into the crypto ring as well. But analyst Ali Martinez, he flagged $87,000 as a critical inflection level for Bitcoin's broader structure. A sustained move above this area could keep the bullish framework going, but a breakdown would raise the risk that we do bleed into that $70,000 area that we were talking about this morning. Ted Pillows, an analyst there as well, Katina, man, he noted that the open interest on both longs and shorts, but buyer momentum is weakening, he said, hinting at a choppier trade. Joey, the Coinbase premium has flipped negative now, pointing to a fading U.S. spot demand. This is Coinbase reporting that the shift increases the probability of a pullback towards 85,000 for, of course, that $70,000 area. What do you think? You think people are taking profits here ahead of tax season and tax loss selling? What do you think?
Well, I mean, I think there's a lot of things that can come into play here. Profits, I mean, we're seeing mass liquidation, so I don't know if liquidation is translated into profit. I don't think that's necessarily the case, obviously. But I think what Bitcoin needs is that next major catalyst. I mean, we had the change in administrations which helped drive Bitcoin's price a little bit higher. You had more adoption within the institutions, which helped contribute to that as well, too. But I think for me, the next step is, aside from store value, what is the use case? All right, let's get out of this Robinhood as it's kind of just going opposite the market.
Oppo.
Yeah, okay, there we go. I mean, you take a small loss on that. What the heck, man?
The helly?
Hold on 1 second. Yeah, so
Let me take over?
No, that's okay. So I mean, at the end of the day, I think it's a cooling off period, and we talked about just the length that it takes in order to kind of just kind of get those new wave of buyers stepping in. We know that there's a specific infrastructure use case for Ethereum. As for Bitcoin, we don't have that just yet. So I think it's going to take some time for buyers to re-engage into this market. And I don't think that we climb higher or see any all-time highs in Bitcoin within the next 5 to 6 months.
Okay. Fair, yeah, I think that's fair. Let's talk about Okta. Where's Okta at? They got upgraded today. They were up in the pre. They are up 1.89, not bad. Jefferies today giving them the nod, moving them from a hold to a buy and raising the price target from $90 to $125. The upgrade is part of Jefferies' 2026 software outlook, and they're signaling here growing confidence in Okta's medium to long-term fundamentals. The analyst at Jefferies cited economic valuation dislocation. His argument is the stock no longer reflects the company's improving outlook. Okay? He sees Okta as having a significant opportunity to build out a complete identity platform, demand from government agencies, as well as viewed as a key secular tailwind, which is adding to the durability and the scale of future revenue outlook. The platform strategy positions Okta as a more than a just single product vendor, improving the long-term competitive positioning. The analyst did also highlight improved execution within the company as a core driver for the upside in the next few years, and they expect positive estimate revisions as discipline within the company takes place with respect to cost discipline, and the sales momentum could improve as well. He sees fiscal 2027 as a period where multiple fundamentals could align, potentially unlocking a re-rating potential. That's interesting there.
That's interesting.
But Okta up 2% now, Joey. What's your look?
Good look there, Sharif. Sorry, I was paying attention I was working on this trade here. You can see that Robinhood, we got stopped out, no problem. I told you we were going to get out at 19s. But then we also have this TQs trade. Let's break it down. This is something that I should have had substantially more volume on, or shares, volume, whatever you want to call it. Why? Because of the quality of the setup. So here it is at 51.25. You can see my entry. Where am I wrong at 51.10s? 15 cents worth of risk in order to gain 30 essentially right now. So 2 to 1 on the TQs, just outweighing essentially what we lost here on Robinhood, and a nice trade off of the lows in the overall market. As you can see that Robinhood is breaking out. I'm hearing that Palantir is breaking out as well too. So that's going massive towards the high of the day. So a big time recovery in the overall market, and happy to put on this TQs trade as it continues to climb higher. I know you got something rolling there.
All right, man, new traders, listen up, including you, Ozan. The first month is absolutely free. That's right. We're waiving the fees so you can trade smarter, not harder, by upgrading to that elite experience where you'll analyze, you'll strategize, and then hopefully after that you'll capitalize on their platform that has everything. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, and game-changing charts. And you can predict better with their amazing backtesting tool. Guys, you get reliable, real-time data, global markets at the tips of your fingers. It's an all-in-one platform. Do yourself a favor. Do not miss out. Execute your best trades now. Only if you're ready to elevate your trading, you need to scan that QR code or check out the link in the description. Shout out to the great folks at eSignal.
Sorry, before you
Yeah,
go
go
into
ahead,
that
Joey.
next story there, Sharif, look at this breakout here on Robinhood. I mean, we were talking about selling the lower end of the range. I didn't think I was short it. to
I'm
be honest
liking
with
that
you.
breakout, though. Good
But it's like,
pointing it
hey, you
out.
have this wedge, boom, and then sure enough, off to the races, and on that 5-minute volume, it starts to pick up. And then look at the 1 minute as well, too, confirming that breakout. So that's a really nice move there in Robinhood, guys. And I mean, same with the TQs as well. Volume picking up on the lower time frames, indecision prints off the lows. I don't know. We talk about this all day, every day, and essentially this is what we're looking for from a price action standpoint. Buying pressure, buying pressure, buying pressure. Volume, it's going to be one of the largest 5-minute volumes on the day. It's up there anyways in the upper echelon. So there it is, a nice move. Now starting to reject VWAP, but yeah, we had baby shares on that one, to be honest with you.
Lockheed Martin downgraded despite strong defense backdrop. I guess, with hopefully, hopefully peace coming to Europe sooner rather than later. Morgan now sees, I don't agree with this downgrade, but it is what it is. Morgan Stanley downgrading Lockheed Martin LMT to equal weight from overweight, and they cut the price target from 630 all the way down to 543 as a part of its 2026 aerospace and defense outlook. The downgrade reflects valuation and stock-specific considerations, not a negative view on the broader defense sector, according to the article. Morgan continues to see aerospace and defense as attractive into 26, with demand still outpacing supply growth. The analyst for Morgan here highlighted that defense stocks broadly do not fully reflect the growth in the U.S. defense budget, at least not yet. The framing suggests the call is more about relative positioning within the group than a bearish sector turn. So I got that one wrong at the beginning. After a long run, though, LMT's risk to reward is viewed as more balanced at current levels, hence the downgrade and the price target drop. The stock's already priced in much of the favorable defense demand narrative, according to the analyst, and Morgan seems to be favoring other defense names for incremental upside rather than exiting the space altogether, according to the article. Rising as well, geopolitical tensions continue to sustain government defense spending and continue to underpin the long-term viability for the defense sectors. But there are others in the private sector that are starting to kind of take a bit of a different take to defense. We got your Andurils, who are really focusing more on AI-specific names and much smaller aircraft or much smaller, machines, they have many different things than your typical, defense spending in the past, Joey, where we spent $200 million, $150 million on airplanes, and now that's looking like it's falling out of favor.
Yeah. I mean, hey, at the end of the day, as for LMT, there goes the market as well, too, right off of those lows, guys, up to $52 almost there in the TQQs. We'll head over to LMT's daily and see what we got going on there. Oh, man. I mean, surprisingly so. I mean, this is government contracts, essentially, down 23% off of those specific levels. I mean, this is a wartime, essentially, stock, in my opinion, and things are starting to cool down, some more peace in the world, and LMT is still down 23% off of its previous highs, guys.
All right, let's go on to the next story. We got MCHP. Where's this piece of crap at right now? All right, it's down 2.25. Yeah, it makes sense, Joey. You get an upgrade, and then, you drop 2.25%.
Yeah.
Mizuho raised the price target on microchip technology to $80 from $75 and maintaining that outperform rating. It comes as part of the firm's 2026 outlook for semiconductors and microchips named and the capital equipment that build out the AI race. The target hike signals confidence in MCHP's relative positioning despite mixed sector conditions. This company specifically deals with analog chips, which have found more favor now with the AI build-out. Mizuho highlighted a notable slowdown in U.S. EV sales, down 20 to 30% month over month in October and November, and they expect EV launch cancellations and delays in 26 to weigh on parts of the semiconductor supply chain, a big buyer, of course, of semiconductors. These trends create more uneven recovery path across the markets, especially in the auto-exposed chip makers. Analog, that's what I was talking about there. Despite the EV headwinds, though, Mizuho finally giving us the positive take here. They see analog and automotive semiconductors as a better position than other segments. MCHP's exposure, especially to embedded control, industrial, and auto applications, provides what the firm is thinking is relative insulation from consumer-driven volatility. The firm expects a mixed sector environment where select names outperform rather than a broad-based rally within the overall sector. So MCHP, I asked you guys a few days ago, I think it was a week ago actually, whether or not you saw a head and shoulders pattern here on the daily or weekly and all, and there was broad consensus that this was not. So I guess I was seeing things over here, but here it is again. And this is kind of what I was trying to get at. Weekly, where is it at? Yeah, I was wondering what, downtrend, left shoulder ahead, right shoulder. Could we get a breakout above 77.5? Looks like I'm going to have to wait for that one for a lot longer, Joey, as it keeps rejecting that $70 area, which just also happens to be the 200 EMA and SMA, which aren't that far apart. What do you make of MCHP?
Yeah. Let's take a look at that name right here. We'll get into this. I'm all out of the TQs, guys. You can see that right here, 15 cents. We wait till 2 to 1 before we take anything off, and then now we're all out at 51.90s. I mean, it shoulda, coulda, woulda. We should have had substantially more shares on this one. Shreve, weren't you talking? Is this the one chip name that you kind of were like?
I'm in it. Yep.
Yeah. This is the one, right?
Yep.
This is microchip. Yeah. I mean, let's take a look at I'm going to give it to just how it is, how I personally see it. We're starting to recover off of these levels. You're down 30% off of those previous pivot highs, but if we go over to our April lows, you're getting a 90% return off of that specific level. Some of these pullbacks are relatively hefty. I mean, you get a 36%er right there, which obviously isn't fun to sit through, but it gives you some time to get out, reestablish your base, and then potentially buy some more. So this uptrend still intact. If that were to break, then that's when I would start to get a little bit worried.
Right.
We have rejected the top end of this range on the third occasion, essentially. But just be cautious, because if you do get a gap fill right here, you might get a bounce off of specific levels and then continue that move to the top side, because it is up 90% off of those April lows, Shreve.
All right, last one, Joey. Roku surges. Well, at least it was anyway in the pre. Roku at the moment is below VWAP, and it's actually down 0.4% on the day. Morgan with a double upgrade today on Roku from underweight to overweight, and boosting the price target from $85 to $135, which implies a 24% upside from the close yesterday. And they expect 2026 to be a strong year for ad sales, advertising spend, led by continued, of course, digital ad sale growth. Connected TV as well, another bullish tailwind for the company. CTV seen as the fastest growing segment within Roku, within a healthy ad market, and it's viewed as a key beneficiary, Roku that is, of that whole ad spend, as they have scale, they have platform reach, and they leverage their ad dollars rather than on hardware sales. That's the way they get the ad sales, is through subsidizing the hardware. Roku launched as well their CTV advertising platform in Brazil, as you know, expanding international monetization. The company added 30 fast channels. I don't know what this means, but apparently they're live and they're free. I've never had a Roku TV, so I'm not exactly sure. Is that what it is?
Roku TV?
No.
The fast? No,
Yeah.
I have no.
Oh,
I
you
have
don't know?
Roku on my TV.
It's like IPTV, says Fabian. So, but it's free, right? Free to air? Free to air. Thank you, Fabian.
I mean, yeah, I have Roku. I have a Roku TV.
You have a Roku.
So yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But check it out then.
Yeah.
See.
We'll check it.
Oh, even Trader TV, we're on that, eh? Let's go, Fabian. We need to be on that, baby. In any event, Joey, the shares are up 47% year to date, and they posted a decent earnings report, 16 penny EPS, beating the 9 on revenue of 1.21 billion. That was in line. But today they're down, despite the double upgrade, 0.4%.
Yeah, let's take a look at Roku, guys. Oh, look at this market climb, man. What a nice move here in the TQs. And yeah, I wrote it in the chat, guys, that I only put on 10% of my size that I typically do. So I had nothing on this trade, which I should have been some more, but we're not going to dwell over that right now, because we've had an all right day. All right, guys, let's pull over. Wow, okay. You would never have guessed that this would be Roku. We head over to those April lows. You're up 109%. So in an industry that you would think would be a little bit more tough, this stock seems to be performing relatively well. I know a lot of individuals have Roku TVs, and obviously on that Roku TV, in the gym, that's all they're running is you see that Roku loop.
Really, yeah?
Yeah, loop going over and over again. So yeah, I mean, the stock isn't horrible. Would I be buying it up here? I don't think so. Wait for some pullback and see what we got going on. Katina Man, still long, small Tesla at 40.73.
Oh.
I like that move. Dude, Katina Man, Check this entry out here. I just posted up at 25s, and it barely goes against me, just risking the low of the day. But I didn't have very many shares on this. And then we wait for a 2-to-1 all the way up here, just risking 15 cents. We wait for that 30 level to come into play. And then sure enough, it is off to the races. So that was a nice, what a recovery. And I think we're being led by Nvidia, right? So Nvidia in this consolidative phase for quite some time. And then sure enough, you slowly start to see that volume step in, and bang, off to the races we go. So yeah, I appreciate that, Katina, man. Yeah, I mean, some good stuff here. You see SPY starting to recover right towards the volume-weighted average price. We have the TQs at that level as well, too. So, yeah, some real nice movement in this market today. I was saying to Gaurav, I'm really liking this choppy stuff because just reading the price action, it tells you a lot. And we've been fortunate enough to be able to take advantage of it.
All right, man. That concludes the news segment, guys. We went through basically everything, saving except one story. Let's look at what is moving now in the world of small cap gappers. It's not a bad day here, man. There's a lot going. VMAR still in play, but ALDX, I should have held this one. I certainly didn't. I wasn't going to hold that through the volume-weighted average price, but it ended up making a new area high. So this one could be a VWAP hold high of daybreak into the afternoon. This is kind of when you get a big move up. Initially, you don't give up VWAP the entire day. In fact, you hold above it, and then you come to test the high of the day, as we're doing now, as we get into the more liquid time period. ALDX, not a bad look, up almost 33%. And there's Tilray into the area high, just flattened out there at 75. 382 high. Tilray, very, very strong, and it's been strong since we got that announcement last week on the 11th that President Trump would be seeking to reclassify marijuana from Schedule 1 to 3. And today, or yesterday, in fact, we heard it from his mouth directly saying that he's strongly looking at it, and the price action certainly reflects that comment today. From basically 9:30 onward, this thing's been up and to the right. So Tilray, 1384 high. VOR, I was doing great on this one, then it got stopped out. On this bad boy, we were heavily in the money, and then it broke trend. I didn't give it enough room, so we ended up getting a little negative on this one, but it could have been a big trade. I should have been taking out more at the levels there. VOR, 1582 high, and still putting an upward channel. PETS continues to hold the volume-weighted average price. In fact, it's holding the 10 EMA like a glove. Shout out to KC526 for calling this one earlier. And save and except for that candle at 1240, all the prints were actually above or at the volume-weighted average price. So even if you put your stop a shekel or two below that level, you were not stopped out, as this one continues to stair-step up into the $0.75, up almost 30%. What else is going on over here? AMCI is not doing much, dropping back below VWAP. VMAR, I said this one was okay, but the problem with this one is the shorts just had it in today for VMAR. I don't know if this one's easy to borrow or what. On my platform, it's not easy to borrow, but we had a seller at 105 to 108. We cleared that seller. In fact, we got into about 117, but that was as good as we could do, and we started putting in the lower highs. So the lower high trend still very much intact on VMAR, with the volume-weighted average price south now of that 95 penny area at around 93.5. So this one's not for me if I was to trade into the afternoon, as it just doesn't have the strength for the bid. So that's all there is, Joey. MSOX, of course, has been a rocket ship, much like Tilray. Good look today for the levered marijuana ETF, up into $8.82. It's been a clean upward channel for MSOX today. So I hope you guys were trading it like that, because the upward channel has been pretty much held up all day, save and except for a couple of wicks there that took out the upper high. Pets breaking out, guys. Here we go. This one is going into 81 high. It's a 90 or 81 print, 92 high there, as this one really does shadow the 10 EMA and look to take out maybe that $4 level if it catches a bid. So PETS certainly in focus, with Tilray and Pets, Joey, both at the high of the day currently.
Right on, man. Nice work, nice work. How many names do you trade today?
Today, I am 1, 2, 3. I'm 6. Oh, I am 1, 2, 3 for 3. Yesterday I was
50%.
perfect, 6 for 6. Today, 3 for 3.
Nice, brother. Nice, nice. I traded 5 names today, 3 for 5. So not too bad whatsoever. We'll take that. And just sticking with our guns, really. So, yeah, I mean, some nice work, guys. Thanks, obviously, to you, everyone here at the channel. We'll do a quick review. This is going to be one of my smallest share positions aside. Actually, my second smallest considering Hood. So there was the TQs, a really nice move off of the lows. A lot of things correlating for us. And at the end of the day, what should have happened is I should have been in at full size. But again, that's over and in the past. So let's move on to the next thing.
Let's
the
move
TQs,
on.
Yeah, exactly. There's going to be so many more opportunities. So maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, maybe not next week, but one day there will be.
Sir.
And we'll make sure that we have the ability to, hopefully we have the ability to take advantage of them. So there goes the TQs. We'll start from the bottom up. TQs was a nice one for us here. Then we'll head over to TSLA. This was going to be our best performer on the day. Tesla, on multiple occasions, this thing was rocking and rolling. But shortly out of the gates, we see those indecision prints off of those lows, and we were only risking till 80, so about 10 cents there, so 94 to 85, yeah, so 10 cents, and then sure enough, we wait for that 2 to 1, we take it out, and then we hit that reload right here, but unfortunately, it just did an additional wick, and then went that leg higher, so we got to be patient, a little bit more patient for next time, but this is our best performer here on the day. So SMR was pretty good to us as well, too, Sharif. As Kip Dynamite likes to say, please be good to me. So we'll pull over SMR. Oops. Tab and Y. And there it is. I think we go 2 for 3 on this one.
2 for 3.
So, yeah, bang. So we get a nice little move, risking 5 at the end of the day. It comes back to our break even. We get out, then we're patient. We let it phase out, get right back in. Boom, 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 boom. Pa, 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 pa. Yeah, Papa Powell right there. And then sure enough, we get stopped out a small amount on the break even. And then this was our only loss here on SMR. You've seen the Robinhood trade. We'll go over that momentarily. But let's head right over to APLD because this is going to be our largest loss today. And it's only a 1-hour loss, a little bit less than that, to be honest with you. So APLD, tab NQ. Let's see if you can bring me over there. Bang, thank you very, very much. Sorry, guys, Milo up again at 4 a.m. in the morning, so it's like...
No way.
Yeah, dude, I don't know...
Is that why you're tired?
Yeah, I don't know why
I figured, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know why he's been doing
he's a
that
puppy.
lately. Yeah, he's 10 now, man. He's grown, man. If he is human, he'd be paying rent at that time. Get this guy paying rent or something like that.
He's got to get a job.
Yeah, he's got to get real quick, man.
Maybe you can teach him to walk other dogs.
Yeah, exactly. Well, he's in the phase right now where he's barking at the other dogs. I don't know what he's doing. Like, and then when they get close to him, but then when they get close to him, he runs away. Like he's scared. So it's like, bro, you act tough for a couple of seconds, and then you shy.
Isn't that what they say? All bark, no bite.
Yeah, well, that's what he is. The guy weighs 10 pounds at the end of the day. Right back into these markets. This is going to be our only loss here on APLD, guys. Our largest loss, 1 of 2. We're risking at 23. I think we're approximately in, and then we get out right when we're supposed to.
We recovered quite nicely here on the market. I mean, Joey, the market's about to go green. The NQ's down 0.1. The Dow and the Rust probably not, but let's take a look over here. Let's bring in.
Hold on, one second there.
Sorry,
1 second there. Yeah, no worries. Let me finish this here on Robinhood. This is our last one, brother.
Yep.
And then we'll send it right off to you. So this is where we took that loss. Small size. I was willing to give it $1, and we get stopped out on Robinhood.
All right, guys, I wanted to point out the strength today in the tech because tech was very negative to start the day. We know that there were really not too many Mag 7 names that were positive. Now you got Softy positive, Meta's up 1%, Apple's about to go green, Google really the only one that's decidedly red on the day. Over 1% on Google, as it still does trade, though, above $300. Nice move as well from Nvidia, up 0.2%. AMD catching a bit of a bid to the tune of 0.5%. So decent day for technology. But as you look at the semiconductor names that I have there on the side chart, there's not too many. You got Broadcom catching a bit of a bounce, and that's going to force me now to look at the Broadcom chart. As you know, I'm interested in getting Broadcom into my long-term play. So let's do a little bit of TA on Broadcom. So Joey, we talked about the 50 EMA on the daily holding on Broadcom, but that gave way and then gave way plenty. Look at that move, the 10 EMA, or sorry, the 50 EMA up at $363. We have a low today of 332. Couple of things about this. One, it looks like we're breaking through the 50 EMA, but we are finding support on Broadcom, AVGO, at that 335, I want to say from 330 to 340. That was an area of support that we had from November 13th to the breakout on the 24th. It's also a level that we basically consolidated at for a while, essentially from September 19th to the breakout there, I want to say on October 23rd. So this $330, $340 level on Broadcom, an important area of technical support. That's one thing. The other thing, though, is even if you broke through the 50 exponential moving average on the daily, there's a 3-day rule that I like to employ, which means that it should be before giving up the level, before you confirm, okay, it's giving up the 50. Some technical analysts will say, no, it's got to close below the 50 for 3 consecutive trading days, not days, trading days. So I think we've got 1, 2, and today will be the 3rd. So if tomorrow we catch a bid, and I don't think we're going to catch enough of a bid to get us back above 360, I don't think the 50 has as much of a part to play in support as I was originally thinking. It's going to be more around that 330 to 340 area of support on AVGO. I'm not going to try to catch a falling knife. I'm going to wait until, I see a couple of green candles with higher lows.
Oh, okay.
With higher lows so that I know the buyers are stepping in at higher and higher prices. The reason I am so bullish on Broadcom is for the specific reason that I've been giving for a long time. Application-specific integrated circuits, ASICs, they will be, I don't say this like I'm not an industry expert, they could be disruptive to Nvidia and AMD's business models that want to make specific GPUs, which analysts are saying, is more like of a multi-tool than a Phillips screwdriver, with the Phillips screwdriver being the ASICs, where you make a specific chip for the specific use that you're going to use it for. If it's going to be a large language model and it's going to have a certain purpose, then you make a chip specific for that is designed to work with the software that is being made in parallel with it. Whereas if you're getting NVIDIA's GPUs, you're not necessarily designing the software based upon the architecture of NVIDIA's GPUs, but it works. So that's kind of what I'm thinking there. The other thing is, obviously, they're much, much cheaper, and they don't have 70, 80% gross margins. Secondly, they're more energy efficient. So from the energy side of the equation, it seems to make sense for the hyperscalers who have to use lots and lots of energy to power these things. So that's kind of my feeling about that, and I wouldn't mind working that into my portfolio. Guys, we're getting breakouts on a lot of names right now. ALDX, a new area high into 533. This one's going to haunt me at night, Joey.
Look at that VMAR right there.
Which one? That?
VMAR.
That one?
VMAR.
VMAR?
Yeah, that one. I think that looks like it could be.
I've been waiting for this one to break all day. Joey just keeps putting in those lower highs. This is my biggest loser on the day, so
really?
I hate this one
with
a passion.
All right.
MSOX new high day, Joe. It cleared 902 high, topping tail candle though through 9. MSOX has been a great up higher high, higher low trend. And I don't know where Sean is, but it's 2 o'clock, so it's time to go, guys. TLRY as well, breaching through $14, 14.12 high, dipping down now below $14, but Tilray was a rocket ship. We took that one from 13.05 into 13.75, guys. So, yeah. That is the look there. Leave him with a thought there, Joey.
Leave him with some thought. We wait for Katina, man. He's rolling in here. I hope everyone had a fantastic. There he is. He's ready to rock and roll. I'll ramble on for a couple of seconds. You know that we got Sharif. He's going to do the afternoon rundown here momentarily. So we'll do it one more time for the boy and my good friend here, Sharif. Let's get those votes in. I'm going to go iBid. It never makes the list. Why I'm voting? Can I re-vote? I can vote twice. I'm going to go something else, Sharif. TQQ.
Okay.
That was a pretty good one. I could go Tesla as well. So guys, make sure you get those $ votes. And I hope everyone's had a fantastic day. And hopefully you learned a thing or two, obviously from a risk reward standpoint, keeping an eye on some indecision prints and just the detail that each specific candle can tell you. In my opinion, each one has its own story. And if you have the ability to listen to it, then you can rock and roll and have a good time. It's not always going to work out how we want. But enough is enough. It's now 2:01. Sean and Obi are ready to stock and roll.
I like that.
Oh, that's a trade the pool thing, isn't it?
It is.
Remember they came with that shirt?
Yeah, I was gonna say I've heard that stock and roll. Is that what it is? Yeah. I think we did. I think you might be right. I think we have a T-shirt or something that was like that. Shout out to everybody who's in the building right now, man. I got my guy Obi right here. We're in a good mood, man. We've been having a pretty good day overall. Great midday show there. We're still long. It'll show up once I take a fill, but still long here. on Tesla and short on the Qs. We'll talk a little bit about that as we go. But yeah, Tesla right now, here it is. We're still long from here coming up. Our last out was right here, man, 479.75. So we're going to see if we can break through finally. It'll be up in here into 481. But welcome, everybody. It's NASDAQ down 0.2. It's the ES down 0.6. It's Bitcoin getting a little bit higher right now, only up, well, up right now, but 87 and change. That's a good one. I actually don't know the percentage that it's up today, but it might be up something. 2.5% there for IBIT today. Banks getting hit today a little bit, which is funny because that was the whole.
We talked about that this morning.
We liked the bank sector and their downside. So
what did I miss?
Maybe what did I miss? Maybe there's a spot.
A little bit of a pullback.
And on the banking stocks. Well, here's XLF.
I told you last night there was news that the Fed injected $5.2 billion into U.S. bank.
So do you think that was taken as a cry for help?
I don't know, but I don't know if that was the reason.
What were they injecting
why,
it? Do you remember what was it into? What, the lending facility or? Okay, yeah. Find the story. No.
Specific one right here.
Yeah, someone said that they did inject it overnight. I don't know what they injected it with though. What's going on?
Federal Reserve injects $5.2 billion into U.S. banking system via overnight repos.
Okay.
Yeah. And then this is the sixth largest liquidity injection since COVID. Surpasses liquidity levels seen at the peak of the dot-com bubble. Signals short, tight-term funding stress in money markets, I guess. So basically what happened when that news came out last night, futures started to do a little bit of a pullback. I thought it might have been this. It could have been other things, but the only thing I could find was this. And I was like, all right, Bitcoin took a little bit of a drop, which reverted eventually. But yeah, no, it was a bit of a move.
Yeah, okay. I was just going to try to figure out why exactly they would do that. The repo market may be in a little bit of trouble, but I don't understand what that means exactly. So we're going to, there's XLF to the downside right here today. So they're borrowing cash overnight. So maybe there wasn't enough available funds for them to borrow overnight to hold some of the positions that they're taking. I'm going to do a little bit of investigation into that one. But yeah, there's XLF downside. You see stocks like JP Morgan. Maybe they're just not as well capitalized as we had all thought, but still great levels here. Citigroup's been on one right to the upside as well. But yeah, okay, I'll take a fill at some point here. We're still, okay, here, this is a good time to do it. TQs, so there it is. So there's my positions. We're still short the TQs right there at 52.60. I'm fine. I wanted to take this fill anyways right there. I'm still waiting for the bottom. We had gone short and boom. When we had left for the gym, we got a pretty good workout there. We hit some weights. We hit the elliptical. And I was talking to Joe. He's just like, you just got to do some arm work. So we're doing that. About 10 minutes in the, you a fan of the dry sauna?
The dry sauna?
Yeah, they don't have a steam.
I don't think I've ever been in a dry sauna.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's a quantitative easing. Right. Good point there.
But a QEs.
Yeah, the Fed.
Yes,
there it is. I'm going to put that actually. Yes, very, very good there. Here it is, Yankee. I'm going to send this over here right now. There it is. Oh, Yannick. Sorry, not Yankee. Yannick, yeah, that's a quantitative easing, right? We were talking about from QT to QE, right? They're tightening to easing as of the last report right there. So, okay, so that makes a little bit of sense over there, right? So, freezes liquidity there, funding dries up pretty quickly. They need to insert a little bit more into that system, so it's giving money into the overnight. Pivot? The Fed pivot?
Yeah.
Well, it's supposed to be. That wasn't a major pivot, but yeah, I think we could talk about pivoting with quantitative easing versus quantitative tightening. One is injecting money, one is taking it back out. And the thing about it is, I think when we talk about Fed pivot, generally it's the pivot from the rate cut cycle to the rate raise cycle. Okay. So we did have a Fed pivot basically last year when they went from raising to cutting.
Right.
So we actually have that graphic. Is that what you're trying to get at? I don't know where that is, where we reject the guys there. So, okay. We're going to get ready for Sharif to, he's going to give him a second here, obviously, as we're going to get over some of the popular stocks to talk about here today. I don't know if Sia's going to be joining us this afternoon, Brendo. No, she's not here, so that's okay. It'll be Obi and I into the close. We'll talk. I'm not sure about what the earnings are up to these days. We'll call up just Lennar. Okay, we'll call up our earnings calendar. We do have Micron. Yeah, Micron's. Yeah, Micron. I think Micron, interesting name to look forward to here as far as where that's going to be reporting over the next couple of days. Micron's been on such a monster run, man, as far as the DRAM is concerned. I said short, but I also said short here, and it bounced off quite cleanly off of the 50-period moving average. So the reason why I'm saying short Obi is that we're so far away from its 200-period moving average that we've seen Broadcom come out with a double beat and get hit. Let's see what Micron says about the future of RAM and where they see it going, because you also do have SNDK, which has had a nice run up as well as of late there. I really, all the stuff that we're doing in the back, I see Fabian orchestrating a little bit here. I love all these. If you, who's over there? It's still Andre. Yeah, okay, they're setting it up. But I was going to say, the charts in the back there, all the visualizer, all that kind of stuff, man, it's getting to be, there it is, going to be next kind of level. And all that stuff underneath Sharif right there on the desk, that's all, able to be changed. I think it looks great for now, but there's other things like that we can throw up there. And these little desks behind us, what we're doing is we're going to be able to, everything all right there, Obi?
Yeah, I lost my mic magnet.
Oh, did you get it back? No,
okay.
Not yet. We'll do it. Yeah, do it off camera. Hey, Fabian. Yeah, the idea would be that we're able to, converse with these guys as we turn around and have these kind of discussions. So just to include the whole family a little bit there. So yeah, we're really excited about all of this, and then we're also excited to see what's going on with Cannabis. Oh, here. Get rid of that. There, this is what you're seeing right now. So this is our desk here, what obviously we're on, and then that over there is where Joe, and that's Sharif's screen, all those Trader TV Live. Put it back, man, that was cool, Andre. Not done over here. There's Fabian right there, Joe's seat, and then Sharif, and then if you see right in the back, the top left there's Brendan. See him just sitting there? Yeah, let's not talk too loud.
Okay,
Yeah, so there's Brendan. Yeah, he's over here.
Yeah.
There, top, that corner. There, hey, there's Sharif giving the thumbs up, ready to go. So, yeah, many cool looks, and you're about to see Joe in a couple of seconds. There's Sharif. All right, are we ready to go? Sharif giving the thumbs up. So, Obi, I want to talk about marijuana and cannabis names, but I think they might be on this board. So let's go over to the big desk and see what names you want to talk about in today's, what's it called, Obi?
The rundown.
I like that.
Obi. Welcome to the Afternoon Rundown, everyone, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. Obi, you saw him, he's in for Neil. The big boys, they are locked and they are loaded and they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But the only way to get your tickers, yes, on the Afternoon Rundown, is to get into the chat and vote for your favorite tickers every day. But you got to throw in that $ before whatever ticker your heart so desires. Let's look at the new contracts, guys. All 4 major averages. We're on new contracts now. March 20th, the March contract doing more volume than the December, so we roll over. The NQ down still, just despite trying to go green on the day, down almost a little over 0.25%. Likewise with the ES faring a lot worse, in fact, down 0.2%. It's getting progressively worse here with the Dow down 0.9, but off the lows, and the Russell 2000 after touching 2,600 last week, down here 0.89, trying to rival the Dow for who's most down on the day. Tesla, though, certainly not down, up 0.6 after having a big day yesterday. And yes, we are still benefiting from the videos circulating on X over the weekend where we saw the robo-taxi driving without it's driverless, essentially no safety driver there. Tesla says there's going to be a meaningful increase, guys, in the robotaxi fleet in 2026. Not really telling us, though, where to expect the next rollout.
All right. Yeah, like, this is the thing about Tesla, right? I mean, I think we know all the stories. So what we actually are waiting for are those rollouts. We're looking to hear a little bit more about what these robotaxis will look like. I mean, we don't know anything about cost. We don't know about the app. We don't know anything about how this is all going to go. We did hear that Waymo, I believe, now here in Toronto. So that should be exciting to see when that drops and how that all goes down. But Tesla's just been on one basically for the whole month. Starting in mid-November, we got the support of the feds on robotics, and it's just been a nice move higher here for Tesla. understandably close to, and if not at, all-time highs right now. There's going to be a spike right into here, but that's, where we're at right now. So Tesla really working off this idea. And I've gone back and forth with Tesla. When it was underneath 420, we played shorts almost all the time. And now that it's over and above, I've written it down today. It's your number one. Oh, no, yesterday was number one. I think today we didn't have it on there. But Tesla, for the long there, we always looking for the longs. And today, though, it dips into 466. It was a little risky there early, and we thought Tesla was going to go up to the upside on some of these reports, but it started the day negative, and it just kind of fell right into this 200 period moving average. So I think we can start to maybe, mine for that a little bit more, especially off the open. Last couple of days, though, it did break it and broke back down in. But yeah, these are some good levels for support, man. 475, 476, right into here for Tesla. So I think that this right now today, we'll see if it can hold upside. And I'm actually, as a Tesla shareholder, pretty happy with this performance. When we started it at 8:30, or we start every day at 8 o'clock, make sure you join us. I had said that wouldn't surprise me if we get a pullback from those all-time highs. So I think that's what the market was doing there early, maybe on some imbalances, people just trying to, what was the volume like? Yeah, okay, it's still a big volume there off open, and still continued for the first 5 minutes. So there was some pretty serious selling as everybody maybe wanted to capture profit. But then as soon as 5 minutes in, we started to develop that base at the bottom, and then it took off. So this is the trade for Tesla that you're looking for. A base early and then a rip. And we were able to bang it like that was great. Came right back into the 200 period. That came right into our lap. So we had first bought it there at 473 and a nice move higher, and that's still what we've got on. Could have definitely bought it at VWAP there and there. Now I think VWAP even here at 476 could also play at some point. So, man, great name, Obi. Gives you a lot of opportunities both on the high side and on the low side. You could be going both long or short, playoff support and resistance. That's back-to-back days, 480 held, and back-to-back days, this 475 looks pretty good as well. So, yeah, man, the story for Tesla is not over.
Yeah, I definitely don't think so. It's kind of winding up, right? It's knocking on the door of that 481. We've been both long and short, and yeah, I definitely agree with you. VWAP's been holding pretty well, but a bit of a range trend into that 480, 481. Yesterday, we saw that crazy 1 billion imbalance. I'm curious to know what we do tonight.
You're talking 1 billion notional.
1 billion notional.
Okay, yeah, because Neil and I always talk share size, but I just want
No, not 1 billion shares. That would be a lot. You know what I mean?
Would you be hitting the market buy key if you saw that?
If I saw that, I'd do a quick calculation of what my maximum buying power is, and just be like, I'm taking,
just keep hitting the buy button until it tells you
you've run out. Worth of risk. I don't know, but that would be absolutely crazy. But it is winding up, knocking on the door, making higher highs, higher lows into it. Not necessarily higher highs just yet, but yeah, it seems like very soon that 488 will be on the horizon here. But as it builds up, I'm kind of just patiently waiting, watching some of the action pan out. They have a lot of kind of some catalysts that have been pushing them around. We got the driverless cabs coming in. We got Optimus. We have a lot of different things that's really going for this stock here. So I'm watching it build up. But as of today, a bit of a chop within this opening range. If you look at the first hourly opening range, we've just been consolidating in here. So I'm just watching this wind up right now. Let's see if we can play the range.
All right, guys, AMC Robotics, AMCI. This is the second day we put this up on the afternoon rundown. This is a new company. AMC Robotics is the company that AMCI de-SPAC'd with. AMC Robotics is up almost 170% over the last few days. It's more speculative trading rather than a clear fundamental catalyst. It was really the de-SPACing here which caused a lot of people to view this. So AMCI positions itself as a visual AI-powered robotics provider, likely moving as a result of that robotics tailwind we got with President Trump now circulating that there could be a robotics EO, guys, coming in the new year.
What stock was that? Oh, man. Oh, yeah, that one again.
Crazy.
I don't know. I haven't even... Okay, you have it up there. Again, a robotics name. I think that's the hot space right now. So these are names that you got to watch out for. We talked about getting involved in some of the robotics ETFs, ARKQ, over there with Kathy Wood and everything like that. But there it is, AMC Robotics, up and down today.
Yeah, so I did have this one on watch in the morning session, but kind of 1 million share float, and it was doing some craziness, not just yesterday, but in the after hours, in the pre-market as well, kind of holding this stair step up, held above $10 over the, I guess, overnight and morning session there. That's really nice. And then stepping up as well. So I like that. I like this for the look through 15. Let's see if we can get a distinct push through 15. Don't forget, 1 million share float. Probably doesn't take too much dollar volume to push this thing around, and you don't know how much of the float is, you know, a little cornered as well. So came from absolutely nothing just a couple of days ago, below $5, now trading at $13.20. I'm watching the build up here, but I didn't really get too involved with this one. The stair step is nice.
Yeah, and I was just going to say, like, this is part of, you know, relatively new name here, hitting the market, and then a nice just upside push. We'll see what winds up happening with this. I just wanted to quickly show you guys, if you go into details right here, AMCI, and you can find this information. I mean, there's lots of sources. What I'm looking for here, actually, there is no information on the float. So I was actually going to see what that float was all about right there, but a market cap of just $153 million. So, I mean, it's a $13 stock. So that means there's like million, maybe 10 million shares outstanding on this name, and it's done 65 million shares today. So another one of those low float runners that definitely need to be respected in a market like today's. When you're in the hot spot in the right space, it's going to remind me of, and again, I don't know, I'm going to assume that some cannabis names are on this list maybe, but, you know, Tilray is a perfect example of that, man. Tilray's up 30% right now today. This is a name that's in the right space, but a huge float. I mean, Tilray's float is monstrous. So it's not just always a float story that kind of sends these things going. But let's go back over the desk and we'll talk about some of these cannabis names at some point.
All right, guys, Open Door next here. Not a big 1 3/4. The Eric Jackson, of course, linked name coming into play. But this is the real reason I want to show you guys this. So apparently Eric Jackson, known for his bullish calls on Open Door and Carvana, apparently headed to the crypto treasury market, boys. He's going to be a CEO of a publicly traded crypto treasury company trading under ticker SRXH. So I had a quick look to see how SRXH had been trading on the day, up 75%, trading at around 53 pennies, 25% though off or negative since the bell. This thing got all the way up to $1.77. It is losing it in a hurry though, trying to hold on to 50 pennies. So Open Door, SRXH, both looking, at least they're both positive on the day.
Yeah, I mean, so look, I really like all of these kind of names. You know, my only risk here is this is up 74%. It's still underneath $1, right? So when stocks are underneath $1, you're not going to get any big institutional money flowing into these things. So we got to be very, very careful about what we look at, where we invest, and how we go with a name like SRXH, right? And so again, obviously getting a bump up. And the thing is that when you're talking about Eric Jackson, you're talking about Open Door, you're talking about a bunch of different names. These names are what you call, I don't want to say pump and dump because I don't know where they're going, but it's always hard to be invested into a name when you're just relying on the person that has just been appointed a new CEO or whatever, because, you know, you want to buy names that have better quality behind them, but these are day trading names. These are swing plays. So at the end of the day, all you're really looking to do is make a little bit of money trading. So today, that had a great opportunity to do that. Like, if you had said, you know what, anything Eric Jackson, I'm down with. But this is the problem. The story gets launched here. This is 8:30, you know? So if you're not part of that algo move, where exactly are you getting in, right? Well, any long has been crushed there today. Unless for some reason you picked up this bottom. Like, we're only barely above 46 cents. And that was the bottom right there. I don't know what would have signaled that trade or anything like that. So I would just say SRXH, to me, let's flip the script a little bit the other way. We know here at Real Trading, we can get shortable shares. So I was going to say, like, any name that comes out of the blue like that, maybe the play, Obi, is to look the other way. You know, look to go short. Like, that was up there at $1.80. That was up here at $1.40. You're at 53 cents. Forget about the fact that you're perfect. Forget about the fact that you're up 76% today. What about if you were short? You could be up 200%, you know, 100% on the short back end. So I think there's always a different way of looking at things. And I mean, obviously that spike to 180, forget about it. You're not going to get that. But what about if you just waited for it to come back in and test this area of 70 cents? Once it doesn't hold, you can go short against that being the top. So there's many different ways of trading some of these bigger plays. And I just think that you want to be with a prop firm or somewhere that can get you shortable shares. We know they're available here at Real Trading. So make sure that you mark that one down and think about it for next time. The next time you get a pop that you don't really understand, how about looking short instead of long?
Yeah, definitely like that. Guys, I just found something crazy. Digging into exchanges, stumbled across BTCC. That's top 30 globally. Here's the wild part. BTCC has never been hacked, while major exchanges kept getting wrecked. BTCC stays untouched. Zero KYC if you are in the US, Canada, or Europe. Through Trader TV, you get 100 USDT coupons for registering, plus 15% bonus that covers losses up to 15K USDT. Seriously, what am I missing here? Scan that QR code for more information.
We just got a note from this person here. What's up to between here and there? Sean Katina, forget about this is why you're my favorite. It doesn't matter. You tell it how it is. Not really. I mean, this is just the way that, you can always, and look, thanks for the kind words, but you can always judge a candle. And I think Joe actually said something pretty cool. Every candle tells its own story.
Yeah.
I don't know, I agree with that a little bit. Maybe a 1 minute candle, maybe, but I think as you zoom out, for sure.
Yeah, 100%.
And so that's where I wanted to say, there could be winners on a stock buying shares, and there's also someone else selling at that. So there's always going to be decisions that are made back and forth, right? I mean, and that's why we come in every single day so that you can try to have your decision, be the one that wins at the end of the day, right? And so I think with risk management, with proper studying, you can figure this all out. So SRXH, a good little look there. And we'll look at some Open Door and all that as we go on. I actually want to look at GameStop. We had Michael Burry. So that's another name, right? GameStop with Michael Burry. He was tweeting stuff out earlier today. So when maybe we get back, we can look at that chart, see how that affected the stock as well. All right, Sharif, number 3 or 4, let's go.
Tilray, Sean, I know you were looking for the weed shares. Tilray, what a rocket ship, trading into the highs, guys, $14.43. This is really breaking out above that $13.50 resistance. Shares of Cannabis, of course, as we've been reporting all day, trading higher after President Donald Trump confirmed his administration is strongly considering reclassifying marijuana from a Schedule 1 to Schedule 3. And come with all the benefits that come along with that, banking, business practice, et cetera, boys. Tilray up 32%.
Thing just keeps getting higher and higher, man.
Oh,
there's no stopping it. It's just straight line up. I mean, clearly when you look at some of these candles, I'm like, okay, there's very clearly a buyer. Sure, there was a very active buying in the morning session, maybe some passive buying for about an hour and a half, and then becomes active once again as buyers start stepping up into that $15 level we were pointing out earlier. So yeah, taking out some of prior day's action, Friday's action as well, breaking out on the weekly chart. So yeah, again, we talk about some of the bids that have been coming in with the presidential seal. It seems like this is another name as well. MSOS was something I was watching as well, and that wasn't looking at, as strong in the morning session, a little bit more choppy. You can see it comes down to VWAP a little bit more. Again, it's an ETF, so maybe not moving as aggressively as some of the names like Tilray right here, but yeah, you can see the distinct difference here. Very, very aggressive bid. And I'm going to continue watching this one. You guys know I like reversions. There was absolutely no reason to get really aggressive with the selling today, but can't stop, won't stop.
Yeah, no, I think Tilray and MSOS and CGC and Sundial and Trulieve and all these different names that are associated with the cannabis space. Look, this is a momentum play, right? We saw the president yesterday even come out and talk a little bit about that, right? Put it to Schedule 3. There's no way this, cannabis should be classified similarly to heroin and fentanyl and all of that. I think we can all agree. I know on the Midday they had a poll up and it was 74% saying, let's get this thing federally legalized. So I think that, with the majority of our audience being United States, just hearing something in my ear. What? There's a new person I've never heard of for Fed chair. Oh, no. Waller. Just heard Waller in my ear is now potentially Wall Street Journal reporting that Fed chair Waller might be in the running now. So it was supposed to be Kevin Hassett, then Warsh, now Waller. So President Trump is set to interview this gentleman. So that's according to the Wall Street Journal. Just heard that in my ear. So we'll see. I don't know if he's a dove or a hawk, generally speaking. But the thing is, at least the president, looking for different names. I think it's a good idea to have somebody that's currently part of the Fed to just get sort of promoted up to that level. But who knows? I don't know if that's going to change. Quick look right now on Fed rate for next year, and then we'll throw it back over there to Sharif. So this is January. I'm just going to refresh this real quick. This morning it was, okay, this is not updating at all. We did have a report earlier that this had changed a little bit, but with today's non-farm payrolls and all those numbers that got released today, we didn't get much of a change here. We're still looking for a quarter point, 25% chance of a quarter point in less than, well, it's not less than, but in a month. January the 28th is when the next report comes through. But yeah, just there on the cannabis names, yeah, I just think you want to stay long right now until something changes. So the ETF to do this with is MSOS. So this continues to go. And I said this yesterday, if you're looking at a chart, it has broken out, but it's just like every time we get these pops, they are short-lived. So I think if you are gambling here on a couple weed names or just even on the fact that maybe the Senate pushes this through, maybe there's an executive order, something like that with cannabis, I just think it's worth taking a little bit out now. Pay yourself so that if it does moon, obviously you have these things on board, but if it does fade out and all of a sudden we start talking about something else, you're not sort of left holding the bag there. So I would say get a little bit out, and I'm speaking more from experience, man. I mean, I was into these in 2017 when it was legalized here in Canada. There was a lot of names that were really, hot fire that really cooled off very, very quickly as cannabis just became another weed that you can grow in the ground. You know what changed for me, Sharif? Live on this show, we had a guy, and Obi, we had a guy that was a producer of marijuana in Colombia.
Okay.
And when he told me that they're making it for like $3 an ounce, that's when I was just like, okay, puff, puff, pass. This is no longer an investable thing, because he was talking about how it's literally 24 hours a day, perfect climate down there. Well, we all know the Colombian drug story, but at the end of the day,
some great temperatures.
Yeah, and it's just like that to me just made me remind myself that there's always going to be an illegal market for it. Like there's always going to be a black market.
That's bunk, man. Come on, we don't want any of that stuff around here. Come on,
okay,
that is bunk, man. That's push.
I'm not.
We don't want. I know what you're getting at, though.
I don't.
We need the higher quality stuff around here, my friend. No?
Yeah. No, for sure. But that's what I'm getting at, though. I think that the higher quality, I think there is a market for medical marijuana.
Yeah.
Like you're not going to make anything out of this Colombian stuff. According to Joe, I didn't know Joe was this familiar with the Colombian stuff. But at the end of the day, I think there is a market for all different kinds, and we will just wait to see here. I don't think they're investable. I like Trulieve. I like the multi-state operators. It's always better sometimes. It's not always better, but sometimes you want the picks and shovels. I think in this case, you want eventually the ones that are distributing it and the medical side. So I think there's more to come on that. Medical marijuana, I think that's what people are pushing for, not recreational. If you're a recreational marijuana user, you find your ways to get your hands on it. It's been like that since the 50s. Oh, yeah. So yeah, let's go back over to Mind Med also, right? What about the psilocybin and all that kind of stuff, right? There are other uses here. Magic mushrooms. They're not just good on pizza. Normal mushrooms, that is. You can get. Okay, before we get carried away. All right, Sharif, stock 5 and then get out of here, my guy.
All right, we got to update everybody. Carolyn Levitt doing the White House press conference right now, guys. This is live. And Katina, man, you are absolutely right. President Trump, being reported by the Wall Street Journal, President Trump set to interview Fed's Christopher Waller for chair of the FOMC. That's being reported by the Wall Street Journal. I haven't seen it from anybody else quite yet. Separately, President Trump, again, set to address the nation tomorrow live from the White House. No specific time has been given. That was just announced by Carolyn Levitt because we're talking about the SPY here. That is the last ticker, SPY, as decided by you guys. So I'll give you some more stuff. The economic data that we got this morning at 8:30, non-farm payrolls for November, 64,000 versus the 40,000 expected by analysts, with U.S. unemployment ticking up 0.1% from 4.5 to 4.6. Retail sales for the month of November were essentially flat, 0.0% versus the 0.1% expected by the street. And lastly, here are the average hourly earnings month over month for November were up 0.1, below the 0.3 expected by the street. One of many different economic numbers we gave you this morning on Trader TV live at 8:30. We are now live, boys, at 8 o'clock.
Yeah, I want to make sure everybody does remind themselves of that. Set your, your clock a little bit earlier. We are now live at 8 a.m. And part of that, of course, give you the live numbers right there at 8:30. We can discuss them a little pre-hand there, and not pre-rolls, pre-hand. And then we can also, discuss what kind of levels we're looking at and get some of those early runners. So definitely join us every single day at 8 a.m. Get part of our chat. That's the big thing, right? If you're part of our chat, that's where we discuss everything, and that's where we have a lot of fun, and they're doing it right now. Shout out to Mike P. DeRider and everybody that's in our chat, man. The real ones stay all day. So thank you to Mike P. DeRider. Okay, so I don't know. What did you think this morning? I mean, for me, my biggest trade today is going to be the NASDAQ. Yep. And, it was just one of those things where we had wrote down right on our sticky note, wherever it is. I think maybe I threw it. I don't know where it is anymore. But we did have the TQs written down there as our short idea. Right, and the thing about it is, I know it looks crazy, like we're building purple flowers here, but we were using this level. So Sharif just went over all those numbers. I really wanted to see if we were going to hold sort of this pre-market level there, because at 8:30 we had all those jobs reports come through. Market went to the upside, then quickly within a couple minutes started fading back, and where we made new lows in the pre-market again. The market opened up, and then the fade started for me, man. We started to get involved here about 9:33, relatively early compared to what I've been doing lately. Then the market really cranked back in, so we were like, good job on that one. But that didn't last too long. We were able to take a good short. That was about $1 or so. Then it just ripped right back up into the highs again. And this was where we got a little lucky, because we were trying to use some of these levels here in the pre-market as yesterday's highs in the afternoon as our stop. So we came pretty close to getting stopped out, and then all of a sudden, man, the seas parted there, like Moses, and all of a sudden just boom. I hope that's the right guy. Boom, all the way down to the downside right there. And then we were able to take advantage of that. Then we let it sit down. I wasn't going to average back into it anyways. I did have an offer back up here in case that hit, but did not. Then we got the lows of the day again, out at VWAP, out at the 50-period moving average, small piece left. I still really like the TQQ short, but we got to short it up here if we're going to do anything. Obi, a quiet market sometimes runs over shorts. So we got to be careful. If you're going to use any kind of levels right now on the NASDAQ, let's just, use ones that have given to you before. Don't try to set the world on fire here. This is 52.25. Maybe we go short around there, then use this as our out. So we're gonna play it if it does come back up, but I really like this TQ short, and we're still holding a small bit. I have the stop right here, man, 52.20, but I don't think we'll get up there, so we'll figure that out. Apparently, President Trump right now is getting ready to interview Christopher Waller, not Christopher Wallace, Christopher Waller. So we'll wait to see if there's any give up in the futures for that. I don't think so, man. Current Fed member, I'm not. Yeah. I don't expect a huge move on that one. But what does the SPY look like to you there? We've had a couple days of pullback. Yeah. So I don't know if you remember, this morning we got a little bit of a number that was missing a few zeros. Right off of I think it was like 8:45 or something like that. So let's go back and take a look at what happened, what specifically happened there. And I looked over at you and I was like, someone definitely mistyped that. That's definitely missing a couple of zeros. I think it was like 116K or something, and we got 105 instead of 105K. And yeah, the pop. You can see every pop continues to be like sold into a little bit aggressively. So I was just waiting for that. And yeah, that short came in real hot once we got into the opening session, rejecting some of those pre-market levels. You can see here as well how beautifully it's been holding VWAP like clockwork. It attempts to hold it above 680 in the pre-market session. In the opening session right here, some of those pre-market levels, but that's also prior day's low in and around that area, 679s. But once we get distinctly below, sure, we've been chopping in a range. Every time we get up to VWAP, sellers are distinct. Every time we get up to VWAP, once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, and now we're slamming right back up in for the 4th. It might be distinctly different now, but like you said, you got to stick with levels that have been given to you, and it's been showing us that there are sellers at VWAP, and maybe some buyers at the range lows, even though we continue to make lower lows and lower highs as well. So VWAP's been a beautiful hold here on the SPY. So right away when I look at this chart, that's the main thing that's kind of standing out to me. And right away, sellers showing dominance off of that misprint of the number in the morning. So I think maybe something to consider. I have no idea, but the VWAP hold has been quite nice on the SPY. Yeah, 100%. I mean, that's why we look at stuff like VWAP and the SPY, right? The S&P 500. So if you guys are looking to invest in anything, S&P 500 up about 17% or so this year. All right, here we go, man. We have over 547,000 subscribers. So if you are not one of those, which I'm going to find out how many of you are or not right now. All right, 22% not subscribed. We'd like to, let's get that number down a couple percentage points there. If we can get 80% subscribed. So if you are one of those traders watching us, hit the subscribe button immediately right now. It's pretty easy to do. You just hit subscribe right here, but hit the like button, get those likes going, over 4,200 of you watching. Let's get a few more likes there. And if you hit this join button, you also get all these cool emojis and the morning research note for just $5 a month. Like the price of a cup of coffee, you get your only note that you need all day, every day. So let's go get that. All right, Obi, we talked about Tesla a little bit here early on. I'm in Tesla right now. Tesla is a $7 winner right now. And you know what just happened? Triple topped again, man. Yeah. We got to 480 again. So I think right now it's appropriate if we lose this 200. I mean, we could do it here at 479.30 at the 50-period moving average. None of these lines, though, today have really been that great. I mean, the reason why I default down to the 200-period moving average is that's what got us in the first time. And actually, someone tweeted at me and said, Sean, awesome trade, but why did you get in at 473? And I had just mentioned that it was an upside move there on Tesla. It fell back into the 200-period moving average. I mean, I don't have these lines on there for any reason other than trading. So it fell in, liked it. We just took the test off of that line right there. Came in, we noticed it, we took it, and it bounced off. We weren't 1,000% sure of it, or I would have reloaded. We actually went to 472.50 and missed. So we missed the reload right there by about 5 cents, or else we'd have more shares. And my stop on this was always going to be about $1 or so. So we took $1 the first time, $1.50. Then it started to rip up. There's 480. That's $6. So the risk to reward is really here. And I just think that this 200 period, although not great right there, this is the thing. There's so many different ways of looking at everything. If you're underneath VWAP, I actually like the 200 period even more because we broke through VWAP fine. All right, if the buyers wanted to get back upside, they've got to look at something else. So for me, the 200 period, a little choppy area there, nice upside move. So I'm going to play off that. 478.50, let's just level down and take out if we break through this. 477.50. 477.50 puts us at $4.50. Fine by me. It also allows us to hold this a little bit more to the upside. And again, we have 10% left. So, you know, hand to God, 10% left. There's 9 out. There's 8 outs here. There's another one right there. So we're going to do that right here. We can put the order in together. So I'm going to cancel my current order to stop out. I'm going to put 477.48. Dun, 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 dun. Right there, we're going to put that order in, and there it is, man. We are ready to go on Tesla. If it does break down, good to go. The trade on the TQs, I actually want to cover this. If we can get to 51.50, that's going to be a cover for me on the TQs on that short as well. So with that being said, again, thank you to everybody. We just got a bunch more likes there. We got over double the likes coming through. Okay, President Trump signing a proclamation. Oh, foreign nationals. Okay, so we don't have to worry too much about that. If you are going to play on, you know, anything defense-wise and security-wise, Palantir has been a big name to look at here over the last little while. So you can look at Palantir as a possible play for security reasons. You know, there's going to be better ones, LMT and things like that. But you're really looking, when you're talking about that, you're looking at border control and things like that, right? Palantir obviously has helped them be very specific in identifying threats and just using AI in many different ways with their foundries. So they lifted the ban on non-immigrant visas, apparently, in the U.S. as well. So we'll get more information. It's all coming in my ear now. I don't know if that's going to affect the market or not, but that's something interesting to talk about. So, yeah, other than that, my eyes keep going up, looking for some different opportunities to trade. So we can look at Big Bear AI. Big Bear AI, shout out to you in the chat there. 2 New York Cent, another great member of our chat and of our group. I am waiting for the 200 period on Big Bear AI. You want to talk about almost a picture perfect 200 period play, right? Big Bear AI. So I got involved in Big Bear AI on the pullback down in this way. I bought 5, 4, 3s. Right, all the way down on Big Bear AI and just kind of held on for dear life, you know? And it came back in, it bounced off 250 right there, the 200 period. We got out there on the way back up, 5, 6, 7, 8. We got out at the 50-cent mark of each one of those, all the way back up. We did not take advantage of this move last time back in off the 200 period, where it rinsed and repeated itself again, and now it's coming back in. So to answer your question, I do think this is a buy down here at the 200 period moving average, but you can't buy it at $5, man, and hold this thing all the way to 250. All right, like that's not going to be part of the play. I think if you buy it here at 5, you actually got to dump it if we kind of break this area here, 465, 450. So I think it's worth 10% to gain a lot. You know, with the World Cup coming through, BBAI has different inferencing and whatnot at airports to try to make sure that, I think it's passports and whatnot, control their population, like crowd controls and things like that. So just watch out for Big Bear AI heading into World Cup season. It should be crazy talk there as well. But I like Big Bear AI, and I like IoT. I've already talked about Samsara into transportation. Oh, that's actually pulled back quite a bit. This was just at $45 actually, not too long ago. Yeah, wow. Samsara all the way back in again. So I actually didn't really take anything out of this. I'll have to double check. I have bids to get a little longer, but this name's been getting hit as well.
Look at Tesla go, man.
Is Tesla still going? Oh my gosh, Tesla, $10 now. Ooh. Bang! There's Tesla, $10 in the money as, hey man, traders got to trade. And Tesla apparently looking to go to all-time highs. I already said this. We're lucky enough around here. We got a charging station downstairs. So I got my Tesla. I love the car. But there it goes. Brand new, all-time closing high today. Tesla trying to put that in. We are $10 now, and it is starting to run. And we got 10% left, so we're pretty happy with this move there on Tesla. Go Tesla. Let's get to the upside. You think SpaceX is going to IPO this year? Oh, well, in 26?
So. I mean, I don't know. We talked about it this morning about how the certain details. Elon said that maybe they're not true or not, but I think it's an eventual occurrence. It's definitely going to happen at one point, and they're talking about a $1 trillion IPO. That's going to be absolutely
$1 trillion. Don't cut them some slack.
No.
1.5.
1.5. All right, cool. Well, half a trillion more for sure. But no, I think if and when it does come out, I think it's going to be one of the biggest things ever. Because what has been the biggest IPO? Have we ever had a $1 trillion IPO?
No, not even close.
There you go. So I think
I mean, I shouldn't say not even close. Like CoreWeave came as an established business, so
right. We've had multiple of billions, for sure.
But you said trillion.
Trillion, yeah.
Yeah. So the only thing I could think of, Saudi Aramco.
Yeah. Was that? But that was in U.S. market.
Yeah. No. Over there. So. Yeah, Saudi Aramco, I think, would have been one of the biggest ones there as the princes trying to get liquidated a little bit there. So they made a lot of money off that one. But wow, I don't know if there's an individual story here about Tesla or not, but Tesla right now is going upside, big time movement right there for Tesla, taking out levels right now and not even asking any questions. Like it just took this out. As soon as we took I guess it was 482, I guess. Yeah, that was just bang right there, just straight up, man. Look at the volume. Like I have news here and I'm not seeing anything on this. This is just Tesla saying, let's go. And there it goes, man. Nice upside play there for Tesla. Robo-taxis, everything. There goes Tesla. Up 1.79%. Another automotive name, right? EV name. Rivian going down 5%. Where's Randy at, man? Where's Randy? Because right now, Rivian downside. So it looks like all the love right now being thrown over at Tesla. We did have news earlier, though, about Ford.
Yeah.
Ford, they took a 19.5. What exactly are we talking about here when companies can take $20 billion write-downs? Like that's a lot of money. Obi. You know, so they're now over the next 3 quarters going to write down 19.5 billion. They're going to completely revamp what they're doing. They're going to look at long-range hybrids. So extended hybrids over there, realizing that, hey, you know what, like, you guys tell me, if you're in construction or you're buying an F-150, I think you would favor a hybrid over a straight EV. But the thing is, EVs don't operate well in cold temperatures.
Yep.
So I think that automatically isolates, you know, I guess a third of the country, at least the northeastern, Midwest, northwestern part of the country would probably prefer a truck that has at least some kind of combustible engine there. And I just think that that's the danger. So is just rolling straight EV. Like, I know that now that I own an EV, it's always on the back of my mind, like, do we have enough juice to get here, to get there? And I just don't think that that's something that the construction business really wants to worry about. So F-150 is now going to be canned completely. No more F-150 Lightnings. They're just going to be turned over into a hybrid model. And I think that's a much better idea. And then honestly, you know, there's an EV card, a gentleman here owns an EV, and it's just that little smart car.
Yeah.
It's like that original EV Mercedes, like
the Mini, yeah.
Mini, no, not even. Yeah, I don't know what they're called. Those
smart car.
The original smart car there.
I don't know what the safety rating on those things is.
Not very high, I would think.
Probably not.
I think you'd get like crunched in those. But that's what Ford's going to work on, man. They're going to work on the shorter range, but also smaller car. EVs are great for urban driving, like what I'm using mine for. I find it absolutely fantastic. All right, back over to Obi.
All right, guys, so now for some exciting news out of Canada for the sophisticated traders on the stream. Beta Pro by Global X Canada, Canada's largest provider of leveraged, inverse, and inverse leverage ETFs, has just launched 6 new triple leverage ETFs, offering 3 times bull and 3 times bear exposure to the S&P, TSX 60, semiconductors, and on U.S. Treasuries. Even better, they're offering a special fee rebate, dropping management fees to just 65 basis points until December 31st of 2025. Plus, the U.S. focused strategies use currency hedging, offering the potential for pure performance and exposure. So if you are a tactical, sophisticated trader looking to amplify your performance, check out betapro.ca/3x daily to learn some more. Yeah, no, I definitely agree with you that EVs are more of like a domestic kind of use there. The model kind of fails when you really put them under stress. That's probably why we haven't seen long range trucks really come into fashion. Even though Tesla says they're coming out with them, but the temperature thing definitely, like, think about it. You're driving across the country, you're going to meet some different temperature conditions throughout the way, and if that's not really going to cater to everyone. No, I know, and so this is what, Chris, I think to your point earlier, and I said this to myself as well, you can get these things at home. You have a charger at home, it's no big deal driving in the winter. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I agree with that, Chris, but the thing about the battery losing power, right? Yeah, so lose power faster in the cold. Yes. Yeah. So, that's it just takes longer and more to heat up your car and operate and everything like that. But the other thing too is I agree with Chris on that. Not everybody, unfortunately, like, I have some people that even in Toronto they don't have driveways. Like in your house. Not all houses have driveways. Okay. People say a lot of people no. You walk the streets of Toronto there, go to any house around here, no one has a driveway, right? If anything, you might have laneway parking in the back, in which you could, for sure, I mean, if you have laneway parking, you could install a charger there. But there's a lot of people, and I just know that there's some people that I talk to that they can park on the street only, like it's street parking. So you get a permit outside so your house. How do you deal with that? I know you're looking at me like I'm crazy, but you live, like in the suburbs, everybody has a driveway. Fine. Here, townhomes, like if you go down just right here on Wellesley or whatever, there's tons of houses. Obviously, they don't have driveways. So thing is that's also a problem. And then trying to find some superchargers, to your point. I know they're littered all over the highways and things like that, but sometimes they can be a little difficult to find. But, I think I'm going to write that down because you just talked about a pretty serious issue if you have street parking and you can't charge your EV. If anybody can come up with a solution for that, that's a little bit of a business, right? So, like a traveling EV or something? No, I mean, like a traveling charger? I don't know. Whoever can solve that problem, whatever that thing is, maybe something you pull from the house or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I think you can. So the only
have to work with the
so the
city
only
a
problem
little
is that you can't actually run something from your house onto the street.
Yeah, no, that
because
would be
then
an
you're going to
issue.
be
Yeah, of
you're going to be blocking sidewalks
we
and all
need a
that kind of
solution.
stuff. But yeah, we'll think of something at some point.
485.
But I think that's why a lot of people Tesla's at 485. We are now
Definitely
$12, man. That's a slapper.
Great trade.
Thank you, Obi. Now $12 as we continue to go. Even though it's only 10%, man, it's still carrying the day. So I just want to say something. Even though I have only 10% left, it's actually like 50 to 60% or so of my net on this name alone is riding with this last 10% because we took so much out early. On Tesla. We were able to get a nice piece there as well at 479.50. But there it goes, man. We are now off to the races. Remember, past all-time highs of Tesla is 488. Yeah. So we had gotten up here, not 514. That's not right. It's right into here somewhere. It's one of these levels. It's right there. It's 488.38. So let's see if we can stop and drop somewhere. I don't have news on Tesla.
I think it's just a technical break, man. Just think about it. We've been knocking on the door of that 81, 82 for a couple of days now.
Yeah, valid.
And I mean, I was short a couple times here. Didn't really work out, but yeah, absolutely blasting. Even volume coming in here as well through that push. So it just seems a little bit. I'm watching this action. It does seem very squeezy, where the tape is a little bit of a squeeze tape happening here through that 85s, through those 82s as well. So I think we're steadily headed for a straight beeline to those all-time highs at 488s because we're only a couple dollars away. So well within range of what Tesla can do. And we were talking about that imbalance from yesterday. Maybe someone has an early look. I have no idea, but that buying definitely coming in very, very aggressively through some of these highs. Where will it stop? I have no idea, but the market also testing the high of its range as of right now. So when it comes to other stocks that are pulling up through their highs, maybe adding confluence to this move, I see Apple pushing through its highs, Softy as well pushing through its highs, but Google, Nvidia, and Amazon kind of lackluster. I'm not looking at Meta, so let's take a quick look at Meta here. Maybe that's giving us a little bit of a push, and yeah, there it is. Meta also ripping through its consolidation highs on the day, kind of similar to that of Tesla, where you had that single, double, triple, quadruple test, and then now you finally push. So anybody who's playing range, maybe getting a little pushed out of their positions as we rip higher, going into, I guess, not even the middle of the week. It's only Tuesday.
So, yeah, it's only Tuesday, man. Yeah, we already talked about it. I think that there is going to be I think there's going to be a run into the end of the year. I mean, I think Neil was a little.
This was the dip, and then we run for the next.
I mean, I don't know about a dip. I just could see us getting going here into the end of the year. There's going to be some names that, the tax harvesting is done. Like we had some moves recently to the downside where there's a lot of investors or funds or whatever that will sell off their losers. Their winners to offset their losers, pay a little bit less tax, or vice versa, depending on what you did earlier on in the year where you sell your losers to lower your taxable income, right? So that is a play that we talked about that with Michael Noss. That should have already happened. So, because I think you need a few weeks after you sell for it to realize. Anyways, there's different rules in Canada than there is there in the United States for that. But at the end of the day, I just think a lot of traders are going to want to have certain names on their books. Heading into the new year. And I do think that even if you did sell off Tesla here at all-time highs, like Obi, I stood here when this thing was at 430 2 weeks ago, and I said we're getting to all-time highs before the end of the year. And I didn't think it would happen this fast, and then all of a sudden it was going, and I said it was going to happen last Friday, but that does not happen. And you know what? The interesting thing is, you actually mentioned yesterday, what about that huge imbalance that came yesterday on Tesla near the end of the day? What if that happens again?
Yeah.
Then you're going to get
a front run. That's what I'm asking.
Right. Good. Yeah. That's a great question to ask, Obi. What if they're just front running a monster imbalance that is to come? Look, we're lucky enough to be sitting here on a prop floor. This system, this P8 system, is built by traders for traders. So we're lucky enough to be able to see these imbalances coming through. We are tiered up with our broker there. We have a tier 1 broker that does distribute us the information. So right now, you have Chipotle with a buy here into the close. You have Verizon with a buy. You got Ford with a buy. Pfizer, Oracle with a buy. So there's some good feels right now in the overall market, looking to get a little longer there. So I was going to say, the reason why I say that about the broker is talk to yours, because I don't know if this imbalance locator is available for everybody. You're going to notice that there's no NASDAQ names on here. Those NASDAQ names are either halted names that may have not opened up ever. Cran U looks like maybe it's been halted here since 11 o'clock. But these are levels that I kind of look to see all buys, you know, very few sells. NCLH with a small sell, that's Cruise, NCLH. Why can I've lost the name of the cruise line. Norwegian.
Yeah.
Oh my God. All I can think.
Something.
Yeah, all I could think about when I was saying that was like Carnival Cruise, Viking Cruises. I was like going through my mind there, and I has enough is enough. But yeah, so we'll see. Anyways, long story short, 350 is when the imbalances are populated for NASDAQ. So unfortunately, we don't get a look on NASDAQ imbalances, but if anything, it looks like a buy side right now in the broader markets. And Oracle might have found itself a bottom. I don't want to call that, but let's just wait to see here. These levels go all the way back, man, into November of 2023 there. And you get some good levels that we're looking at. November of 22. That's 24. These levels are 24. Okay, so yeah, back into here where you go all the way back actually into basically the summer or so of 24. So we'll see if Oracle can get back to the upside right now. All right, Obi, I see what you did right now.
I mean, I'm just trying to, it slowed down a little bit. That's all I'm going to say.
You know what?
It slowed down a little bit. It almost got there. It could still very well get there. We got an hour. We got an hour. No, don't be influenced.
You are influenced.
I do want to talk about Tesla on a higher time frame. I know you guys have seen, seen my Tesla chart. Maybe you have, maybe you haven't, with all the lines. You were just talking about it at 430s. At 430s, but I like the higher time frame. I've said this time and time again. Tesla is a textbook example of a stair-step squeeze over time, and something that definitely helps is that, like you said earlier, it's a cult. Right? And cults basically bid up pretty aggressively. Look at Apple, for instance. Apple's a great name for one of those examples. Apple's a very, very strong worldwide cult, and Tesla is
Apple a little different than Tesla.
But I'm saying
you can't move Apple as easy as you can Tesla, just because of the S&P exposure and the
NASDAQ. Of course, yeah. So taking a look here, look at this is just the monthly chart. I know I have a lot of lines here, but okay, where's the most important one? Let's go down to the weekly here. I know that's a lot of stuff. I know I have some intraday lines that I really haven't taken out. But take a look at this downtrend that we had from 460s all the way down to 240s, right? 460s all the way down to 240s. Rip right back up. Bigger picture, holding trend, but you can see this stair step that it's been doing. Yes, it's very choppy. We kind of have some, grabs of liquidity, post-split dip. That was pretty interesting as well. Nice run up for the next couple of years, but now stair step squeeze, and it seems like this is going for that next leg. Let's see if we can get to 500. This has gone through a couple of splits. It's been at 1,000 before, and I've asked this question: if it can do it once, can it do it again?
Right.
And we've seen it do it a couple of times at least. So I think, 430s, 500s. If we can break the 5, can we get to the next quarter, which would be 750?
Power hour.
That's the next question I'm asking, right? So it's never had a clean and clear path to the next step, but stepping up, it definitely has been doing. So Tesla is a very, very strong in that sense. And I always talk about, I have a buddy.
Yeah.
When we were in undergrad, he was very, very gung-ho about,
I know this story. Didn't he go all in on
leaps.
This?
He's been rolling leaps. He's been in shares.
Now he's rolling in the deep with those leaps.
Yeah, 100%. So it's just like, you have to have conviction. You have to believe. And he was an early adopter of the technology. I think his first car was also a Tesla. Right? He waited until he could get the Tesla, and he got the Tesla.
That is the cult stuff I'm talking about, right?
Exactly.
Once you believe in it, I've said this already. I don't think there's been more millionaires minted on any other stock other than Tesla. So those of you, I know there's Chef Joe in the chat, not talking about our guys making millions. I just know that there are traders that believe in this name and will stick with it, to your point.
I think rightfully so.
Oh, yeah, I mean, they've only been right. I mean, Tesla today is all-time highs today for Tesla. You are now experiencing history live here on Trader TV Live. I mean, there's a huge move up there for Tesla. You could tell your kids, 10 years from now that you watch Trader TV Live. And when that went up to, 486, that some guy, maybe some idiot like me,
squeezed into
was talking about, oh, you're still short, we're still long. I put my stop here breaking through 484. Yeah, I can't. Oh, but now I can't celebrate because you're short, man.
No.
Oh, you got stopped out. Okay. Okay, well then, in that case, cha-ching. Right there, as we continue to go higher there, Obi. $13 and change right now. Oh, I saw something. Shout out to Busy Trader in the chat. How about this as a possible catalyst? Right? The only news that Busy Trader saw was that Trump suspended EV charging programs. So you'd think that would be bad, but then there comes the next point. Except Tesla has their own infrastructure already. So they already have, these superchargers built up. And if you want to pay for them, you hook up, your account's hooked up from Tesla in the app, boom, charge your car up, that's that. So maybe they potentially don't need to worry about these EV programs. So I don't know, that could be something. Thanks, Busy Trader, on all of that. But this is why you got to be careful when you're trading Tesla. You never know where this one's going to go. That's 484. So we're going to look there to get stopped out of Tesla. Another cult name. People are going to think, well, what kind of a show are we running over here? But Palantir is another name
100%.
that can get going. Like, you get one good story about Palantir and nothing stops this stock, that is for sure. So Palantir came to market at $11.20. You could see Palantir right now, man, all the way back up to 187 and change. So Palantir, I love this name. Burry tried to stop it. SoftBank, actually not SoftBank, it was Michael Burry and another trader. Can't remember who it was. I think maybe it was the Bear Cave. Someone came out, with some negativity about Palantir, and sure, man, they went up to 220 on their earnings report and then got hit pretty aggressively after that. But I just want to highlight, names that get hit after earnings, okay? Like, how about a name that has an unlimited supply of users? How about Meta? Meta got crushed after earnings pretty dramatically, right? How about Broadcom? You want to talk about names that get hit after earnings? This is earnings right here. Yeah. A double beat on earnings. Nope. All the way. Wow. If we bounce off. Okay.
Is that the 200?
Yeah. No, that's 200 here. This is the 50. But I'm looking at this support right here. This gap fill. I'm a buyer of Broadcom, honestly. If this goes down 10% more anywhere near 300, this gap fill, I think Broadcom is a great trade. I'm into Marvell, so may not buy too much of Broadcom. Marvell and Broadcom compete on some levels, not on them all. But Meta also, right? Like, if the market doesn't like what you're doing, you get crushed. Meta got hit down to 580. Man, off of their report as well. So that was pretty dramatic there for Meta. Meta's been on a straight climb higher. I like Meta, especially if we break through the 680 level. That's going to be a little spot there for META. Go Meta. Still making some money there on the upside for Meta. So, so far so good there. If there is any names, what's up, Alpha? Yeah, I kind of do laugh all the time. I think you gotta have a great time with what you're doing, and I've already said this a couple times, man. I feel really lucky to be able to come in every day and trade and talk about our experiences, talk about our families, have a good time here on the show. I mean, I really think that is the secret sauce to everything. And that is to enjoy what you do and do it with good people and do it as often as you possibly can. So I think that's something that I try to live by. And it's like, I try to go, like, tonight, my daughter has volleyball, my wife takes her, and my son has swimming. I'm taking him to swimming. Like, I enjoy taking my kids to all these things, giving them, offering them up different opportunities. So, great to come in here every single day and trade in front of you all. And not just trade, but talk about the markets, right? That's more what our show has become more about. We have a great midday show where they talk all about news. You and I haven't even put on a trade here. You know, well, you have on Tesla, my bad. But at the end of the day, it's about talking about the moves, looking at what our audience is looking at right there, and just having a good time and trading along with it. So I do have an out ready to go here on Tesla. So if that does fade out, we want to do that, and I want to get into more plays. So you just got back into Tesla.
Yeah, I'm feeling this pressure out a little bit. Let's say that. And another name I kind of want to point it out here that's been on a run up, and I mentioned this earlier as well. Google. With I don't know if you want to call this a Gemini bid or whatever, but this thing also, as soon as it broke through that 200, I still remember it like it was yesterday. This 200 area is just off to the races. Another stair-step push. So, you know what? It just seems like we've been covering pretty much all of the Mag 7 when it comes to this. They're all very, very aggressively strong. We talk about Meta. We talk about Google. Nvidia maybe taking a little bit of a pullback going into the end of the year. We know that tech has been pretty hot when it comes to chips, specifically semiconductors. And again, SMH, you don't need to look any further than SMH to really see the move that we've been kind of having just over the past couple of weeks. We've only been selling off for the past couple of weeks, but you can see here well within trend. I'm sure if I threw on any sort of trend indicator here, holding pretty decently, but yeah, maybe this double top potentially scaring some people out. I have no idea, but held that 320 area pretty decently just a few weeks ago coming into the end of the year. So going back to a 12-month chart, take a look at this. Do we look healthy or unhealthy? That's the question that I ask, right? A little bit of a bottom wick, a little bit of a top wick. Yes, we're selling off going into the end of the year, but we can go through all of these stocks and be like, all right, they look relatively similar. We were looking at some of the banking sector here in the TSX as well, looking like a very similar stocks. And it seems like this little pullback, we've been squeezing for a few years since the COVID, pullback here. So can't stop, won't stop. You got to take a look at the SPY as well. This one is much cleaner. Pull back into prior support levels and then ripping up to its highs as well. We talk about the SPY bidding up pretty much, all-time highs a few times a year, right? That's what we hit.
I mean, the SPY, there was that stat on there about if you kept on buying the market every time it hit highs, you would have just made so much money because we continue to make highs. I mean, your longer term chart there does not lie. And Obi, that's why I told you, man, you have the best thing on your side. Time, youth, right? We all do. Like, investing is a completely different game altogether than trading, right? I mean, trading, we're looking for those intraday moves. Like the short Tesla right there is a trade. You can get out of it and then think about the next trade immediately. You're not necessarily talking about going short in your long-term portfolio or anything like that, right? So different styles.
I do like swing shorts, but never on something like this.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And that's the other thing. Watch out for what you are doing. I'm going to,
Here's the highs.
Yeah, there's the highs right now, getting taken out right now on Tesla. Andre, can we put up a poll? I wanted to say, will Tesla close under 485? Is that a fair level there because we just held it?
Yeah.
I think 45, not just because it has nothing to do with our positions. There you go. You are now out of your position, so we don't have to worry about it. But it's just a matter of, what do you think Tesla will close under 485? All right, we'll see what happens there. And of course, you're going to be influenced by the market on close and balance, but we'll see how that all sorts itself out. So 485, I'm going to say, the chat's going to say under.
Okay.
Let's see what winds up happening. So right there, I'm stopping out on this break, man. So I'm going to now up my stop a little bit and just put it at, so this break right there. So I'm just trading off support and resistance, right? This is the Tesla trade that we have already today. I'm still only holding 10%, but hey, like I told you, that 10% is now like 70% of my day on Tesla, just holding 10%, right? So sometimes it matters and it's making a difference right now. So I'm going to put an offer right there. Thank you, Andre. I'm going to get to that poll in just a second. 484.50s are that low. So let's just put a stop at a break of 484. So again, with our platform here, P8, it's very simple. We have an absolutely awesome stop order that we can put in, right? So you can choose to get out of your whole position, 25%, 50%, 75%. So I'm gonna put it in right now, 483.99. Just put that in, flatten 100% of the position, there. So wow, now we're at the 487, by the way. So still going higher. All right, here's the poll right here, right now. Will Tesla close? I said I thought the poll will say one way, but I say over. So here we go, man. We are now hit. So let's go. Let's wait to see what winds up happening right now. Will we go over, under? Over right now, winning. So, all right, there is a super chat out. We want to thank everybody for all their super chats every day, man. No matter the amount that you guys super chat, it's great because it gives us an opportunity to have a look there and check out what we put the money towards, man. Like, all of this money goes back into the show. So we are investing every single day into providing a better show for everybody else. Okay, so thank you, Dave, for this. Dave super, okay, here we go.
Talking about,
I always get worried when I hear like this is my super trade of the day or something like that. Dave's super double down dumb trade of the day. So we'll say, oh my God.
Oh my God.
Get off the screen. All right, Tesla can't pass 487.50. You might have just touched the top there. That might have been the top. So, sir, no, sir, hedges won't allow. Let me read that again. David's super double down dumb trade of the day. Tesla can't pass 487. No, sir. Does it mean sir hedges? No, sir, hedges won't allow. So, yeah, maybe we say nobody will allow this to get above 487.50. Well, David, you might be right, man. That high was just 487.25. So I'm going to ask you, David, why are you picking 487.50? Is that a Fibonacci level or what? What gives you the idea there of 487.50? Because that's pretty cool. That's pretty awesome that you just basically touched the top there and then came back in there. So we'll find out there. Hedge funds won't allow it. So no, sir. Hedge funds won't allow it. Right. So he's saying no, sir, comma. Right. Okay. So, yeah. I don't know. I don't think hedge funds really care, honestly, right now about the price of this. I would say you got to watch out for me, the key level on all of this is $5, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly. We're making a beeline for 500. I think that's very true. We got to get above 88s, which I think well within horizon.
Yeah. Let me ask you a question. You might not be on the show tomorrow. Well, you're not scheduled to be anyways, unless you're on the midday. I don't know. We have, what about tomorrow? If we come in tomorrow, let's just say, and this is at 493, I don't know. Like it could bump up 1% overnight. That's $5, right? So, exactly. So if this name's at 493, 490, whatever it's at, what's your opinion on the $500 level?
I think the probability definitely jumps up.
So is that a? Sorry, let me rephrase that. Would you short in front until it breaks? Are you waiting for that break? Are you waiting for the action? Is it a no trade until you?
I think I would definitely wait for the action. See, we're running up pretty aggressively. I talked about kind of a squeezing action. So if we do push through 500 and then capitulate, and it's very distinct, it has volume, it has an aggressive move, then yeah, I think it's definitely worth taking some real size and getting involved with the 500 back through. That could very well be a trade. I don't know how far it's going to pull back if it does that, but yeah, we can go through like different iterations of what price action can look like. But yeah, no, if we gap up in the after hours and we're looking at 490s, even 500s, what if we hit 500s overnight? Right? Yeah, I'm definitely going to be looking at Tesla during the Blue Ocean session, that's for sure, right? Because like when something runs like this aggressively, more often than not, you can expect something to happen during the Blue Ocean session, and honestly, it's been absolutely beautiful, the overnight session, when we do have distinct moves, whether it be a catalyst that's news-driven or a catalyst that's technically driven, and Tesla, as of right now, like we're saying, we're not seeing any sort of news, but I don't think this is a technical catalyst right here. We're making a breakout of this level right here. That was the 80 level. We kind of knocked around. We keep on reiterating this. 481s yesterday. We knocked on 482s a couple of times today. The structure definitely built up really, really well above VWAP, and we got that slow push and then expanding aggressive volume through the highs. So all of this, I think, is a very good sign for a potential continuation, and it's been showing us higher highs, higher lows. Even though the market sold off Friday and yesterday, Tesla held up its own really, really well. So you also have that relative strength on your side as Confluence as well. So yeah, definitely, I think that the probabilities will be a little skewed towards that 500 if we do any sort of a gap up. But let's take a look at it on the daily chart here as well. We know that some of these gap up plays have been pretty interesting this past year. Is it setting up for anything like that? No, not off the bat. I don't really see anything like that. But yeah, no, gap up's definitely well within range. And what happens if the market's been selling off pretty aggressively too?
Yep.
And then what happens going into the end of the week if the market starts to revert? We've seen a lot of these aggressive dips that happen for at least a few weeks get bought right back up. So if we get a little bit of that confluence, then yeah, 500 is well within range. So I think you do have to consider all of these different iterations of price action, maybe make some plans of like, if this happens, then I'm gonna do this. If this happens, then I'm gonna do this. And maybe none of them happen. But guess what? What if one of those pans out? Then you know exactly what you're gonna be doing when that price action shows up, so you don't even have to think about it. But, good question. I think probabilities do change, but to answer your question, I think I'm definitely going to be waiting for that price action.
Yeah.
Joe talked about kind of the story panning out with every candle and kind of every structure. I want to see how the story pans out as we move through 500, and I think that will definitely be very interesting, and maybe we can take some advantage of that.
Aura Alpha.
Super chat.
There we go. Sean, you are my hero. First of all, Aura Alpha, a hero should be, not a hero, so forget that. But never forget it. You are like us, man. We're all like each other, man. I mean, I want to say a big thank you to that one, Aura Alpha, right there, and just thank you for continuing to support us, man. I mean, it's just we're having a great time here. I love having Obi on. We had some great discussions, so thanks, Obi, for all that. And I did want to mention too that. Amma there, he or she had mentioned also that Tesla's not at all-time highs. So yes. I understand that. We've talked about that. It's 488, 38. Here, we talked about where and actually, I don't know about on you're using TradingView there. So here on eSignal, so it has 488.54 made back on December. Basically, Brendan and everybody, how unique is this? Tesla's all-time high was on December the 17th, 2024. Today's December the 16th.
Whoa.
So that rate there, what a year Tesla had, dude. Tesla goes all-time highs, then to $200, right? Remember when Trump and Elon were like, I'm going to release the files, and no, you're not, and back and forth, and they were going back and forth. So that was bad time for Tesla. That made its low of $214, and then boom, round tripping 365 days later. That is awesome. We talked about how Cisco made 25-year highs back and forth. It's looking like right now that we've got a good little opportunity here to do that kind of thing here with Tesla again. So there goes Tesla, man, all the way back upside. So I just want to say, like, we here at Trader TV acknowledge, obviously, that when I talk about Tesla being at all-time highs, I just mean like we are a sniff, basically, away from those all-time highs. And I just think when you're at a 400, but that, if you're going to go short, Obi, and I know you've taken it now.
I stopped counting.
I was going to say, Obi, now that you've taken it twice.
Yeah, no, I definitely stopped counting.
There's that thing about when you touch a stove eventually. But okay, so the one thing
I'm so desensitized to pain.
The one thing I did want to say though is, we don't disclose our share size here or anything like that. But your hits on that, what was the most you took? $2 a hit? I mean, it doesn't matter.
I think $1 hit. But
$1 hit. So
if and when it does come in, trust me, I'm going to be more aggressive on. Yeah, exactly.
This is what I was going to get at.
Like I said, I'm just feeling out the price action.
Right. So that's So thanks, Obi. That's exactly what I was going to get at. Is that you could take a lot of shots on this thing. It's just make sure that you are sized appropriately, because you could keep on getting hit on these stocks, and if you're shorting 500 shares every time and you're taking dollar hits, man, that's a good way to miss some mortgage payments. But, if you're using 20 shares or whatever, it doesn't matter. The share size is irrelevant. The idea is that make sure that you are positioned properly, that if you get stopped out, you have another trade.
Yes.
And I know there's some
able to survive.
Yeah, and I know there's some talk about being, us being on a prop forum. We've got some questions there. We're all responsible for all the trades that we put on all the time. And if we get stopped out, we get stopped out, and we share in the upside profits, and the downside is 100% on us. So there you go. There goes 487 right now. So we are now not $10 in the money. We are now $14 right now in the money on this Tesla trade. So we're just going to continue to watch it go to the upside. But let's just call up that stock visualizer again, because we've just been talking a lot about Tesla here today. So I just want to call up and see what other names potentially everybody out there. Well, Tesla's dominating, so there's reasons why we're talking about that. Check out this, man. All we can do now is highlight. So Resolve right there, down there, 294. What about Robinhood? You know, let's have a quick look at Robinhood, all right? So with crypto heading back down to the downside over the last couple of days, obviously Robinhood's been getting hit. Wow, Tesla now, Obi, I know you're out of it, but there it goes again, man. There's just only so much pain the shorts can take, and they're starting to get squeezed out of this one. So there goes Tesla, man, really working out now to the downside. So bye-bye, Tesla. Sorry, to the upside. Nice move there for Tesla. What was that level? 488?
488 halves, yeah.
What I meant to ask you was on your chart, same level? Okay,
so 488 half flat. Yeah,
okay, so 488 half is basically the levels right now that if you're talking about it. And Dave's dumb trade of the day, he said 487.50, so you are at an aggressive spot right now for those of you thinking about it. 487.50. Watch out.
Is that an options level, or is that?
I tried to ask Dave that. He just said the hedge funds won't allow it
two halves
to go past here.
Yeah.
Maybe I should just short here and then send, or maybe I should get out. Oh, let's change our, how about this? Let's change our stop now. Or do we want to just hold this all the way in?
I mean, I don't know. I think we still got some time. We still got about, what, like 30, 38 minutes roughly. I think the mock is definitely within range, for sure.
All right.
That's
the option level. Oh, 187.50. Yeah,
487.
Yeah.
Could potentially be an options level. There.
Okay. Yeah. For sure. But so is 488. So is 488.50.
Yeah. I'm just saying an option level full of interest.
Oh no, I know what you're saying. I was just saying, like, I honestly, I think, like, I don't have anything bookmarked, anything where I could go and see open interest on any of this stuff, but there it goes, man. We'll watch out for 487.50 right now. This is the David levels. We want to thank David for his super chat, and there it is, man. We just touched it, and now we bounced off of that a little bit. I want to look at Robinhood. You invested in Robinhood at all, or you have any thoughts about this one?
I haven't really touched Robinhood at all.
Yeah, me neither. I'm more of a SoFi guy. I like the bank charter. I like the traditional banks rather than the fintech names. We've seen names like PayPal. PayPal was like a $300 name or something, or $108 name during COVID, whatever. Now it's down to $60. So, like, I think you just got to watch out for fintech plays. They come and go, but I think Robinhood can stay around. They have the predictive markets. So we talked about Kalshi, Polymarket, people just gambling on the randomest things. Robinhood's part of that now. So I like the fact that it's an all-in-one sort of, you know, like you can make money on Tesla, then you can go throw that money into who's going to be the next Fed chair or whatever. I don't know exactly the markets that Robinhood offers. Robinhood not available in Canada, by the way. So we have a Wealthsimple, IBKR. I know Joe uses, and I think Sharif uses IBKR. I'm just like an iTrade guy from back in the day, so they don't have any predictive markets. But I worry about the predictive markets if that's the only reason you're buying Robinhood and crypto. You've gone over it with crypto, and you talked about it that, you know, there's only so many levels there on crypto that can hold. There's potentially, if that gets hit, how low does eventually Robinhood continue to go if crypto gets lower, right? So I don't know if that's the whole story there with Robinhood, but I am a little staying away from it. And I want to know what you people in the chat maybe think about Robinhood as well. I've been buying SoFi off the dips, and it's been pretty good. We bought some 25s, we bought some 27s. So ironically, we're kind of stuck in the middle of those dip buys right now. I just think that if we're going to talk about the other 493, they also do have an opportunity to get involved in the S&P rebalancing. Like SoFi could get added to the S&P 500. Yeah. So that's another sort of possibility there for SoFi. And we saw what that did for Uber. And remember, these things are always lightly billed. Like they'll happen, they'll come through, and then a sell-off. I recently bought some more Uber at $84, man. Like, I'm not happy the fact that I'm down 5% on this name as well. Uber down to $80. What's wrong with this name? I don't, like, is Waymo a problem?
Yeah, I think Waymo. We talk about kind of driver or driverless cabs coming in. Tesla said that as well.
Right.
So yeah, I think Uber and Lyft. I was talking to a trader in the back. I'm like, yeah, Uber and Lyft could potentially be very much out of business. That's something we do have to watch.
Uber cannot be out of business. I don't think so.
What makes you say?
Because first of all, they have a whole other side of this business, right? It's not just the driver
delivery?
business. Yeah, not just food deliveries, man. They've got deliveries freight. They have Uber Freight.
Okay.
Like when I was literally in London, they had all these boats going up and down the river there. Great opportunity. By the way, we go on trip. My favorite trip, and I shouldn't say this because I'm Italian, but I really liked going to London. London was great when I went there, but Rome was fantastic as well. But anyways, London. So Ubers are all over the world. So I do think that there's something there. But to your point, I think they can play nice with autonomy.
Yeah, I mean, if they accept a lot more, I guess, driverless vehicles
That's
in their
what I mean.
fleet,
Right.
then yeah, they're definitely poised to, share that market share. But what if Tesla comes in and it's just like, no, because our user base, our clients, our users. You know what I mean?
Clients are users, right.
People who own Teslas.
Right, and that's that cult thing again.
Yeah, exactly.
So I don't think people care about price, really, as far as driverless vehicles. Like I think that once Waymo's in your neighborhood, Uber's in your neighborhood, and Tesla's in there, and whoever else, Zooks or whatever else anybody's working on for the driverless, and wireless. I mean, hopefully your car's not hooked up to a wire as you're driving it.
We haven't gone wireless charging just yet.
Right, that would be awesome. That's the next thing, actually.
That could be the solution for the street parking.
Then someone's going to steal your pad. Like if you put.
What if it's in the road?
On
You'd
the
have
car.
to make a deal with the city.
Yeah, and how do you think that's going to go?
I don't know.
Yeah. So, but no, to the point is, I think Uber and Tesla, like why could Uber not buy a fleet of robo-taxis? Because the thing is that there's a certain percentage of Uber's delivery service, driver service, where you're paying the driver.
Okay.
Right? So I think Uber can compete on price with the Waymos of the world and everything like that, if they can take in some of these cars on their fleet. The problem is the Waymos, those vehicles are something like $150,000 out the door with all the technology. So that's going to be hard for them to get involved with. But I do respect, obviously, all of those decisions. I mean, I don't really know what's going to happen with that. I don't know. Maybe we should put another poll in the chat about where do we think Uber is going, because there is a case where, they're not as powerful as they are today 5 years from now, let alone 10 years. All right, another super chat. David is back in the building with his super chat, and there he goes, man. If it gets past 47.50, I'm switching long fast. If it gets to 490, will it hit 500? No. I don't think, well, it's already 3:30. So do I think that do I think that Tesla will get to $500 today? I mean, there's not 0-day expiries on a Tuesday, but I don't think 500 is in the cards today, man. That's just a huge bump up. The market, although not really sleeping anymore, it's woken up a little bit here. I'm not super excited about the chances there of this getting that high at this point. Like we just saw a pretty epic run there, I think. That's in the last hour. We went up only $6. And we all got really excited about that. So I think if you did get to 490, I think that'd be a great close. I think 490 would be a great close for me, I think, for tomorrow. And I think tomorrow, man, I'm gonna sleep nervously tonight, man, because I'm already getting excited to think about what kind of damage we can do if that breaks 500 and we're right about it. What's this poll at?
I mean, if we're getting above 490, then yeah, definitely. That's $10. Like, look at how much range we did today. We started off the day with a low of 465.84s. And that was a nice wick low as well, back through pre-market highs, back into prior day's range. And not only do we hold and test prior day's range, we build into that range high for a breakout coming into the end of the day. So yeah, absolute strength here. Here comes the high once again as Tesla pushes that 488, man. I think we are probably gonna print that all-time high going into the close. We got 30 minutes left, and it seems like these buyers are nowhere near done as any sort of dip continues to get bought back up. If you're throwing up moving averages here, I have moving averages holding the 8 moving average, I guess 8 or the 9, whichever you want to use here I like to use 3-minute, whether you're using a 2-minute or a 5 minutes, holding on all of them. There it goes, stopping me out once again as we push even higher. So yeah, I think well within range is that 490, especially if we can blast through 488 at the end of the day. Just question becomes, how many people are kind of shorting against that 88? How many people have positioned in against that 88? And if they need to, head for the hills, then we definitely have $10 within range. I think that can happen within the after hours. We've seen Tesla do this before, right? I think, and all it takes is maybe a news release. There's 488s. Here they come in. $10 right there. So 488.13s is the high as of right now on Tesla as it continues to push higher and higher. So yeah, probability of that all-time high getting.
Yeah, I mean, the all-time high right now is already, I'm considering it done already. Like, I mean, that all-time high is 488.50, you said. We're at 488.26. Yeah. Like, that is definitely. Right now. You don't, and I don't, I know you've been shorting and you've been getting out, but like there it goes. Like, right there. Anybody that's shorting this thing because it's at all-time highs, I mean, I think you probably would have just stopped out there. And I think that's a good call, honestly. Yeah, that's kind of what it looks like right here. Yep. Just straight up right now, climbing and climbing. Like, where will this name stop? Nobody knows. At this point, I would think Tesla is still working out, man. Ongoing. It just cannot. Wow. Now there's holy.
Yep. Here comes 90.
We are now $16 in the money right here as we continue to go. So I mean, I don't know, up 3% now going.
There goes the market.
I just wish obviously we had more shares here, but at the end of the day, do not fight the trend too much. And I know you tried to get it, and I'm sure you're responsible with your share size, but there it goes, man. 490 coming into play. So I now, just because of how this is going, like my stop was, and now I'm actually holding a piece that's almost equal to the other 90% that I got out. So I'm going to use this 50-period moving average, man. I'm going to put this stop now at 486. So if it comes back in, and even if it rips to 490, I don't know. I don't want to not capture some of this profit, obviously, or all of it. I guess I could technically get out of half and kind of be fine with it. So maybe there's some sort of a talk there that I should do. But no, happy with this play, obviously, here on TSLA into the close. So really glad that we held that. We are moments away from getting stopped out of our TQQs. This very, very fortunately, we do not have that many shares left on the TQs. I'm actually thinking about shorting this. Let's re-short this against the day's high there, just in case. The whole NASDAQ has come back in quite nicely now. Come back up. So if it does come in, we should. I'll go short right now, punch a little bit into there right now, and I'm just going to put a stop right now at the day's high and not get too cute about it. So we do have a new position alert. There, of course, it's starting to go again. 452, let's go 52.55. All right, so we're not going to give this one too much room. 52, 50, let's go 61. We'll just give it a little breath higher there on that one. So there, now my stop order is now in. And I just want to, okay, there we go. Now we just got our full position on it. I mean, by full position, like we have a unit. My position down here, my position up here was 5 units. So we only have 1 unit right now. So we'll wait and see if we can get any, any more here, potentially stopping out if it takes out 60. Okay, so we can. I don't want to like get too much involved here, just in case. I'll put on another like quarter of a unit at 55s if it gets back up there. But let's just give this a little bit of a breath. Like, when we're taking these trades, we could definitely hold this. It would be a 17-cent hit. So if we do the math, man, we'll put some bids down here at 30, see if we get some outs if the market does fall in. But remember, we are now 15 minutes away from the closing imbalances. So those closing imbalances will influence the market like a lot. So let's pay attention to those, and we'll see if we can get some love here on the TQs for the closing imbalances. Obi, take over for a minute. I'm just going to go get a water here because I feel my voice is starting to act up just a little bit. So
great trade there.
Yeah,
on,
thank you.
on
Appreciate
Tesla.
it.
We're pretty much coming in here into 490s. We just talked about that 500. That's well within range. And yeah, the probabilities just keep increasing. I'm just curious to know what those imbalances will be. I don't really see anything too crazy right now here when it comes to Tesla, but I am looking at a few other names as well as this one runs up through those highs. I did like the short here as we were kind of trying to chop around. It is a bit of a range trend. We broke out very aggressive, active buying, maybe some passive buying here as we hold moving averages. And here comes the 490 as we continue to push even higher and higher. So a couple other names I'm looking at because the market as well is now starting to break out pretty aggressively as well. So Tesla is definitely one of the factors of why that's pushing around, but taking a look at some of these other Mag 7s, take a look at Apple. Apple also, the long coming in very aggressively at the same time. We talked about Meta. How's Meta doing? Meta's taking out its highs once again. 661s is the day highs. But there is one that I was watching yesterday, Sean, and you know, I was just like, all right, the continuation could be pretty decent. I do have to watch this one pretty closely, and that is Comcast, CMCS SA right here. Take a look at how strong this was prior day. Pretty much, you know, against the rest of the market, distinctly different. The market sold off pretty aggressively. You can see here opening near the day lows and then pretty much closing at the day's highs. Coming into today, a bit of a grab of prior day's levels and then breaking right back through prior day's highs. That's through that 28.30 and just a stair step up. Look at these pullbacks down towards VWAP. Can't even get there, and the buyers are holding it up pretty well, pushing up into the close once again. Now, this time around with some strong market tailwinds. So Comcast looking really, really good here just over the past couple of days. Now, if you look at this on a higher time frame, maybe not the best when it comes to its position relative to all-time highs. You can see here a bit of a range low, but maybe that's the place. Maybe this is a good, it's been a good place to buy over the years. Maybe here in 2018, once again in 2020, once again in 22, and it seems like this bounce once again happening here at the end of 25. So the question becomes, is this another dip for Comcast? The buyers are definitely stepping right back in here on this one. A bit of a multi-day runner here on Comcast. Let's take a quick look at Netflix as well, because I know a lot of people are watching this one as well. Let's see how that, this is the weekly. Let's see how this is standing up here on the day. Okay, a bit of an uptrend here. Buyers in and around VWAP, on top of VWAP, but haven't really reclaimed a lot of yesterday's price action. You can see the highs yesterday were 96.50s. Pretty aggressive sellers coming in right off of the open. And guess what? We talk about support and resistance. Bit of a resistance on Friday, same kind of resistance coming in. So sellers there before, sellers there once again, and maybe we're creeping back up in towards that 96 level. I was just like, yeah, that first day that WBD news came out, I was like, okay, well, you know, maybe a little bit of mispricing, a little bit of an aggressive push all the way up into 104s and 105s, but you can see back below that 100 and sustaining pretty well for the past couple of days. So if we're going to be accepting prices on top of this 90, then yeah, maybe that 100 will come back in. There's that 490 there on Tesla, Sean. So I think that 500 well within range as this market continues to bid up aggressively. When I'm looking at some of these sectors here, we talked about XLV. This market strength, I think, is just pulling everything up here as well. So taking a look at XLV, back to VWAP, nice reversion happening here. So this strength end of day coming in pretty strong. What is not pushing around here? XLE, I guess, energy's not as strong, a little bit of a bid, but you can see still being held down pretty aggressively. I do want to take a quick look at gold as well, seeing how some of these, we'll take a look at physical gold and we'll take a look at digital gold as well. Bitcoin. So 4,300 right here on gold, bit of a range. It's been trapped in and around this 4,000. So that nothing really too crazy on the day today, but let's take a quick look at BTC and see if the bid is coming in here as well. Okay, coming into the top of the range here, let's go to a higher time frame, just because again, this thing trades 24/7. I do want to take a look at it at a much higher time frame. You can see here just trading within the range. So as the market reaches the high of its range here, 25,400s on the NASDAQ, just shy of 6880s here on the ES. Man, this buying is definitely pretty aggressive. Again, we talk about reversions. It seems like maybe the buyers are back in after a couple of days of strong selling here.
I just tweeted this because that, like, our stop has now obviously changed. So just want to make sure that everybody is sort of on the same page with me there. Yeah, we have stopped. We have changed our stop rate now. We're going to go to 487. So I'm just sort of upping this stop as we go. So let's go I almost did $800 there. 487. Let's go 486.99. On the breakdown for Tesla. And I didn't want to call myself out because Christopher Ocean called me out on this. He's like, oh man, interesting that Sean's price changed. He wasn't even at his desk. Yes, that is what happened, and it's my own stupidity. Because I had an order sitting there at the high of the day at 54. Thankfully, it wasn't for anything. We actually talked about that. I said I'm going to take a little bit more up there at the high that I told you I'm going to take a quarter more. So I said that. I put the order out. Then I ran to go fill up the water. So we did that. And then just as I sat back down, basically, we got stopped out. So yeah, that little short of the market, not good right there. But just to let you guys know, and again, like, be as transparent as possible, I gave back there 15%. So maybe a little bit too much. Like I was getting a little bit maybe too heavy on that there. So I did, so out of this whole, my best trade of the day on the Qs, on the TQs, I did get back 15%, or no, maybe not that high, 12% or whatever it was there on that trade. So not super clean. It is what it is, and I did do that. So, yeah, I just wanted to be honest and tell everybody about that, because we talk about how our system works, man. Like, it'll first show those prices, then have you average in, it'll give you that, and then as you get back, again, it'll do a different price. As you start getting out, it will just keep reverting first in, first out on that. So that's just the way our system works here on the P8 platform. So sometimes our price does change, obviously, as you average in and out of the trade. So you can always ask any host on this show, you know, are you going to be taking more shares at a certain level? This is why we put our ins and outs right here on the screen for you, so you can see everything. I know sometimes it's hard to follow, but that's what we do, right? And I'm glad that I was able to handle that question, because, you know, it was something that I had out there. I did have an order, and it did change my price right there. So, all right, you know, a name that we talked about a little bit about, Robinhood. I like Marvell here, so I'm a buyer of Marvell, but not yet. Like, I'm already, my boat's kind of full. We did sell some out here because this is a couple times we talked about missing it that first time. I'm going to call it the SoftBank bump initially that got this name going to that high side there. And then it fell right back in, and then we had earnings, and that was a great trade all the way to the upside on earnings. And then they bought Confluent. Oh, no, sorry, they bought Celestial AI. It was IBM that bought Confluent. That created a little bit of worry in the name. It did fall back in under $100. At that point, I took a $100 fill the next time it went back through. So we did get out of some of our longs, I think 60 or 70 down here, maybe even lower than that on Marvell. But now it's coming back in. So I'm a looker here around 75. So if it does get a lot worse, we are going to look for Marvell down there in and around that $75 mark for MRV. Watch out for Marvell, and an idea that I have there, getting out of that, or getting back in if it comes down into $75. So is there a name, Obi, that maybe you're looking at, like that you're thinking about longer term right now, or anything like that?
I mean, yeah, I guess you asked me this question earlier. I think a lot of my personal long terms are just mainly in the TSX.
Okay.
I do have a little bit of Apple when it comes to the Mag 7, even though we talk about it. The only thing about Apple that I like is the stock. So
right.
Yeah, I got a little bit of that. But no, we talk about how strong the TSX is as well. Some of these names kind of much more aggressively bid this whole year than even Nvidia, right? So I think it's definitely been really nice to be long and strong some of the TSX names as well. If you take a look at some of the banks I was pointing out earlier, TD, RY, even the whole market, just look at the yearly on TSX. Absolutely beautiful straight line up as well. So I think yeah, those are kind of my main picks. I have kind of been looking into I guess potentially foreign markets as well, but just finding a broker that'll let you swing some of those names is a little bit.
I got it. Yeah.
But yeah, no, I think there is definitely opportunity and mispricing all over the place. But if you look at some of these, we talk about buying those all-time highs all the time, and staying with that trend. But if I'm looking for outsized returns on swings, I think I got to be looking in places not a lot of people are. So that's one of my things when it.
I didn't realize you're back short here, Obi. All right. So what's the plan of action here? Is it a stop at the high of the day? Is it just a holdout for the imbalances? Because we're now 4 minutes.
5 minutes. Yeah, 4 or 5 minutes away from imbalances. I think very likely we might get a little swipe of that 490 on those imbalances. We'll have to wait and see if that definitely occurs. Maybe we hit those 490s before as well. But yeah, I'm just waiting and seeing. Definitely some very strong squeeze action. I'm watching AVGO as well going into the close. It's kind of one of my more main watches here. As we hold this 345 level, we couldn't get through it this morning either. And once again, coming into the close, even with a strong market, sellers kind of holding it down. 345s here, holding on AVGO. So bigger picture move happening. We also have Micron today with the earnings. So that's
no. I think that's tomorrow.
Tomorrow afternoon. Yeah.
So, okay.
So yeah, no, that's something I'm watching as well. Kind of coming into its earnings report. You're right.
Yeah, tomorrow 4:30.
It is tomorrow.
Or tomorrow right away at 4 o'clock actually.
Yeah. So I think that's something I'm definitely watching as well. There's the stop out through the 490. So it seems like we are going to be pushing much higher, Sean. So for me, I think the probability for 500 is going up very, very significantly if we continue to do this stair step grinding action as Tesla just charges all the way up.
Yeah, no, Tesla's supercharging rate now. That is for sure. So, yeah. I don't know, man. I mean, what a day. Like I said, I already said to you guys, like, this is the day. Remember I said, like, what if we get to 490? Can we get to 5 bills? I could be completely wrong on this one. I didn't think we were going to get to 500 today, but Tesla right now is on one straight to the upside right here as we just continue to go, man. Go, gadget Tesla right now going higher as we speak. So, yeah, just be careful with all of your shorts. I actually I realized I don't think my, oh no, it's connected there, Andre, so okay, good. I think I can still hear you. But nice little pullback maybe now off of those highs. It's barcoding here. I think it's ready to do something, but I just want to say we are now 2.5 minutes away from the imbalances. So just be careful if you're looking at this name. We could get a dramatic move. Yesterday, guys, right here at 350, this was yesterday at 350. There was a big imbalance that came out. So we were at 478. It ripped up. I mean, at this time it went to 481, so another $3. Then right at 355, when it sniffed that it was going to reverse in, it tanked pretty hard there into the close 473. So let's get ready to go. You guys know where my stop is, breaking through this 487. So if that winds up happening, so be it. It'll be on an imbalance play. We do only have 10% left of this play. And I want to thank everybody for watching. Hey, look, man, if you guys are happy, hit the like button, hit the subscribe. We're back tomorrow, 8 a.m. So make sure you join us tomorrow at 8 a.m., bright and early. Join us all right there, right now. All right, here we go, man. 1.5 minutes to go. What else is moving around today? I wanted to buy, out of all the Mag 7s, I think Google's a decent area to look. Yeah. I think on any dip buys, and that's getting into some key levels there. 285, 290, I think is a better home for it than where we are right now for Google. I mean, we touched 302 today, didn't we? Yeah. So, you're moments away from breaking 300. If you get some negativity overnight, or I don't know, a scare in China or something. I had really liked some Chinese names. I mean, I was sort of hoping to get Alibaba at this 150 level. We bought some at 160 and actually sold at 160. I don't know, like Kevin O'Leary being on the show, and maybe I'm influenced by the wrong people or so, but we had Brian Shannon, didn't like it. Kevin O'Leary didn't like it, and someone else that we talked to, I don't know if it was Steve Tileman, I can't remember, but they were like, I don't know, we got to stay away from some of these Chinese plays. I do like them. I still do own some Baba here, and I'm not trying to say like I don't want to own any China at all, but I do think there is obviously some risks associated with the overnight market, not being here to trade it. Some kind of the governments could drop any kind of news basically at any time about anything in China. So a little bit of worrisome there. All right, let's go over here and check out my good friend now and maybe forever, Tesla. Love the product, love everything about it, love the stock. Here we go. We are now out in just a matter of seconds. We are out right now. So there it is. Tesla might be a buy. Tesla just goes to 491 right there on that move. We got Apple with a buy. We've got Google with a buy. The NASDAQ is a buy. Microsoft with a buy. I actually don't even see Tesla on here. Help me out if you do. Almost said Sharif over there, but Obi, Neil, Sharif, Joe, everybody who's here. But there it is, Nvidia with a buy. So I don't see Tesla.
Buy for 500K, 561K.
Okay, so Tesla, $17 now. I'm going to get out of Tesla. Okay, I'm going to get out right now at 490. Call this thing a day. There it is. Gimme, 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 gimme. Never gets. We should know our manners. But we'll wait to see if we get a 490. I'm now offering 490 on Tesla. Hopefully that can come in. I just don't need to be a part of all of this. We already did run this thing to the high side. My stop is still 487. We may get that 490 yet to come pretty soon. So, all right, man, great day today. Thank you so much to everybody for, for watching. The show's not over. We have 8 more minutes to go. We're light on earnings tonight. It's Lennar. So that symbol, L-E-N, I believe, or is it 2 N's? L-E-N, 2 N's in the name, 1 N here, Lennar. So we'll have to watch out for that, of course. Lennar, Obi, a home builder. Ooh. So we'll wait to see, we'll wait to see if there's any sort of action over there.
Hasn't been doing too much. Home Depot. I was looking at Home Depot. On
me too. I actually wanted to buy
yesterday, but wasn't really doing too much. It doesn't really look too great here. But yeah, no. This. So we did get that swipe off of the imbalances. I was like, yeah, it's likely to swipe the highs there, and we got to swipe all the way up to 490 74s here on Tesla. So yeah, this could do anything. We saw the hard flip that happened yesterday. Nvidia's a $2 million buy. Sorry, not $2 million, 2 million share buy. $2 million would be absolutely nothing for Nvidia. Intel's up there right here. So this is what I'm looking at. So we got some Nvidia, some TLT, some Intel. Apple's up there. Google's up there. RPRX. I don't know what that is. Cisco, Microsoft. That CRANU is up there. There it is as well. And there, what is? Oh, the bid right back up, 390s. Yeah, there you go. Boom. Oh yeah, 390s coming back in, man. This is continuing aggressively bidding, going into the close. Something else as well, Comcast. We were just talking about that Comcast. Take a look at this. Another one pushing up into its highs, coming in. Maybe for a day 3 move, right? We had strong day 1, strong day 2. Maybe it's poised for a bit of day 3 push as well alongside with the rest of the market, especially if those buyers step right back in after a few days of selling here. So yeah, I'm definitely, guess what I'm going to be doing tonight?
Studying?
In Blue Ocean.
Oh, in Blue Ocean, yeah. Swim with the sharks, my guy. I will not be doing that. Yo, thanks to DJ Reese, man. Sean, he's saying 100. Everybody, just so much positive talk there in the chat. I just want to thank everybody for everything, man. I want to thank Obi for some great trading today. And just everybody that's here. We got real good feels on this show, right? We sort of, ban the negativity. There's no point, Some days you're going to put on losing trades. Some days you're going to put on winning trades. But at the end of the day, we're all going home. And, opportunity to come back tomorrow. And I mean, I think that when you're talking about studying the markets, these things are living and breathing. Like, Neil yesterday said like maybe slow markets into wintertime, Christmas time movements. Probably right. I mean, the NASDAQ turned positive right here, but there's always going to be able to find opportunities, right? I mean, whether or not it's whatever. Here at here at Real Trading, we trade over 60 live markets. So you talked about Blue Ocean. We also have Moon as well. There's lots of opportunity to get in here overnight. We have Forex markets are trading, right? All of this, a lot of opportunity. So tomorrow's another day. And I promise you, I'm going to be here tomorrow, and I'm going to be staring at that $500. So if you're trading Tesla and you want all this smoke tomorrow, come right back right here tomorrow, man. We're here at 8 o'clock. Hey, I'm going to trade Tesla at 8 a.m. If we're going to break $500 at 8 a.m., your boy's taking that trade. You know what I'm saying, Obi? We're here to do that trade tomorrow.
I think it could do it in the after hours. It could do it by 8.
No, I got to go home. I've been here too long already today. You're trying to give me work after hours over here, Obi? But yeah, I'm not going to take it after hours, but you might be right. Maybe we do get an after-hour break right now on Tesla. That would be exciting, wouldn't it? All right, Obi, over to you.
All right, guys. So for too long, trading meant risking your own money or never having enough to start, the fear of losing. That's what kept so many traders on the sidelines. But that's changing. Trade the Pool is transforming how traders access the markets. With its limited risk trading model, traders use funded capital while Trade the Pool absorbs the downside. This allows traders to focus on what truly matters: discipline, consistency, and growth. When you hit the profit target, you keep 70% of the profits. No fear, no barriers, just real opportunity. This is the revolution of limited risk trading, powered by Trade the Pool. Visit tradethepool.com or scan the QR code now to get 10% off your first evaluation. All right, so we made it to 490. So we had that super chat earlier about holding above 487 halves, and yeah, 487 halves definitely holding, pushing up even higher. The imbalances haven't really changed. It's 55 right now, so nothing too crazy happening other than aggressive bidding. So squeeze action definitely here on Tesla on the day today. I'm curious to know, is this a little too far too fast?
Nope.
Is it going to capitulate? Are we going to hit 500?
Yes.
Yes, I think that's a little
Too far too fast? No. Break 500? Yes.
Okay. All right. You heard it here.
I don't know, because you know what? It's up 3%, dude.
Yeah.
Is that too much?
That's not,
I mean,
not really.
3%. I think we can get higher there. I'm not just saying this to rally people up. I really do think that you already showed it. Is it well within the capabilities of Tesla going absolutely hard, breaking through all-time highs? Yes. Man, this is a breakout. Right? This is not, this is something right now where Tesla may not be stopped for a while. And I'm just saying, we can go back over here. We had Brian Shannon on a while ago. You're the one talking about weekly charts and all this kind of stuff. Like this right here, this is 2021, that actually wound up holding those highs right there. And then now there's the breakout. We might be on something for an extended move higher here. This is just a weekly chart. So we'll see if it can continue to hold this. And you know what? People that are trading off weekly charts, maybe they don't get out until the weekly chart is broken to the downside, right? So that would be 470. So there still is a little bit of room to go back and forth. And Obi, I'm talking this positively about it. You watch. There's going to be a story overnight that crashes Tesla or something.
It'll be like, all these prices were mispricing.
Yeah, it's going to be like,
too fast.
And I think there was a story out today that Kathy Wood lightened her position on Tesla. Maybe that's why it's ripping up. There are people that trade inverse Kramer, inverse Kathy, and all of that. So
that ETF didn't last too long.
Warner Brothers. See, something's going on with my earpiece because I'm not hearing anything. Warner to recommend existing Netflix deal. Bang, we like that right there.
Oh my God.
Rejecting the Paramount offer. Netflix apparently has rejected the Paramount offer. That will come out as soon as Wednesday. This is from the Wall Street Journal right there. So no Adara, no problem, but we got this one right here. Warner, she'd be all over this. Warner Brothers to recommend existing Netflix deal right there. So right there, Warner Brothers to reject the Paramount offer as soon as Wednesday. So look, man, I bought Netflix on this dip, WBD. Let's go over and check out what Warner Brothers is doing. I said yesterday, right here when we talked about iRobot going bankrupt, I said if you like $30, take $30 immediately. That was going to be the highest offer that came through. And I could be wrong, who knows, but you did have an opportunity to take 30 cash yesterday. Now you're going to get 24 cash plus Netflix shares if it goes through. Now, I don't know. That's what we're talking about. And also, tomorrow we can see PSKY, right? That's Paramount. So let's see if Paramount Skydance probably going to the downside, but maybe not.
PSKY.
Not loading. Nope. All right, not loading. A little bit. We are frozen.
That's why.
We are frozen right now. All my quotes.
Make sure that we potentially.
All right, well, I just broke the system there with that $18 winner on Tesla. It should have been enough to pay for the bills around here. Okay, now we're back on right there. So there goes Tesla, 490 and change, looking to close that. PSKY, that was weird that we froze there. We don't normally do that. Yeah, Paramount Skydance, downside right now. All right, man, we are getting ready for the close. Let's put it on Tesla and see what that final closing price is. The bet that we had up is now people betting now are going to win.
88.
Looks like 489.5 or so with only 15 seconds left. Thank you, everybody, for watching. I am completely flat right now, as is Obi. Good day trading here today with only 10 seconds left. We want to thank AIML Innovations, CSE listed AIML. Go check them out for sponsoring our closing bell.
There it is.
All right, Obi, the NASDAQ falls down. It looks like my short in the TQs could have been held a little bit longer right there, but there's Tesla 49 and change. There's the TQ. Sure, it ripped up against us, but does tick a little bit lower there into the close. So today, we are just 2 for 2, man. We have this trade and we have Tesla. Other than that, that's a wrap. There's my buy early at 10:30. There's my close of only 10%. I was as honest as I could be with that position the whole time through. I told you I had 10% left. Good trade there to go with. So, yeah, man, so far so good. IRBT did go, yeah, so now look at this, man. This was $6 a couple days ago, down to 70 cents right now.
Absolutely.
Watch out for iRobot going down over to the OTC markets. The NASDAQ finishes their day right there down 0.6 and the ES down 0.4. Wow, exciting days over here, Obi. We'll look at, good luck with Blue Ocean tonight.
Yeah, for sure.
We will definitely look at Tesla, and Palantir was on a move there at the end of the day. We wanted to focus on the big name. Everyone was getting excited there. iRobot probably going down to 0 on a bankruptcy file. So watch out for iRobot. We'll watch out for Netflix tomorrow as well, as that story just dropped right there at the close. It's funny because my earpiece is working, so our news service just didn't report it. But there's Netflix right there, up a little bit on the day, 0.75. All right, thank you so much. Good luck on Blue Ocean. Thanks for filling in for Neil. I'll see you tomorrow for sure. I want to give a big shout out to Brendan today. Thanks, Brendan. I want to give a big shout out to Joe, obviously you, Obi, Fabian, Andre, Ramin, Sharif, Sia that was here. Sia's not feeling that well, so I want to say thank you for coming in when she did. I got a little frog in my throat, but we'll be here tomorrow. That is for sure. Thank you to everybody for watching again, and thank you to all of our sponsors today for sure as well. So we're back tomorrow at what time, Obi? 8 a.m. Ciao. Till then. See you guys. Thanks for a great day.
Jeez.